Hello, everyone, and welcome to Bazaar of Boxes Series 14. We have for the first few rounds of the day, we will focus on creative decks or original decks you don't see very often, as something that's out of the blue. And this one we have a very special one. Mono Green Cloudpost is a very familiar one, but on the other side, it isn't a Grixis Reanimator. That's a lie. It is a Sundial control deck.
Ja, ik keep this on.
Ik ook.
Ja. Go.
Oh, sorry about that. I'm just getting all combobulated. Yes, it looks like I was super excited to see this deck. The Sundial was not mentioned at all in the name, so yeah, not often you see that kind of card come around. And geez, just using Phage, if Phage hits the battlefield at all, I haven't seen that in a long time. So
Yeah, so how the deck's trying to win, it's trying to set up, trying to reanimate either a Phage for an instant kill or an Emrakul by ending his turn early, while skipping the important triggers that allow either Phage to kill the player or Emrakul to be shuffled back into his deck again.
and it also happens to have besides the trigger skipping, there is also a combo with Isochron Scepter, where you can use Final Fortune to take an extra turn and then lose the game at the end of that turn, but then keep using it.
Sundial.
Wat deed die ook weer?
Ik kan mijn beurt beëindigen.
Ja, dus 1 mana en de
Ja.
turn.
Ja.
Toch? En dat was het.
Ja,
Oké, ja, dat is goed.
ik kan alleen op mijn beurt.
Ja.
Ja. En dan ben jij.
There we go. It is on the board. It got resolved. Sundial left infinite. People playing against the card on board have to be very careful to not fetch in his turn or do any crazy thing in his turn, because he will just end it early. You have to do almost everything in your own turn.
Ooh, I didn't even consider that. Oh yeah, you could just like completely get you for doing anything end of turn that he doesn't like.
Deze geeft 2, dan de 1, 3 en dan die is 4.
En je wil een Karn casten.
Ja.
Dan zou ik graag Pact of Negation met de cast op de Karn.
There you go. He's trying for the Karn. Karn will absolutely lock down the Sundial. It will also lock down the one Synchronized Concept in the deck. So it's very important to get it out. He will skip his turn, so he doesn't have to pay for the Pact of Negation. He will miss out the land drop, but the deck is very light on the amount of lands needed. And he'll just try to buy time and see if he can assemble the combo.
Sorry, I just now pulled up the screen. Okay.
Yeah. On the other hand, Mono Green Cloudpost will just get more Cloudpost and at some point get the expensive spells out and try to interrupt the mana base and the power of the game and just overrun with just sheer power. And
Right.
the question is if Tom can actually do anything about it.
Do you think that the aggressor is Cloudpost in this case? Like if the game goes long, that Sundial is always going to lock it down?
I think the Cloudpost deck is the one that will just cause problems, and
Right.
the Sundial deck just has to see if he has a solution. The solution would be winning early.
Speaking of causing problems, Karn caused a lot of problems.
Oh
for
yeah,
him.
the Karn is a massive problem. If he doesn't have a second counter here,
Right.
it might be it might get very delicate.
Yep. How many Karns does Cloudpost run in main? Like 3, right?
This one's straight up 4.
Wow. Jeez.
And this is not the only one. He also runs 4 Disruptor Flutes, main board.
Rough matchup for a guy that uses combos through an artifact tapping.
Yeah, absolutely. We haven't seen a lot of the deck's capabilities, so I'm very curious if we can find anything.
I'm not sure if we will if this game is going to be like this.
No, once the Karn is resolved, the Sundial is just shut down. So he needs to find his a solution. But if I'm looking at the list, it's just not there.
Right. I mean, this might be why we don't see Sundial decks, running rampant in every single 100-player event, is that it's somewhat fragile. You have to have that piece that does the thing you need, and without it, there's not much, respite from the onslaught of just the things that your opponent's going to start throwing at you.
Yeah, absolutely. But his sideboard seems to be pretty built towards it. 4 consigned to memories, 4 show and tells. So he might actually have more of a fighting chance after sideboarding.
Yep. We're just going through
But
the
now
motions
the main board, he can't get his Emrakul in play. He can't get his Phage into play unless he actually hits 8 mana or 7 mana.
Right.
It just
What do you say the chance of that when you're playing against Cloudpost?
oh, I know which one gets there.
Yeah,
Which one gets there faster.
somebody's gonna get the 7 or 8 mana, that's for sure. Damn.
It's just this is just drop. The second card is just there's no fighting against it. There we got the
At least
lattice.
it's quick. He made it nice and quick.
Should pretty much be where it ends. But as I said, there's more of a fighting chance. The 4 consigns and the 4 show and tells absolutely give him a more fighting option.
Right. At this point, if I'm Tom, I'm even considering, like, do I just concede here rather than trying to counter this and show my opponent more of my deck? My opponent knows nothing about it besides I've got a Sundial, you know?
Yeah, he hasn't seen any of the Final Fortunes or the Glorious Ends. He doesn't even
Right.
know what's actually happening after the Sundial.
Correct. Like, I would try to just get out of this game as fast as possible. But we're going to see Brainstorm, get more info.
Yeah, you can buy a bit more time, see if you can find it, but
Yeah. Maybe get more info out of his opponent, too. See if he's actually on just standard mono green Cloudpost. Nah, he's scooping. Yep.
yeah, it's this one was the second card was an absolute killer.
The first one didn't do it, but the second one definitely would.
Yeah, we'll see. But now we get some heavy sideboarding, so Karns will be a lot harder to resolve. There's more fight against Karns. Also, the show and tells might just be an addition that
Right.
gets brought in, so you can take out the reanimate package, and he just goes for the show and tell version.
Ooh,
But that's just
I'll go for it.
yeah, but that's just something you're not sure if it happens or if it will happen.
Right. I was wondering, Dress Down says as creatures lose all abilities, but that's only creatures on the battlefield. Like if they cast Emrakul, that trigger's still going on the stack, even if there's a Dress Down in play, correct?
If he casts it, he doesn't cast it, but he puts it in play.
I guess his opponent. If his opponent, like you can't have a Dress Down in play, your opponent have 15 mana, cast Emrakul.
No.
They would still take the extra turn because creatures,
Yes.
it's creatures on the battlefield lose all abilities.
Absolutely. What it does do is allow you to get the Phage back in.
Right.
It's another way to get the Phage back in.
ETB. Oh,
yes.
that's so funny.
I don't think we'll see more dress downs.
Right,
but
they're probably coming out even, or maybe no, they may not come out. When do you side in? I guess you would side in the 2 from the sideboard only if you actually like are attacking your opponent with them, kind of.
I mean, who knows?
Yeah.
Who knows what he's boarding? I see 4 cards going in, so that means the 4 consigns to memories. Those are the instant include.
Right.
The question is what he took out. Wouldn't surprise me if he take, for example, the Fateless Lootings out. But it also wouldn't surprise me if he just takes out a different mix. But he needs the packs. He needs the forces.
What makes the Faceless Looting an easy cut? I guess it's just slow. It doesn't really.
I mean, it's not that Fateless Looting isn't bad. It's just another. You can't go for a basic land because even though he has 1 mountain, he pretty much would like to have 2 at some point.
Right.
Ja, zeker.
It's more like what else do you have left for your deck? I mean, the Brainstorm is for this deck a better card.
Right. That's true. You already got 4 of
That's why I
those.
said he could, for example, take out 2 Entombs and 2 Shallow Graves. That's the solution. He can take out the Icecrown Scepter because it doesn't really do anything in here.
Right. Just completely avoid going through the graveyard, maybe.
Dat is de kleur die heet zo, hè?
Yeah,
Crypt. Ja, die heb ik
but then again, he didn't board in the show and tell, so he's not ignoring the graveyard. And his opponent doesn't know. He hasn't seen it.
Yeah, that's true. If your opponent, if anything, the Cloudpost player is probably like, okay, I've got this on lock. It's a Sundial deck, and I've got Karns. I've got plenty of ways to interact with that, but doesn't really know what's behind him.
Absolutely no. That's the fun part about people bringing creative decks. Get something absolutely that's out of control, out of the world. And the first thing that happened is you had to read the Sundial. Like, what the hell does it do?
Right. Like ends the turn. Not always, but
I mean, the same will happen once he drops a Phage. Like, what does it do?
right. Everybody kind of knows what Phage does, but you got to read that when it comes down. Ooh, I see a Force in hand.
There's definitely some protection. There's an Emrakul in hand. The question
He's
is...
taking a mole, though.
Yeah, he doesn't have the lands.
Yep.
I think it was a basic island. Just one basic island doesn't get you anywhere.
Right.
Laten we wel gewoon heel duidelijk zijn, dit deck is niet goed om mee te beginnen. Hè?
Ik wil het straks wel even zien. Of het goed
Ja,
is.
tuurlijk.
Ik
Ja,
vind
ja, ja,
het
ja,
leuk
ja.
wat nou precies
Ik heb een beetje getest tegen een gast en die... het was op zich een paar potjes erop gewonnen, maar...
Maar had jij vorige keer, maar de keer daarvoor ook gewonnen? Want dat was met clowns en dat soort dingen.
Ja,
toch?
met die katten was dat...
If you listen to the players, they're talking about it, how much he tested it. I can confirm it's not much of testing. It's just
kattendek.
Oh, katten was het.
a bad
Right.
idea, specifically for the Brewers Cup part of this tournament, which we'll focus on for the first 2 rounds. We'll get the funny and the creative decks out there that are unlikely to get into a top 8 position,
Mm-hmm.
or maybe they do.
Okay, let's hope.
Let's hope. But yeah, this one is so far out there compared to the other options we had available. We just had to get it on,
Right.
which we'll do in maybe we'll do in future events as well. Get them on board, and show the creativeness of the community.
Right. I'm kind of sad we're not seeing that creativity right now because it's just like another no lander, like going down to 5, game
Yeah,
2.
I mean, sometimes that's just magic.
Yep.
And the good thing is about Cloudpost, you do have a bit of time.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's not like you're getting wastelanded into oblivion, or you have to fight for every single spell that's in your hand. You are allowed to resolve your spells,
Right.
which
I guess-
is useful.
This combo doesn't need too many cards. I mean, like obviously Sundial, maybe a Pact Negation. There's like
Yeah,
a
effect navigation is just like an addition to Sundial or a free counter for later on. It doesn't need much.
right.
It's mostly the setup for the creatures he wants to get in play is just very, very slow.
Turn 1 Sundial. Ooh, turn 1 Faithless. Okay.
No, Sundial is 2 mana even.
Oh, it's 2. I thought it was a 1. Oh, it's 1 to
No,
activate.
it's a 1 to activate.
Ooh.
But yeah, Faithless Looting is another. It's another card that effectively loses you a card unless you have to
Mhm.
get something in your graveyard. So it's just another card down.
He's net down. Yeah, he's got 3 in hand. That's rough.
Yeah, so it's very painful to have to be able to rely on Faithless Looting to get somewhere. But he needs to dig for cards. He needs to dig for a way to play or win.
Right.
And it also depends on the Cloudpost how much he's going to be able to interact fast enough.
Right.
That's why this is a matchup that is somewhat playable. Because Cloudpost isn't the fastest deck around. It's just once it gets going, it's very strong and it's very hard to beat any power that comes out. But until that time, you actually have time. Not much is going to happen. He doesn't
Right.
eat your hand. He doesn't eat your graveyard.
Yeah, first couple turns against Cloudpost is like, okay, I can
Yeah.
take a bit of a breather.
So he can just play this thing,
Ooh,
and it'll be fine.
right, there's that Sundial.
There's the Sundial, but there's nothing in the graveyard, so there's no Phage.
Ooh, he can flashback the Faithless Looting, but then that's going to take another whole turn, right?
Yeah, but at least, but he doesn't have enough mana. He needs 4 mana to be able to flashback him, for example, if he finds an Emrakul.
Mhm.
Kaart na, die
I believe what are the cards in his hand? Have you seen?
No, I don't know what the cards in his hands are.
Hmm.
So that's a bit of the struggle. But
Right.
as said, Cloudpost isn't doing much. He's just deploying lands, see if he can get the big mana going for the big cards. Probably aiming for either a new Karn or the Sowing Marcus spawn to get
Right.
the additional lands going and maybe destroy some after.
How much does that cost total? It's like 6 mana to destroy target land.
Yeah,
Yeah. Okay.
it's very, very rarely it happens at the start because the first one is always 4 mana. Make sure you have like +3 mana or after.
Right.
Boo.
Got a blast zone. Oh no, and a disruptor flute. Oh no.
The question is, where will we put on? Activated
Oh.
abilities can be, yeah.
Yeah, that's gonna have to get a pact. Then he's gonna go upkeep,
Yeah.
skip
It's
his
rough.
whole turn, and then not draw a card, and pass. Oh no.
Oh yeah, you also skip your draw.
Yep.
That is
Oh,
painful.
I think we're seeing why this deck is not.
It's not that in the upper tables at the end of the event.
Yeah. Even if this weren't like a horrible matchup for him, yeah, give us a flashback Faithless.
Yeah. He just has to find cards.
Right.
I think the best thing he can do is, oh boy, what's a black card?
I see
Oh, there it is.
Oh, opponent's lean over. I'm sorry. Can I read that?
This is exactly what you want to see.
Yup.
This is it. Read the card.
He brought this deck just so his opponent could read the card right now.
Read it very
On
carefully.
stream.
I hope he gets it.
Does he have the second piece, right? Or is it on top?
The question is what he drew. If he draws a Shadow Grave, for example,
Mhm.
He at least has it on board, and it
Mhm.
might be enough to actually get something going. He needs to have it next turn, otherwise the Sundial just gets exploded.
Right, because the Sundial is gonna get it has to tap the
Yeah,
the
but there's a
Blackstone.
second Fateless Looting in there, so there's at least something to draw for.
Sorry, Mike, zo met kikker.
Michael's fine
Actually-
kicker.
Dat is 3,
Ja.
4, 5, 6.
Ja.
En deze filtert naar groen. Dus dan is het 6 en 1 groen.
Ja.
Met kikker.
Ja.
Ik,
Already has 6 mana available.
Yup. Get rid of your only black source.
En ik vind...
Je zegt gewoon target land, hè? En niet non-basic of zo. Ja.
He needs an Exacxes,
Voor mij heb ik het nu...
Underground Sea, plus.
He needs an
Shall
exact something. Well, yeah, for sure he needs, like, he wants 4 mana. That's sure.
Mhm.
But at this point, the Shallow Grave, if he has either a black mana source in his hand. No, not the Caracas. It's gone.
Oh, and the Caracas, bro, leave him alone. he's down.
Yeah, the one of. Leave the poor man alone.
What a brutal matchup.
Dan ben jij.
People just want to have fun, man.
En je eigen beurt activeren, toch?
Right?
Ik wil je aanvallen voor 3.
But yeah, this game might be close, so we have to look into what we might want to have as a
Right, as a
as
backup.
as a backup matchup. This one ended a lot faster than we expected.
Right?
I mean, he lasted 15 minutes. So,
Ik zou je eigen...
seems alright.
but yeah, now's the second one. The lands are gone.
Oof.
The Phage isn't going to do anything.
Ik vind een tower.
The mega.
Yeah, I don't see a way of it doing it anymore. It's unfortunate. Oh, at least he had a land.
Right.
Almost was allowed to do anything. There's still time, but the Caracas will shut down the Emrakul. It will shut down the Phage.
I'm looking at Rakdos Reanimator against Abzan combo.
Rood voor blauw.
Ooh, put it.
That was with the Brewmaster. Yeah, that's the Brewmaster combo one. Yeah, we'll see if we can get that.
Yeah,
on
that's
stream.
another one out there.
Right.
We'll talk about it later. The Brewmaster.
Oh
combo.
my
Just
god, the third one.
Get out of here. That's definitely one that does not won.
Yep.
That doesn't get the sportsmanship award.
Yep.
It's
Like,
it's
yep.
that Jim.
you gotta make sure you have no permanence this game.
Absolutely nothing. Yeah, this is the power of
Ja, is goed.
Yeah, just
the
one
modern
after the
Cloudpost
other.
deck. Yeah. So
Every
much
single
mana.
time.
It has a lot of durability. It has a lot of flexibility.
Yes.
It just shut people down.
Ja.
Yeah. Oh, brutal.
Maybe if we get lucky, we might get to see some more Sundial action maybe later in the
Right.
tournament. But
Of anders de...
it needs to start winning from here on.
Yeah, we'll give him another shot if he earns it.
If he earns it, we'll get him back. Otherwise,
Terugschut trigger.
Tom, make
we'll
me
try
proud.
to get in. Yeah, we'll try to get in the bomb combo list,
Turn ende.
which pretty much is a devoted druid combo list. Just goes infinite with devoted druid in several ways and
Right.
kills people straight off.
Dat is wel leuk, hè? Waar je mensen...
Yeah, we were talking about like the couple of different ways you can do it with Hazel's Brewmaster, which I have to pull this up. It was 4 mana menace creature that has whenever it enters or attacks, exile one target card from a graveyard and create a food token. Foods you control have all activated abilities of all creature cards exiled with Hazel's Brewmaster. So you get a devoted druid into the graveyard, probably because your opponent killed it, or it just killed itself with the -1 counters, and then you exile with the Brewmaster just entering the battlefield. When she makes a food token, now the food token has the ability to untap for putting a -1 counter on it, but food doesn't die to -1 counters, and then tap for green mana, infinite mana. Oh, but when they sack it, That's a good question. So if they try to kill at instant speed, they sack 3 non-land permanents,
Yes.
and then you may play those cards if it's your turn while that spell is on the stack. Oh my
Yes.
god. That's a yikes.
Well, not really. You can only play it in your turn. Yeah, during your turn only.
Right. So if they only if they instant speed it, which they
But yeah, if they try to instant speed destroy it, you might get something fancy out of there.
Right.
But yeah, it's just another beat sick. It's just one of those cards you can add and reanimate as a 4th creature. You can target, get it back.
Right. Something fancier than an Archon.
Yeah, nowadays we have absolute powerhouses like Atraxa, Griselbrand, and Archon of Cruelty. And in the old days, you also had Iona, for example. You had Blazing Archon, Imperial Archangel, Inkwell Leviathan.
Right.
That would be absolute nightmare, absolute silver bullets against very specific matchups.
Right. What's the thought process behind the combo of a Griselbrand and Atraxa? Like, why 3 Gristle, 1 Atraxa, and not 2/2 or 1/3?
Normally, you see the Griselbrands in very blue-heavy lists.
Mm-hmm. Because I know Atraxa.
But this one is a very black-heavy list, so it's weird because the additional unmasked and Thoughtseize will draw aren't doing much. Normally, the Griselbrand, you get more blue cards, more dazes, more forces, more spell pierces.
Right.
That will be an absolute nightmare. Apparently, this is not.
Oh, this is table 9. Oh, we gotta check out table 9.
A different table.
Technical difficulties. Hold on.
So this is Dimir Tempo against Mono Blue Jewel.
Ooh. And Jewel in this case is Coveted Jewel, which is
indeed
an EDH card, right? Enter the battlefield, draw 3 cards, tap to add 3 mana of any one color. When one or more creatures an opponent controls, if they attack you, they steal a Jewel, and they get the benefit. Got it. So Jewel is, I believe, on the... Do we have Jewel on the right side? I think with Jewel, we swapped the Mono Blue Jewels on the left side and Tempo's on the right. But...
Yes.
So
we can... it's a null roll. Yeah, it's Dimir Tempo on the left, Mono Blue on the right.
Yep. But we're looking at a null rod, because this is obviously game 2 or 3, most likely game 2.
This is definitely game 2.
Yeah.
At least a game 2. And the other side, we see it is a Dimir Tempo list, but it is one that actually uses the Baleful Strixes in Kaito, Bane of Nightmares. Also a recent addition to Magic.
Ooh.
But it's pretty much has the staples of a tempo list.
Right.
Like cheap spells, cheap creatures, and try to whittle your opponent down while fighting for cards and trying to get trying to get some advantage. In this case, they use Baleful Strix and Orcus Bowmasters. And by now, Legacy staple Tamio.
Right.
Model Masters 3. And a Brazen Borrower. And one of the ways to get additional cards will be Kaito. Or at least additional value.
Right, I think Ariane is probably in a pickle a bit now, because we got a Chalice on 1, didn't have a Force or anything to deal with it, and now I see a Brainstorm in hand, probably a couple spells that like to play, but don't know how he's going to be able to get out of that. What kind of options does Jewel have?
Jewel at this point, they've locked your opponent down. Now they can just buy time until they get to the 6 mana part of the Coveted Jewel at that point, or the One Ring.
Mm-hmm.
And at that point, they will just draw cards, make mana, draw cards, make mana. And at that point, the turn later, they will untap, because the Fraction Mana Morph will copy the Coveted Jewel. They will at some point just cast the Emrakul, and that'll be one of their win cons. The Paradox Angel will just make sure it's happening in the same turn.
I'm confused about what's going on with this Baleful Strix. Is it an exile?
No, it's it's very clearly in the attacking zone. It's invading the opponent's territory. It's
just been going back and forth. I'm not even sure which player owns it anymore.
There's only one who plays it.
Right, okay, yeah, this is the tempo list. Okay, no, the tempo is on live. Yeah, great.
And man, the bird is the word. It's still there. At least one of the birds is still getting played.
Are we proactively back to basics? It looks like we are.
Oh.
Sure.
It's like, sure. I'll understand that I have No drawback from this.
Go.
No, he has no drawback. It doesn't do much.
Yeah.
Why is the Strix? What's happening with the Strix? Oh, I need to know.
I'm so curious.
It's permanently tapped. It's right there in the middle.
Right?
Oh,
I
but
was just like
1919.
untap it. Attack with it. An exile? Who puts an exile in the middle of the battle zone?
that's what I was saying. It had to be an exile because otherwise it's just like stuck in combat.
Yeah, man, with all the new games nowadays, you never know what gets stuck anywhere.
Right? So it's a new zone we just came up with, a new set that just launched yesterday.
Yeah. But now you see what's...
There we go, yeah, there we go.
There we go. Now it's gone.
They're like, can you please get that out? It's confusing the streamers.
But this is now what you see with the tempo decks. They just play one thread, be very
Right.
annoying, and try to get as much advantage out of it as possible. And meanwhile, the combo deck has to fix it one way or the
Ooh.
other.
I also have my own Bowmasters, he says.
I like one.
Brewmaster.
Get it out. Get my own zombie army. Yeah,
Because the Jewel player is definitely going to want to have something on the ground. If the Jewel is played, like, is there a turn where basically the Jewel is played and it passes to the opponent can steal it back with the combat?
well,
Or is it just going to go off?
It very often just goes off because it taps the
Gotcha.
3 mana, makes a copy out of it from somewhere, gets another 3 cards, make another copy.
Gotcha.
Keep
Mana for
going.
key. Yeah, you
that's
key on
like that's why it's very important to have this Prex and Metamorph because it costs exactly 3. You pay it 2 life. Same for
Right.
Transmute Artifact, there's only 2, which nets you an additional mana. The problem is if you start going off and there's a Bowmasters on the other side.
Yeah. Then it starts pinging your stuff.
The issue is there's a Bowmasters on the other side, and you absolutely get destroyed while trying to draw your deck with the of the Jewel.
Right. Just block in. Just I don't want to take any damage
Yes.
right now.
The other issue is there's a null rod, so he needs to find a way to win outside
Right.
of the cover of the Jewel. The cover of the Jewel will draw cards, but it doesn't give him the mana at this point.
Right. Got a copy artifact. But he's probably not going to want to use that copy artifact to make another. We're just going Bowmaster back and forth.
We just go Bowmasters back and forth. Because at this point, the Jewel, the Mono Blue Jewel deck doesn't have a way to win.
Yes,
He
without
needs
no
to
longer.
find-
Get
No.
out there, yep.
I'm looking at the possibilities he has in his sideboard, but outside of a single chain
Chain
of
of Vapor. Just
I
Chain of
don't
Vapor. Ooh,
see
that
an
might be a
answer.
big oof on the sideboarding then. Well, we got, oh no, Sink into Stupor. Sink into Stupor, the land.
Iron. So there's 3
So 3
temporary
options.
options to get rid of the no rod.
And you can also always do the Show and Tell plan unless he boarded it out. Show and Tell Emrakul.
Yeah.
Odawara?
Where's the show and tells?
Oh, there's
So
also
Odawara
Odawara.
Ah, that's 3 show and tells in the main board.
Yep.
Yeah, if you didn't board it out. I think the Otawara already got destroyed. So you saw it early in earlier this game in play.
Right.
So yeah, it's for now. The Dimmer deck can do whatever he wants. He's the one in
Right.
control, and it's up to the Mono Blue Jewel deck to actually find
Claws way back.
a solution to the problems being caused.
I'm still interested in what you think about the proactive back to basics when it's not actually locking anything down. Is that do you approve of that play?
It's a tough one.
Because he might just be
It
stuck on
depends
like
on how the
mana
issue is. An old magic principle is always use your mana.
Yeah, exactly.
Try to use as much mana as possible. As some circumstances don't allow for it, but
knowing your
in
opponent,
this case, he was like, "I need to get it out. I won't get it out later. I need the mana later. This is a moment where I know he will not have 6 mana next turn.
right,
I can get away with it."
right. Ooh, we have a Chaos Defiler coming out from Transmute Artifact. That's beautiful. That's a way to get rid of Null Rod. That's a painter card.
Yeah, that is definitely the removal he needed.
Shoot token.
Oh, what? He's getting rid of...
Token
He's not getting rid of the Null Rod.
And go.
Fascinating.
But yeah, he used a lot of mana. He cannot untap his Ancient Tube anymore.
Right.
But he's
Why
like,
did-
sure, if I get rid of the thread, I have more time.
Oh, I see.
But
See.
he has a threat of his own now.
Yeah,
Chaos
that's
Defiler is
not.
still a 5-power beat stick.
Seems awkward to get rid of that and not Null Rod, but
Yeah.
maybe because it also has
The is-
trample even.
Yeah,
Like he's
the
gonna
issue
win
is,
combat.
yeah, the issue is, how is the Dimir Tempo going
Oh
to get?
no! Get another Chaos Defiler.
Yeah, and if you look at his hand, there's a Fatal Push in hand, there's a Brainstorm in hand,
Right.
and
That
now he's just going
Chalice
to make copies
Moxel, but yeah, it's just gonna
of the
go
Chaos
off.
Defiler, and that will just go all the way.
Oh man, that Chalice is doing so much work.
The Chalice, yeah, welcome to Tempo decks and some combo decks. They absolutely get hosed by
Specific cards.
Chalice on one.
Yep.
And it's an absolute salt shaker legacy.
Copy
Just see it.
artifact.
No, the copy artifact is great. The card doesn't see much use outside of this deck,
Mm-hmm.
but the Chalice one, it's been always a staple with the 2 mana lands. Being an absolute nuisance, or a 1 mana land in one of the one of the used moxes,
Mm-hmm.
either the Mox Diamond or the Crow Mox. Being an absolute menace to the format.
Yeah, I'm not sure what Michael actually do here, given that tearing down 10 power, and if he removes them, he also just loses more permanence. So he's gonna have to remove both before he plays any meaningful threat. And he's got multiple 1-drops stranded in his hand.
Yeah, had no way to fight for the Chaos Defiling.
Yep.
So absolutely well played by the Mono Blue Jewel, the duelist,
Yeah.
who found his way back into the game, took the time.
I think the murderous cut on the Orcus Bowmasters was a bit eager, and that could have been saved for a sniping the Chaos Defiler.
Yeah, absolutely. It depends on. He got nothing in his hand, right? He had to fight for something.
Yeah, he's trying to just make progress, also being tempo.
And he knew he has at least two dead cards in his hand. No.
Yeah.
At this point, I do have to say that it's quite a lot of lands being available for the tempo deck. You don't ever want to be on 6 lands.
Right.
It's a bit much, so we call it a little bit unfortunate. But yeah, but this is the hard things about Legacy, and you always have to think about: am I in immediate danger?
Right. Was
Am
that
I in
the
danger?
jewel?
Do I need to remove a creature at this point?
That's true. No, that's a 1 ring. Yeah. So got a
Yeah,
1
this
ring.
is a 1 ring. The 1 ring doesn't matter.
Yeah, doesn't is irrelevant.
There's 2 Chaos Defilers.
Yeah.
That one will absolutely tear you down. So I don't know if this is a game 2. If there will be a game 3. I see some.
Looks like we're 1-1.
This 1-1. So now it's up to Dimir, the Dimir Tempo one. Am I going to change more and more onto my sideboard? He's like, well, the back to basics didn't really work out. He has plenty of them. How about we don't do it?
Plays a lot. He's mono blue. He can play a lot of basics.
Yeah. The question is, what will he pick up back in? Because the neurals are in there. I assume the 3 consigns to memories are probably already in.
Ooh, the Null Rod is a singleton.
Yeah, it's a singleton.
Oof.
So the question is, he took something out. What is he going to get back in?
Oh, he should be putting Grafdigger's Cage in. That would prevent any transmute artifact shenanigans to get Big Boy.
Let's see.
Yeah, it would prevent getting transmuting anything into a Chaos Defiler or a Metamorph, but it would not prevent transmuting into a Jewel itself. But a Jewel doesn't attack and block.
No, it's mostly like Transmute Artifact is one of those old cards that probably has new text or modernized text.
Right, but it's still a creature entering from the library.
Yes.
Interesting. I wonder if Michael knows that tech to bring in the Grafdigger's Cages. He's got 2 of them.
Yeah, but yeah, crease cards in yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, because I just learned because I got stomped by an Elves player, and I was like, oh, how should I sideboard this? He's like, you need to put it against Grafdigger's Cage against me every time. I'm like, wait, what? You don't do it in the graveyard? Like, it's got more text on it than that. Yeah, it turns out Greenstone Zenith.
Step 1 of learning Magic: read the card.
Yeah, reading the cards all the way through is
Read it very, very carefully.
very difficult skill to master. You know.
Absolutely, most people just forget about things have certain amounts of text, and they're like, "Well, what did I do
Right.
again?" Right,
Right,
I did this as well.
You
No one cared
shortcut it.
about that line of text, but it's still there.
Right, it's got a lot of flavor text on there. I don't need to know.
Yeah,
Right, 'cause it turns off Miracle too, right? That might come in play. We actually have miracles being played in this tournament.
just the one.
I see the one that has two terminus and a that was the Bant control or something.
Yeah, with the Saints of the 5/5.
Yes,
the 5/5
yes.
lifelink. Yeah. I keep forgetting what the name is.
The 2-mana 4/4 lifelink, 5/5 lifelink, massive.
Yeah, but now it's not really relevant. At this point, we go back to the match. We'll see. We see some slow play, but the advantage is on Dimir because he gets to be on the play. So
True.
he probably can sneak something in.
Right, he's surveilling out
at turn 2, and fight for everything.
Right.
Afterwards.
Ooh, Tamiya.
Tamio. It's just one of the cards. If the game goes long, it will take over.
Right.
If the game doesn't go long, it's whatever.
It's an 0/3. It literally can't do any damage. So
no, it doesn't kill you. It just draws your card if the game goes long. But it does allow him to fight for everything that Cover the Jewel might want to do.
Right.
And Cover the Jewel isn't a deck that draws a lot of cards outside of the Cover the Jewel.
Outside of the jewel itself, yeah.
It has a jewel and the One Ring. Those are his card engines, and you can fight for everything else. The one Lorien revealed is fun, but it's
You're not casting that for 5. You're hard casting that as often as you're hard casting Force.
yeah. No, it's not unlikely in a matchup like this.
That's true.
But at this point, it's a fighting. You need cards to fight with the added power that Cover the Jewel has in his deck. Right. Things are expensive. Expensive cards will absolutely take over at some point in one way or another.
Right. Looks like Aryan is going for the I'm just going to make constructs and do combat with you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Plan, which is solid. I mean, that's what Saga is.
Copy the constructs.
Yup. A pair of constructs has definitely won a lot of games of Magic.
Absolutely. But yeah. As long as he has a Tamio, he can draw cards. He might get the additional removal to get rid of the first one.
Right, but as a tempo deck on the back foot, that's not a great place to be, not where you want to be.
No, sure. He's just missing his second threat. That's what he is looking for right now.
Arguably, he's missing his first threat.
His first threat is there.
Just
the
damage.
Tamio will take over. I said, as the game goes long, he will have more cards to deal with the entire deck. For the blown blue jewel. He will find his creatures.
I have to look at the flipped version of Tamiya. So the flipped version is going to be nerfing every creature by 1 power for a turn. Return an instant or sorcery from your graveyard to your hand. If it's green, add a mana.
Yeah.
And then ultimate for 7. But yeah, I can see that.
It's just for now. It just draws cards.
Right.
And as you said, he kept his Brewmaster in hand, waited for the right time, took down the 1/1 construct, and now it's definitely up to the Mono Blue Jewel to figure out his way out of this match.
Yeah.
Or can he do it?
Kind of time walked him, and that he's made him spend all 3 of his mana to make a construct that probably is just not going to be profitable in combat. Unless it gets big. We'll see. It's already a 2/2.
Chalice?
Ooh, Chalice. Is it getting a counter? I see a Force in hand. That Force is getting played if another Force isn't. Yeah.
Yeah, he has to get rid of it. I mean, it's absolutely no shot of it landing.
Right, it was brutal last game. That's an exile, sir, but it doesn't. It's largely not relevant, probably.
Wait a minute. How did it happen? The construct is still in here.
He made a second construct.
Sorry for that.
Right. Oh, right. Yeah.
Right. He did end of turn construct, then beginning in main phase, hold priority construct, and then he was like, "Ping your dude in response."
So game goes too fast.
Yep. It's all right.
But yeah, it's still it's a the threat. You can't really attack into it. And the Tamio is still good.
Right. So now this Tamio's. I think that I see what you're saying. Like now Tamio is like the first threat because putting pressure on with actual damage now makes Tamio so much scarier.
The issue is the Tamio will get there. Because the big issue is the Bowmaster is a big issue. You can't combo with the Bowmasters. You need so many constructs at this point.
Oh, I got you.
So if you start drawing cards, your constructs will get killed off.
Right.
But the Tamio can still attack, so you will still draw the cards. So now the question is for the Mono Blue Jewel player, which one is the bigger threat?
Oh, we're ninjutsuing. We're ninjutsuing a planeswalker into play.
That's a good card to put on screen.
That's funny, yeah. It is a 3/4 ninja with hexproof.
It's a creature during my turn and it has hexproof.
It's not just a ninja with hexproof. If your opponent has lost life, he can actually draw cards. He can tap creatures with stun counters. It is an absolute nightmare.
You get a free ponder, I guess. Ponder plus that's surveil instead. Surveil 2, draw a card.
Difficult to draw a card if an opponent has lost life.
Well, that's happening.
But yeah, the opponent takes 3 to the dome, so you get you get a card, and not just a card. You get to select one out of the top 2 if it's good, or get rid of them and just draw a third card if they're not good.
Tap target creature put 2 stun counters. Tap target creature put 2 stun counters on it. 2 stun counters. That's insane.
Yeah.
I'll try to cast Tamio.
And yeah, now the Tamio gets back because for 1 mana, you might as well Now there's a whole bunch of threats on the board,
Oh boy.
and he still has plenty of cards in hand to deal with.
Interaction with the Bowmasters, probably.
Interact with Bowmasters, because maybe there's another Praxis Metamorph coming in, kill the Bowmasters.
Right.
But yeah, that single construct isn't getting there.
Yeah. Looking real sad.
At this point, you also have to be very careful. If the Murderous Cut isn't going to do it. Because at this point, it's alive.
I'll try to cast Ponder.
Yes.
We're gonna
I'm surprised about the Ponder at this point.
Why so?
Well, now he's fully out tapped.
This flips to Planeswalkers.
Oh, it's the Flit Tamio. That was the reason to ponder.
Sure, but you
I will plus
weren't in any hurry to do this. It's fine to do it. It's definitely fine to do it. But
Right.
and then I will pass it on.
the
Look at that
haste
clock.
haste isn't there, right? You have the creatures. At this point, your opponent is like, well, you better have a free counterspell.
Right.
Because now he gets to do whatever he wants. And if you play with 1 mana open, it's fine. And you can always flip Tamio later once you have a third one. Now he's just like, well, he has nothing. So I can just force whatever I want.
Oh, I see what he's got. He's got 2 copy artifacts in hand, so he's gonna use 1 ring. Like his opponent had an explosive turn that like brought a whole bunch of power and toughness into play and really threatens a lot. But actually having being able to just keep playing a 1 ring, get rid of the old one, new 1 ring, get rid of the old one, seems pretty. At least he's stalling enough to try and find an answer to the Bowmasters.
I'm more worried about tempo deck at this point.
Mine's
Because now you're going to get to do no damage,
Yeah.
no life loss,
Oh, yeah.
unless he uses in your turn. So your
Right.
character doesn't draw additional cards.
Right.
Sorry for that.
But he's gonna
And
be
you-
taking up 2 planeswalkers.
Then
Sure.
your turn.
What are their ults at? Now we actually have to look at their ults. So Kaito's ult is, so he does +2 each.
It doesn't really have an ult.
Oh, it doesn't have an ult. Oh, never mind. Just tap target.
It's just cute.
Right. Tamio's was 7 for draw cards equal to half the number of cards in your library. That's a decent number. Rounded up. You get an emblem with you have no maximum hand size. Okay, that might help him. Drawing half his deck. Ooh, we have a Brazen Borrower bouncing the One Ring. He's like, I don't even care if you're gonna play this again. I'm just gonna get that out of here. Why would he bounce the One Ring though? Wouldn't you want a One Ring in play? Oh, there's a Null Rod.
Yeah, but if he has a Null Rod, why bounce the One Ring?
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. I'm like, what's the bounce of the One Ring?
Because at that point,
might as well bounce the Mox Opal, like.
if you have a Null Rod, it doesn't really matter which one he does. It doesn't matter if he has a Praxian Metamorph or a Copy Artifact in hand.
Right.
If he has Copy Artifact in hand.
Actually, that was
doesn't
the
have
play.
a target.
Yeah, that's the play. It's like basically bounce the One Ring so that if you copy Artifact, but then yeah, you should just like let him play copy Artifact and then have
it will
good
fizzle.
copies.
So if he has the Metamorph, it also doesn't matter.
One ring.
It's a tournament jitters. It's fine.
13.
And if you do it in this turn, you don't have to. Because you don't have to deal with the enter the battlefield trigger anymore of the first one. You can just sit out all the enter the battlefield triggers.
Right.
Go to end phase, discard phase.
That's telling me he's trying to really ult Tamio, right? Like that's got to be the reason for that play.
Sure.
Like, fine, I don't mind if I can't attack you for the next 2 or 3 turns, but I'm gonna draw half my deck.
Yeah, but the Null Rod already does it. It shuts it down.
True.
The question is, what is the Tamio?
The
Bowmaster doing it.
Null Rod doesn't stop the protection, right? He's like use your mana, like go ahead and just like use your mana because otherwise.
Yeah, but the Brazen Borrower now gives him an additional. Gave him an additional the One Ring trigger.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like it must be because he's just trying to ult Tamio. Ooh, there's a waste.
Yeah, that waste will be rather painful. I mean, ulting for the Tamio is definitely the right thing. I'm just still confused about actually casting the Brazen Borrower at that point.
Oh, Tamio actually has 7 counters, not 6. Unless? No.
So, also...
No,
I'm a little confused, and it might be experience, and it might be tournament jitters. He's playing a lot of his removal in his own turn. He has all the time in the world, all the mana in the world. Because if your opponent doesn't do anything with the 1 counter, which is no danger, or the 1 ring, which is in no danger because you have a Null Rod, and you could do everything in this turn. If you play something that's dangerous, react to it. If not, use the mana to draw the additional cards from the clues you still have available.
I can't draw the clues from with the Null Rod, but yeah.
This one.
Yeah, point at that card. That card killed me.
That one killed me.
Oh, look at all these. Oh, beautiful.
And
I have all these.
I was still 1 mana short. When I drew with him, I drew this one. The worst.
The Chaos Defiler.
At this point.
I mean, the only option you had where you could say, no, it doesn't matter. It didn't matter because he couldn't draw cards with a Null Rod. No, I'm a little bit confused about why things happen in this turn, but
he's probably I have the Null Rod. I don't need to make.
I mean, to be fair, he won the game, so
you won, yeah.
I can say whatever I want. He can always say I won, so I'm right.
He won because he won.
Yeah. It's the strength, definitely the strength of Dimir in full display at this point.
Right. I'm bummed I couldn't see what the Jewel deck would do. Obviously he went off on...
We didn't see it combo up. We have a few combo players.
happened.
We have a few Jewel players in this format, so we might actually get to pick one out that does rather well and maybe see it down the line. Welcome everyone to round 2 of Bazaar of Boxes in the 14th edition. In this matchup, in the first 2 rounds, we'd like to focus on the fun decks, the creative decks, the decks you don't see very often. This time we have picked up a Dredge deck.
Robbin has been asking for this Dredge deck nonstop, so we're like, okay, it is playing against the dual player we just saw lose to Dimir, but I didn't actually get to see the dual deck go off, so I'm also looking forward to this matchup.
Yeah, I'm looking at it. For me, it's the old man nostalgia kicking in. Grixis has always been a deck that's always been right there at the edge of being very good, and at some point it just dropped off a little bit because everyone started playing Reanimator, and when Reanimator is in the format, Graveyard Hate is being played, so Grixis...
Yeah, why play Dredge when you can literally just play Grief and Reanimator, you know? Like, I don't blame him.
No, so there we go. Max roll. But it's one of those things where like it needs to be showcased. You don't see it very often. It's a very unique mechanic in Magic, and it's very unlikely to be ever printed again as a keyword in a set.
Oh yeah, they learned their lesson, kind of.
No, they didn't.
Yeah, maybe they didn't. Seems like this is a different deck than normal, though. You said a few cards that stood out to you, like Ox of Agonis is here and Green Warden.
Yes. So these are just like additional creatures that can get in there, and especially Dogs in the Gonas is mostly there to even go harder on the draw. It's just for 2 red. You get to draw 3 cards. The discarding of your hand is an upside.
Yeah.
To draw 3 cards is a bigger upside. It just allows them to play more from the graveyard. That's why I see them as a one-off. But the big one is always the Golgari Grave Troll, the one that says Dredge for 6, and everything in its deck is trying to create a big as possible board with bridges from below, and with the anger, and just go absolutely ham and putting as many cards in your graveyard as possible.
Right. It's the one deck where you get to basically arrange your graveyard however you want, and it's generally going to be right in front of where your
absolutely. No, this is still Legacy. You do not get to arrange your graveyard.
Oh, I guess I see people like spread it out in front of them. You don't not like shuffling your graveyard, but you get to like kind of like lay it out where your lands would be normally, because you basically don't play many of them.
Absolutely. The Dredge deck doesn't have a hand. The hand goes to the graveyard. Your graveyard is where you play from. This is where the fun things happen.
We're gonna play some solitaire.
Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, they do play Green Warden of Murasa as the one.
And also you're saying how Breakthrough made it the faster version. Like if I didn't see Breakthrough in this list, what would the slower version have?
Well, the Breakthrough is just a version where you say, well, it's a draw 4 cards. It's very good. And it's in this case, it's combined with Lion's Eye Diamonds to make the faster mana to go off. But back in the day, you had more slower versions because it used to be play Icarids. But Legacy was a bit slower as well. So you could get away with some war recurrence from your graveyard instead of going all in on the Dredge plan. But since the format has become stronger and harder to fight, you have to pretty much go more all in on the archetype you want to play or the type of combo you want to play.
Right.
In this case, it's just very simple. Ditch your hand as fast as possible. Get the one Dredger in your graveyard. Get the Breakthrough out. And make sure you can start comboing right from there. Fill it up.
Right. Looks like I'm seeing 2 LEDs and a Thug in hand. So at least he's got some gas. But
the hand goes to graveyard. The mana is available.
Yep.
So
he's gaining benefit from the Mulligan rule to be able to put a Narcomoeba that he drew on the bottom as well.
The issue is, can he start going?
Yeah. What's the piece that he's missing? Maybe.
Well, it's the keyword. It's the Dredge.
He's got to have such a Dredge. I think I saw one Dredger.
Yeah, the one that could be good enough. It could absolutely be good enough to start going. It's the one with the lowest Dredge in the deck.
Mm-hmm.
The Stinkweed has 5, and the Golgari Dredge Troll has 6, and the last one has been banned in more than one format just because of it.
Right. Alright, starting out with 4 permanents in play.
Yeah, this list also has a second option. This also has the Tessa's Oracle option. Just empty the graveyard as a second win condition.
Right.
But more often than not, it'll probably bridge from below with an anger and the Poxwalkers and just go absolutely ham on the enemy's face. Now, For the mono blue jewel deck, that is his starting hand.
Oh my, yeah. Yeah, Yip's looking, just shaking his head, being like, I can't cast LEDs, I can't, I can't do anything, right? Like, he's gonna have to drop to 8 and then move to discard, right, before he can start playing in
but
this game.
that's very unfortunate that he had to have a mulligan, because normally he would be an 8. He was like, I'll discard one.
Right.
I'll take it.
Now he
But
gets,
yeah,
he gets
now
to hold another turn.
now the question is, how fast is the mono blue jewel hand? So
Right.
does it give Dredge time enough to go draw a discard and then go after him?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, he still needs the mana. He doesn't have the mana. The lead is not allowed to be played.
Go to 2.
But yeah, this is about as good as a hand you can get in the mulligan.
Yeah.
If there's a Dredger available and you get 2 leads,
Yep.
you will go. You just need the first Dredge to hit.
I think Yip is losing to the coin flip if
Yeah. Oh yeah. This is
possible,
this
because
is
here comes the jewel.
Yeah, that's a bunch of mana.
Yeah, 6 mana turn 2. Welcome to Legacy.
It's not just 6 mana turn 2. It's also 6 mana turn 2, and also here's a big
You draw 3 cards.
here's a big screw you card next to it.
Yep.
But now
Yeah.
you see what we didn't get to see in the last future matchup. It's how it goes off.
Got you, and then copy that. I'm
Copy
gonna draw
it,
3
get it,
cards.
yeah,
I'm
draw
gonna get the
3
ability to pay
cards.
3 more mana. He's got a blue floating. Interesting.
So yeah, this is how the deck potentially can keep going.
Got
And
it.
we might
Okay.
actually get the luxury to see a turn 2 win from the mono blue.
Doesn't seem like that common. Generally, you'll run into 1 or 2 counter spells. Like the Jewel's gonna get countered by any deck that has it, but not a Dredge deck.
No, the red deck is like here you go. It's free. I'll just go faster, which very often it is.
Right.
But yeah, die roll is a big one. Yeah,
Paying for to untap the monolith and pass. Okay, no turn 2 combo.
Dredge is like, well,
What do you know? I get
to do something.
I get to draw a card. I get to discard 1 card and then pass the turn back.
I mean, he doesn't
so
have
sad.
any available mana otherwise as well.
He's got a Colosseum, but there's nothing.
Oh, he has a Colosseum. Okay, that's big. That's very
that's
big.
Gonna play tapped.
But yeah, he needs to go for a discard.
Like, is he going for discard 1, or is he going to Colosseum tap and then play
Colosseum doesn't. Well,
oh, is Colosseum not tapped? What am I thinking?
No, Colosseum is not tapped, so he has to go draw discard. He needs to have the Dredging.
Got you. Oh no, you're right.
Pray to the living god, your opponent Grixis for another turn.
Right.
Yeah, because at this point we are at 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 mana. Dear Lord.
Turn 3, 13 mana. Oh, he's going pass. Oh no, unless he's just gonna scoop. He's scooping. He's not showing his opponent a single card. Well, I mean, his opponent could probably guess.
No, he has no clue.
Well, there's not many decks that will keep a hand with 0 lands, play nothing, and pass.
Yeah, we also have to remember this is round 2 of the event. And your opponent is at 1 loss as well.
Yeah. You just played a Chalice on 0 to start out with, and then they didn't play anything, so it's something.
You have no
unfair.
idea what's at that point. You have no idea what level you play against, right? Not everyone is the highest level professionals. I've seen the craziest things even at higher tables during major events.
Right.
People make weird decisions. Make the greediest get the greediest hands, and this could have been a storm list as well. It says I just need the 1 mana source.
Right. I think it was a good play on Yip to not reveal even a single card.
It is. I think I think it's fair. I mean, it's very unlikely for you to win, especially when your opponent is going, well, let's pay 4 to the untap.
We saw a show and tell. Oopsie.
And he's going to bring show and tell in. What does he think he's playing against?
Yeah, that's the thing. He has no idea. So
he's getting them out. No, he's getting them out.
He's getting them out. Okay, yeah. I think he's trying to assess whether it's probably Oops All Spells or Dredge, if he doesn't know already.
Well, how many people will think about Dredge?
Exactly. Right. Like, yes, the familiar Dredge matchup that I saw.
I don't think people think about Dredge at this point.
Right. Like, what other decks could be in this spot? If
like
no information.
Don't know what your opponent does, and he didn't play lands. I mean, for the old people, the people who've played long enough could see Dredge as an option, but very unlikely. So when you look at Opsal spells as an option, pretty much any Stormless could be.
Really?
Because
Even with no land drop? Like a Stormless wouldn't keep a hand with no land.
well, Belcher would.
Okay, yeah, fair.
Belcher, Black Storm. At that point, like if you mulligan to 6, right, you're already to 6. Storm decks are sometimes pretty reliant on whatever they have. You have all the mana available, just not the one to start it off.
Right.
You're on the draw. Do you gamble?
Right.
I mean, you have 2-3 turns to get the one source. Go ahead.
Right. Right.
And I said you're not at a high level. I mean, these are not the top tables yet, right? Get in 3-4 more rounds. You can look at the top tables. Those people will definitely do not keep those hands. But even at that point, on the draw,
That
your
far
hand is
behind
good.
as well.
No, your hand is very good. You just need the one thing. You can risk it. I mean, you get punished for it, but you could absolutely risk it.
Yeah, I think Arden's basically like, whatever, it's something unfair. It's something that wants to win on turn 0.
But
So
the first thing you know is unfair. You just don't know if it's graveyard based or
Yeah.
hand based.
yeah. All right,
Absolutely.
going into. We might even try and find another match. These games just might go very quickly.
Oh yeah, no, that's for sure. But first, we're going to see if how fast the Dredge can absolutely pop off.
That's true.
Because the Dredge will might actually go faster than the first One Ring will show its face.
Right.
The question, the big question is, and we didn't see it. He probably doesn't know it. There's the one Graph Digger's Cage and the 4 lane of the Voids in the sideboard of the mono blue dual player Arion.
Mm-hmm.
He
Yeah, I
doesn't
guess.
know.
Yeah, he could be assuming Tess as well. That's a good point.
Yeah.
Arsenic.
And for Tess, it's you can swap some things around. Like at that point, the show and tells definitely makes sense. You don't do it.
Right.
You
There's
don't
no
need
way
to
you're
do
gonna
it.
get there on time.
But then, what the hell did you bring in? Do you gamble on the Force Negations? Get that one Chaos Defiler in, or the Chain of Vapors?
Right.
Maybe the Defense Writs? What do you gamble for?
Graph Digger's Cage would be one of the best.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, because it would stop the
And
Narcomoebas and.
the question is, he had the
Does he
Shadows
know
of the
that?
Void on Shadows of the Void on 0. The question is, did he know if it had any effect? Does he know? Did he know?
Right. Yeah. He was like, I'm just gonna put Chalice on 0 because it's fun. Like he has no other real reason to believe it did anything.
No, he could have waited and put it on 1.
Yep.
Right? He just pushed it out on 0. And let's see if it did anything. And now the fun part starts. The question is, how much did he know?
Maybe he knew enough to put in ley lines because again,
I mean-
most decks I guess that go turn 0 also use the graveyard.
I mean, if they know each other,
Mm-hmm.
then you know what they play against. Then we'll see the ley lines. But if we don't see the ley lines, does he really know what's happening?
Right. Yeah, it could have been like a greedy test hand that just had all artifact mana.
Yeah, and pick one, any storm deck. Well, I don't see any ley lines here.
Ooh, I see
There's
2 dredgers.
I see a whole bunch of nothing on the mono blue jewel deck.
Is that no lands? No land
It's
on the board? Ooh.
that's a one lander.
Oh, one lander.
I think it's Stupor.
Oh, got it.
Right there in the middle. Outside of it,
Gotcha.
it doesn't.
Oh, you're right. Good eyes. Yeah, I haven't.
But
I haven't
it does have a force. Oh, that's something.
Right. One
So
land
he's
force
like,
pressure.
well,
Like
I can
Chalice. He's
do.
got Chalice as well.
Yeah.
2
So
forces.
now he has to actually think, like, right? Do I know what his deck is? Can I shut it down with the Chalice to 1 once again? And maybe get there, or that's even 2 forces. He has 2 forces.
Yeah, 2 forces, Chalice, copy art. Like he's for sure. Aryan's for sure keeping this.
But the issue is,
Yip mold. What is Yip looking for? Like I saw 2 dredgers. Oh,
yeah, but he needs the outlet.
For sure, you need a discard outlet. Gotcha.
You
So
need a discard
breakthrough or
outlet.
LED.
Yeah. He does know none of them resolve, but
Right. Not pulling the manaless dredge thing where you just like, oh, I'm just gonna go second.
If he gets
pass.
any treachery in his graveyard, by any means, he's golden.
Right.
At that point, the counters barely matter.
Right.
And maybe he's looking for Cabal Therapy, for example. If there's a little
Oh, that's
safety, you can
true. Like
get
a
the forces
proactive therapy.
out. Yeah. You know what you're playing against. All you have to do is get the chalice out or get the force out. Right? Depends on what you consider your hand to be good. Anything else isn't in immediate danger unless you know he plays. He knows the sideboards. Ah, there we go. The good old bridge. That's the card he will win with. See an island. I think there's a Fadeless Looting. So it's very unfortunate if he doesn't have any red mana. If he has red mana, it's something you can build upon.
Right.
He has a Dredger. But he doesn't I can't see what the last card is. Because he needs something.
Doesn't look like he's the ability to get mana, right?
No, but neither has his opponent. He is an island. I can see the island. But the point is, the island doesn't do a thing.
Right. It's not the color you need.
It needed to be a volcanic island.
Yeah, he's going back for another one.
That's not good.
Well, it's Dredge. His opponent says it's not good, but
Yeah.
it's Dredge. Dredge just doesn't.
Mulligan's got to take longer than the actual game.
Yeah.
Future match. I think maybe this is not the best for the camera. Sorry.
I mean, this is not the best way. It's Dredge things. You mulligan.
Just dredge things.
The fun thing about Dredge is in Vintage it used to be played a lot, and it just mulligans to 2 just fine. You just need one card.
Well, Bazaar is
You just need Bazaar, and then
it's kind of good.
and then you just let the drugs happening.
Right. Without Bazaar, you got a lot more. You gotta get going.
Yeah, but the good thing is you still get to draw 7. The deck pretty much needs 2 cards. No, it's just I think it's a very unfortunate no black mana, but at least it's a volcanic. There's 2 lands. Yeah, the anger.
What's that red in the front? What's that red? Oh, that's the anger.
And that's the one anger. That card is the easy pitch. You'll figure it out later. Oof.
Oh, we go into 4. Just dredge things, I
Yeah.
suppose.
And at this point, the 2 forces in the opposing hand will be an absolute
Really?
nightmare.
I'm not even sure myself.
Oh man.
Cards, you say? You play
Yip's gonna
cards.
Yip's gonna need a spirit bomb from us. You know, like we're gonna have to gotta give him all he's got because his deck is certainly not doing him any favors.
Yeah, this one we might be having to look into a second match.
We had a lot of fast decks today. Lots of combo decks. It's like we banned Vexing Bauble or something. Nice. People are like finally playing all the pet decks that are held down by Vexing Bauble and Frog, so I don't blame them. And fun games of Magic. Are we going to 3?
Wow, that's been
No. Okay, he put 3 back.
Oh yeah, but this is about as good as it gets.
Oh, it is? He
Oh,
found
yeah.
the 4? Okay, let's see.
No, he has a Dredger, step
Yeah.
1, and he has a Fadeless Looting. The
Good
question is, does Aryan think the Fadeless Looting is worth countering? I mean, he just plays against the Sundial deck, so
It's true.
there cannot be another one.
Oh no, Aryan played against the blue-black.
Oh, he plays the Dimir deck, yeah.
Yeah.
He didn't get to see the Sundial, unfortunately. But yeah, this is a card. If you don't know what you're playing against, do you counter it? I mean, to be 100% fair, with 7 cards in your hand, I think you should.
Right.
And he's
Because
doing it.
what's the follow-up to this that he would hold for? Like if he doesn't counter it, is he just holding for like an LED?
Yeah, that's pretty much it. He doesn't know what he's playing against. He hasn't seen a single card.
Oh, that's true. He's seen.
But the point is, he is
Ball.
7 cards against
Faceless.
4.
Right. He's just gonna. I don't care. I'm just gonna lose card advantage because even if he
Yeah.
forces twice, he's still only
Yes.
down to
Oh,
5 to
there's
4.
another one. Yeah.
Oh, there's another one. Oh boy. We got a
So
land.
now we're going to see the waiting game, and I pretty much hope Yip gets to draw his third land as well.
And play
Chalice on 0.
Yes.
Yeah, sure, doesn't matter. At this point, it doesn't matter.
Draw a card.
So he just wants to play the 1 card.
What did he draw? It's like.
It's a red card. Is it the Ox?
Oh,
Or is it
maybe
the
Ox
Anger
Anger.
again?
That's the Ox.
You can go.
So hard to see. New
Yeah.
technology. Maybe someday in the future.
But the Anger was old bordered.
Yeah. But now he's just waiting for 3 mana. Get
Right.
get
Get the
going.
faith back.
Faceless looting. Yeah.
No,
And
shenanigans. That's shenanigans.
You will have plenty of time
Ooh.
as well because
Oh,
Aryan
that's
has
a sh-
no mana.
Yeah, that's a
He
shenanigans.
only had the 1.
This is crazy. So if he wants, he can always get rid of the chalice, or the best artifact in play.
What do you mean get rid of the chalice?
He's got shenanigans in hand, so he can just kill it.
Oh, that's a card he has in hand.
Yeah,
Then I like to play.
I guess you took me metaphorically. It's got some shenanigans in there. No, I was like, no, legit. And then get to dredge 1.
Get it out. But he has a dredge, so he can start.
Well, sort of. It's dredge 1, right? Like he's gonna draw the shenanigans again,
Yeah.
then he has to dredge directly into another dredger. Not the greatest place to.
Sure, but in
it's
this
something.
case,
It comes
don't-
back. He can always get away to destroy another artifact.
Yeah, it's not like it's useless at this point. Your opponent
Right.
isn't doing anything, so it's not the worst one to have in your hand. You prefer to
Right.
have a land. The question is, do you start dredging for the 1 and get it
Dredge
back in your
1.
hand, or do you just gamble for a land?
Right.
And yeah, I think this is the choice. You're in no danger. Gets paid
Oh,
off,
there's
gets the
the
land. Will we see a second force? Will he do it?
This one, right?
But yeah, Yip is in a pretty acceptable spot, I guess,
Underground C.
because his opponent is stuck doing nothing.
Right.
Has to waste his counters on draw.
This
He
for-
might
this-
have an idea what he's playing against now, just because of the Cephalid Colosseum and the shenanigans.
Right. Yeah, this
Still,
is pretty.
his hand isn't interacting at all outside of the forces.
So if he counters the faithless looting, that will be a 4-for-1.
Oh, he has to.
He has to, right? Like.
At this point, he has to.
Looting.
Yeah. That's the transmute another. Yeah, and now we just go Dirtle. We do the draw go, and I think there's a third force in his hand as well.
Then you can go. Go. You tap.
Now you start dredging. I think you have to start dredging at this point. The reason why I say you want to start dredging at some point.
Right.
Wait, why isn't he playing that one?
Oh.
Oh, it's an instant.
Go.
It's the Otherworldly Gaze. Oh, that'll be very good.
Otherworldly gaze. That's the
Yeah, you just mill 3.
Gaze.
And all the cool cards you get
Right.
to put on top, you get to keep on top.
Right.
But there's nothing you want at this point. You just pretty much want to ditch it all. Well, that's not true. You want another Faceless Looting. You'll definitely put it up there. Sure, he has to counter. But sure, now there's the flashback going.
Dus remove.
Oh, it's exiled.
Toen kreeg je achter. Oh, je was exiled.
Oh, force a negation.
Force
Mm.
Negation exiles this one.
Dat is extra goed voor jou.
Yeah, but now his opponent is at 3 hands in his hand.
En dan
Mm-hmm.
He has limited mana,
It's your turn.
then it's my
but I
turn.
think there's a 1 ring, so he's waiting for that one.
I will draw a card.
He's still drawing. What can he find? That's not what you're looking for. Another.
Go.
I love this. This is some good old magic. Just big hands, destroy your opponent, kill yourself with it, and just do nothing for a few turns. And the chat actually is correct.
Ja, ik
Negation-
realiseer me nu ook.
Negation only counts in opponent's turn.
Oh, that's
So he
crucial.
could force it. He could force it.
That's crucial, but he'd have to swap it around, but then it would not put it in exile.
Yes.
Is that worth doing? I mean, it might be still.
And I pitch the force.
Yeah, so I'm going to give you a warning for general violation,
yeah.
and we're going to back up.
Right, we're getting a warning
Yeah.
coming out.
Gaze.
Tricky.
So, let me see.
So this one goes
Yeah.
back on top.
Wait, hold on. So, did we also pass through your turn?
Yeah, I just drew a card.
It was a whole turn cycle.
It's an entire circle.
Okay,
Yeah.
excellent. So, we are going to back up. We know that this is the card, right?
No, this one is not seen.
Yeah,
I
exactly.
drew.
This is the card you
Yeah,
drew,
yeah,
but we
yeah.
know this.
Yeah.
Okay, so this card goes back on the top of your deck.
Mm-hmm.
Some good old judge interactions. That's
Mm-hmm.
You had...
Yo, that's a sick tattoo. Is that a cadabra? It's abracadabra.
Untapped. Okay,
Everything.
Holy crap.
correct. Cool. Then we
Well,
pass
it's-
your turn, so we're going
That's
to
metal.
the Kadabra? Or the,
Yeah, it's
not-
abracadabra on the judge's arm.
So,
all of them.
This is random.
Oh, I don't. Oh, maybe. Oh, there's Alakazam. Yo, that's sick.
Because it looked like the Alakazam has the spoons. They just get more spoons.
Yeah.
Mana, yours was tapped.
He tapped this one
Yeah.
for that.
So we're going to put Otherworldly Gaze back on the stack. We're going to put Force.
Yeah, because the Abra doesn't have spoons, and then they just get more spoons.
Right.
You guys agree with me that we now arrived at a legal game
Add
state
more
where
spoons.
we're supposed to be?
Seems
Right.
right, yeah.
Alright.
Now they get the game state's been reversed entirely. Now he's gonna force pitching, force the negation to get half of that card. This is the lowest
Yeah, but
value.
this is very big for Grixis, because now immediately he
Yeah.
could his Seville could be
Yeah, this does. Yeah.
alive. If there's one Dredge in there, he gets going,
No worries.
Yep.
and Aryan still is like, I still don't have 4.
So now it's countered.
Now it goes to
And
the
now it
graveyard
goes to the
instead.
graveyard instead.
Right. Otherworldly Gaze is
Also in your
2 to flashback.
You can do
Yes.
a flashback.
And he still does it in the end of turn.
This one for blue,
So it's still an instant.
for the Colosseum.
Big changes.
Yes.
You can look at the top
Damn.
of the cards.
Oh, let's see. The top of the deck. What do we see? A land?
And
So you're at 15.
I'm at 15 indeed, yeah.
Yeah, the land can go away. Is the last card a troll?
So often
I would just
confusing for me.
or zoom enhance.
I was with turns, but I was actually assuming,
Yeah.
yeah.
So yeah.
it's just nerfs in there as well. You need this many cards in there as well, so you can get this
Put all of them into my...
Colosseum active.
What is
That's a
It's a
troll.
green card.
Yeah,
With
that's
the
a
green
troll.
card. Oh, they're all gone.
That's the troll. Let's go.
Dumpster it.
It has begun.
Oh boy.
This is so big.
He's gonna start rearranging his graveyard to be in front of his land soon.
You still cannot rearrange your library pretty much.
And I would like to...
Well, just to organize, not like shuffling, but like put them. I always see people fan out their graveyard in front of them. So.
Yeah. Yeah, it must be me.
Right, this is what I'm talking about. Yep. Now we're gonna
There's
start
a bridge.
This is the arranging.
Yeah, and now you have a Colosseum
Yeah.
active as well.
I'm gonna put that under there. Yep.
Yeah. You have one bridge. That's the big one. Now you can start plucking his hand as well.
Oh, with a cabal. Oof.
Yes.
He goes to hand. Now, when should Aryan concede here? Like, I mean, obviously when he's killed, but at what point does it become
Once he
confirmed?
starts triggering the bridge from
bridge.
below with a lot of creatures, he still
Gotcha.
has. I think he has 2 1 rings and a copy artifact in hand, so he doesn't have to scoop yet.
Yeah,
He can buy plenty of turns.
gotcha. Okay. Oh, he can just buy turns by just
He
getting
can buy
frozen.
turns. The question is
Got it.
if it's enough. Aryan might scoop the moment he gets a turn and doesn't draw a land. Because next turn will be very quick. As I said, there's a Cephalid Colosseum that is active. The point is, he doesn't have that many dredges. Oh, there we go. He's already trying to go for it.
The threshold ability. So I draw 3. So I would like to
Yeah, so he draws 3 first,
this for 1.
but he only has a dredge for 1.
Oh, not anymore. What a top deck.
Jeez.
Yeah, I'll dredge that one too.
Yeah, it's how about some payday over here?
Right. He earned
There
it
we
for that
go,
level
another
4.
one. And
Another one.
alien,
Oh yeah, we're pretty good now. And now that one's slipping in there.
Yeah, no, it should have been there from the start, but
Oh right, because it got sacked. Yeah, sure.
yeah. But yeah, now you get to see Dredge. You get to see all these little things. Hey, there's the Nakamuba. You can sacrifice the Nakamuba. 2!
Ooh.
Now the Nakamuba is happening.
And now it's gonna get therapied.
3 cards.
Yes. There's only 1 bridge. Oh, you have to discard 3, but hey, there's a troll and a bridge. I don't think you need more.
Yep.
So there's,
Benefit.
yeah, you just ditch the troll, 2 dredges in there. I mean, 2 dredges in the bridge. Or yeah, even
Oh, he's got the dread return in
you
hand.
got the dredge return as well. You can even grab a troll if you want.
Thinking. Is that a Thassa's Oracle or is that the Otherworldly Gaze? I think it's Otherworldly Gaze.
In the back.
The very top, yeah, the very top of the screen. Is that a Thassa's Oracle?
It looks like a Thassa's Oracle,
Yeah.
but
That case I can't win
the
now.
words are cutting off from the second half. It's hard to see.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter for it doesn't matter for this game. This game will just be on board.
Bridge and Troll and
Yeah.
Dread Return.
He will.
Oh
He will
boy.
now. Yeah. He will now start sacrificing things.
Oh no, but I think he's just gonna win right now because now it's gonna be sack Narcomoeba to Cabal trigger.
Yeah,
to
but
Cabal,
it's
Cabal
a
Branding.
creature deck. It doesn't have haste.
No, but he's got 2 bridges in the grave, right?
Yeah, they still don't have haste.
Yeah, but then he does Dread Return for the Thassa's Oracle, if that's Thassa's Oracle.
Yeah, but he needs to empty the graveyard first. Empty his deck first.
Oh, right, of course.
He doesn't empty his deck anytime soon.
I was like, yeah, just casting that. I'm just like one.
It is just when the
game done.
it's just when the game goes out of hand, but he doesn't have like the additional breakthroughs to keep
Right, he has
going.
no other acceleration to get
No.
his deck into there. Got you.
No,
What's the main acceleration for that? Breakthroughs.
It's the breakthrough. If you have a
Gotcha.
breakthrough with 2 trolls, like it's 12 already.
Oh, got
One
you.
breakthrough. If you look at his graveyard, it's like 19 cards. A single breakthrough. You delve.
Right.
That is excluding the draw 4. So it's 23 cards deep. Do it
Right.
twice and you're done.
It's got Poxwalkers. Cast spell from anyone's other hand.
He picked up the 1 ring.
Hmm.
So he hit.
Oh, he
Yeah.
named the 1 ring. He's like, how do I
named
lose?
the 1 ring.
1 ring.
How do I lose 1
smart.
ring? Yeah. Now it's looking really dire. Now I could just check the Pox, the Narcomoeba, and the zombie for Dread Return. Get something back. Get some more zombies.
Now he could just put a troll into play. That's pretty strong.
It's pretty big. Maybe he missed something in the graveyard. I don't think it is. Yeah, he will counter this one.
Yep, force a negation.
He can still get a bunch of zombies.
Yip, hooray.
So yeah, that's 10 power right there. God. Even though we were salty about the Mulligan to 4 even, he still
Right,
got
we're
there.
like, oh no, the poor Dredge player. He's only good. He's going
Poor
to
Dredge
4.
player, he doesn't get there. Well, Dredge player's like, I only need 1 card, man.
Hold my beer.
Just the 1.
Hey, yeah, he's just like, you know what? I'm not even gonna bother countering that. We had no cards in hand.
I got
That's not
nothing.
gonna go well.
I mean,
Jesus
this is the result after he counters it.
And what was the difference? What was the difference? It was because he couldn't do the pact of negation, or sorry, force of negation, right?
Yeah.
That was the difference in this whole game, was the fact that he could flashback Otherworldly Gaze.
Yeah.
Crazy.
The fact that he even got the 3 lands is a miracle on its own, but
Right. How many lands does the deck play? It's like,
it's 14.
ooh, it's a bit, it's a bit low.
Yeah, but it doesn't need much. It needs 1,
Yeah.
and
It
very
needs
rarely
1.
it needs more.
Yeah. Play draft deck with more lands.
yeah.
than that.
Now we get to see why. Might get to see why Dredge isn't there anymore because now the four Leylands go in,
Right.
and I'm pretty sure the Forest of Negations might just go out, go back out again. It's like there's 5 pieces of hate coming back in.
Thanks, Lars, for this message. This message brought to you by the power of Dredge.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. It's such a legacy classic. The deck is surprisingly durable. If you start hating on the graveyard,
Right.
it is surprisingly durable. But now, Chain of Vapor should probably be in as a card as well, because now you know your opponent has hate, and always the biggest question is, which one is it?
Right. Which side of the deck am I gonna have hate for?
Well, which hate cards is it going to be? Is it just going to be an Extirpate? Is it going to be the Gravitic Cages, the Force and the Ley Lines? Yeah, and which one will it be?
Right.
This is where the knowledge of the format comes in.
Got you. So Dredge's whole plan is just knowing how it's going to be hated on, and then playing around those specific pieces.
Well, you don't have a chance. You have to.
Yeah, that's the game.
But that's what makes graveyard-based decks very difficult, right? He has 4 silent gravestones in his sideboards. Which means extirpates and stuff don't really work. But then again, that's not what's being the way it's being hated. It's being hated by Leyline of the Void. And this is something you have to know. You have to know the format was being used.
Right, makes sense.
Because otherwise you board in, right? You might as well board in 4 silent gravestones in a matchup where it doesn't do anything.
So quick reminder from
He was king this game, but he still has 1 match to go. At least we got the full round in. So now we get to see how Dredge wins. We get to see how Mono Blue wins. Now we probably get to see how Mono Blue tries to hate on Dredge, and Grixis tries to respond to it.
Right.
This really depends on Arion's opening's hands. Will he take a good hand without the Leyline, or will he aggressively mill down to a Leyline or grab Digger's Cage?
That's true. It's been a bit of a slower deck, but at the end of the day, like it's because there's a lot of decisions to be made. You know, like am I gonna dredge this one? Like the fact of whether he dredged the shenanigans or not was really critical. Like what are the
Really
chances
good.
of drawing?
I mean,
At least.
the Shenanigans, he took down a card that had no impact in this game. But
Right.
yeah, the Dredge one mattered. You just needed a target, get it in there.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I think you played about as well as you could. You said the biggest decision during the game is you just had to get the 3 mana and decide when to start your first Dredge. And he waited patiently until he got the 3 and got paid for it. Now we get to see. I don't see an instant ley line.
I see 2 lands, I believe, in Arion's hand.
Yeah, but it's 2 cities. So you're not
Oh,
very
yeah.
happy about it.
Yeah.
But there's a bunch of fun in there. I see 2 cities, I see Grim Monolith, and I see the One Ring. So it's definitely something worth you can start going on. I don't know what the top card is.
It's like it's keepable against a blind opponent, but I'm not sure if he's got any hate against specifically Dredge, which he kind of needs.
It's keepable against Dredge too, because you can start slamming the One Ring. What's important about this matchup is your life total doesn't matter.
Yeah.
If Dredge goes for it, they'll probably go for it all the way.
Right. You have 20 life the whole time.
I mean, it's just expected 20 to go down in 1 turn. But Yipka Mulligan only once, but it's mostly Arion's hand.
That's gonna make the difference.
And yeah, definitely. I said he has a turn 2.
Turn 2 One Ring.
Turn 2 One Ring.
And he's
Question
going
is,
first.
does he know? He doesn't have any counters, I think. So the question is, does he know how fast the Dredge deck can absolutely go off on turn 1?
Right, what's his knowledge of a matchup that you see, you know, haven't seen
Like,
for maybe
if
half
you
a
have an
year.
absolute ultimate hand, you get the one land, you have a Faithless Looting to start going, and a Lionside Diamond.
Right.
Right? You cast a Faithless Looting, in response, you Lionside Diamond, get the Dredger in, and just go absolute ham on it.
Yeah.
And that's just the 3 cards you need, pretty
Looks like
much,
he was
or 4
missing a
cards you need.
draw. Yeah.
And then the graveyard is start going, and you don't have a ley line, and you're like, well, we might have a problem over here after all.
Iron probably hoping that he did Aryan have a leyline in hand? I don't think he
No,
did, right?
I don't think he did.
No.
I don't think he even had the Grave Digger's Cage. If he had an Ursus land, which I didn't spot, but he might have, because my
I
eyesight
don't
is
know if
bad.
cities.
He might have a turn 3 Grave Digger's Cage, and he'll be fine.
Right. That'd be really strong, even if it's a little slow. Basically turns off almost all the dredge.
Yeah, but that's a good thing because he starts. He has that time.
Right.
Because he... Oh, there it is.
There is a ley line. Sorry.
Well,
it's just
one
in.
Sir, can I
person-
order a Chain of Vapors? Yeah, you knew this
There's a
was
Grim
gonna happen.
Monolith. Ooh, there's another one. Ooh, a One Ring.
Oh,
There we go.
I would consider this a bit much.
I mean, if this is the only source of mana.
My issue with this is you now just drained your 2 Grim Monoliths.
Right, how are you going to buy that back? Need a
How are
key.
you going to buy it back? Because you know he has 2 cities. So that's going to be awful.
Well, he's going to be drawing
Dredge is such a
3
good
cards
hand,
next
though.
turn. He's getting 3 cards next turn.
I think Dredge is everything he wants. I do think there's a Chain of Vapor. So you could just bounce it. He has a Lion's Eye Diamond. He has a Dredger. So there's one. He has the one turn where he can get the Dredges going. But Aryan is just like, well, I have a 1 ring, and I will absolutely buy myself out with the 1 ring.
Right. Yep, that's exile. Yep.
But what Aryan could consider... No, that's not how Chain of Vapors. Yeah,
Let's go Dredge. Says the Dredge guy.
the point is, he could even consider sacrificing his land because he has a second one in hand.
Into the flood
flood
maw.
maw,
Oh, you're getting a fish. We're getting fish.
Nice. And then it is bounced, eh?
Bounce to your hand. Yeah.
Yes.
Oof. Okay.
Give it a fish.
It's a free fish for you.
To the grave or to the...
It's just a tap
It
one.
goes to the graveyard because when it resolves, it is in my
It's
hand.
already in your hand. Exactly.
So this is better than what's it called?
Chain of Vapors.
Chain of Vapor. Right.
I mean, not really. It's the same thing.
Well, it depends on the
It depends. Yeah.
on whether the fish matters,
Take damage.
Yeah.
or giving your opponent the ability to copy Chain of Vapor.
Yeah. Copy Chain of Vapor is not without risk, but
Yeah.
for this matchup, it's more than good enough.
Right, because if you could copy Chain of Vapor, he could bounce like zombie tokens and stuff like that.
Yeah, but at that point, it doesn't matter. You're already winning.
Yeah.
It's mostly, for example, your own Silent Gravestone, but at that point, it's just sequencing your spells. But absolutely, don't do it. But yeah, it's a different solution, so you have two different cards that can do it. It's just a shame that they don't have 2 different mana, so you can avoid
Play another one.
other things. Yeah, sure, play another one.
Another
Ring.
one.
This one.
Let's gonna be honest, we don't care.
Get 2 damage from Ancient Tomb. Yes. 17.
Got just an Ancient Tomb tapped.
Yeah.
Gotta draw into something that has more than 2 mana.
Well, step 1, he needs some mana. And if he knows, he should wait with the Chalice of the Void 1. Because it shuts down a few enablers. Right?
Attack for 1?
It forces him to have the breakthrough for Access 1.
18.
No bounce spells anymore. No Cabal therapies. No faceless looting.
Is that 2 Otherworldly Gaze in his hand?
Well,
What I saw in Yip's hand.
there will be in the graveyard soon.
Right. Because he just bounced the ley line.
No, there's a Lion's Eye Diamond right there.
Then in my upkeep,
Oh, that too?
I'd like to cast Otherworldly Gaze.
Yeah,
Yes. Resolves. It resolves.
there you go. Do we have a Dredgery? Oh, there's a
Right, in
bridge.
upkeep so that he can put a Dredger in play into the graveyard. I see a bridge.
Yeah, yeah, that's one piece.
The fish. Are you right now? I got a fish.
Absolutely, you gotta love it.
Put 1 on the top.
It's after you're fishing for your Dredgery.
Chain of Fate
You can't find a Dredgery.
from below.
He keeps something on top. Might have been a land.
Then I will draw.
Probably.
Why didn't he go for it? Is the question. Does he think he has the time?
I'm going to see.
Yep, there's lane.
Because he has a Dredger in hand. Could have just. But he's missing something extra. Because he could have started dredging last turn. Because he could have just sacked the lad, get the Dredger in, start dredging. But
Probably wants the lead mana for something. Like, how else is he going to?
well, the lad mana you can use, for example, in your upkeep. You could have used it for what is it? For the flashback cost. You
Right.
couldn't use it for Fateless Looting. Because normally you can use it for Fateless Looting for the flashback cost. You instantly get the Dredge for 2. And keep going from there.
Yep. He's just trying to get a little extra value, especially because there's not, I don't think, much pressure coming from Aryan.
No.
Top to my graveyard.
And because he knows there isn't much pressure, that's why he's just
Taking full advantage.
chilling out for a bit. Yeah.
Yep, I'll hold this lead. I can just keep holding it.
He knows his opponent doesn't have counters.
Mm-hmm.
Well, at this point, is the question is when does he start drawing the counters?
Right.
Now we have a bigger issue. Grab Digger's Cage.
Ooh, I see the cage. It's a little wrinkle in the plan.
It's not a little one. This will be a massive one.
That's right. Your dredge, everything about your deck is turned off, basically.
Not really.
Except the dredge effect itself. Like anything after the dredge effect. And Chalice on 0. Okay.
Yeah, the Jettison Zero is the bigger one.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he has kept the
Oh.
Fateless Looting on top. So that's a dead card.
Oh, the
then
Chalice
you
is on 1. The Chalice on 1, not 0. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The breakthrough has to be access to.
Right.
All the
Yeah,
worldly gates have been shut down.
Right. What are his real outs?
He needs, well, you know these bounce cards? Right? The Chain of Favor?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, those
it's-
are ones, right? So those are
It's
all-
not happening.
Yeah. Oof.
So into the plot mode, it's not happening.
This might be a hard lock. Like looking at it as 75,
It's-
I'm not sure.
it's not
Shenanigans?
really a-
Shenanigans.
Yeah.
Got you. Shenanigans is how he gets out of here.
Go to attack.
It's how he gets temporarily out of here. Yeah.
17.
Yeah, back we fishing. Different fish now. You got the
Fish
wrong
getting-
fish. It's a different fish now.
Untap.
So what will it be? Top card. Little drum sounds. We know what it is, but it's not doing anything.
Does he cast it just to put it in the graveyard and then flash
No.
it back for 3?
No.
Huh?
No.
Not worth?
Take 2.
I mean, it's still the same converted mana cost.
Oh, it is, even if you do the flashback. Right. I forget about that.
It's the same card.
That's right. So it don't matter.
No, he needs to like The solution pretty much would have been just keep digging, just start hard delving to find like a large graveyard, and then start finding your answers.
Right.
It's easy to start delving and find the one shenanigans you need.
No damage yet.
Get rid of the Grave Digger's Gauge and then try to win on Thoracle, for example.
Yes. But we're actually running up against time. We got a minute and a half left in the round.
Yeah, this will not go to a draw. Absolutely, this will not go to a draw into a draw.
Alright, legacy
Yeah.
players, that's it. Time in the round.
Oh, never mind. Time of the round. We're a little bit early. These guys have an extra minute and a half.
Yeah,
because,
yeah, for sure.
That's why. Okay.
But the point is, the Mono Blue Jewel is very capable of just winning in 2-3 more turns. Right? He has a full hand. He just needs to start to find his few pieces that need to start going.
2 mana. 2 mana, yes. Play island. Yes. Sacrifice.
I agree. These islands are gorgeous.
Oh yeah, some good old ones.
Play
The old dark ones.
battle. Yes.
I mean, they reprinted old border new, like very dark islands again. So it's very refreshing to see.
Right. I haven't seen stuff like that come out of WotC in a while.
Nah, it's the Innistrad remaster ones. They look very similar to the what was the other one with the artifact sets, the commander one that had the old
Oh yeah,
artifact borders.
I guess they've been doing that more often.
Yeah, just sneak one in.
They sneak a couple in, but I didn't
There's a
expect them
few-
to do lands.
There's a few retro frames. Yeah, the basic lands. That
Right.
one. So you don't have to spend the crazy amount of hard-earned money on just the basics. Get the nice dark ones. I mean, the new ones still don't beat the old islands, but
Difference.
we'll take it.
Right.
Legacy is not a cheap format by any means.
Right. So we're doing transmute artifact from the One Ring into a coveted jewel. So he's going to draw
Yeah.
3 cards. And then get a recurable Black Lotus.
And then see if it's enough.
It looks like I see a Metamorph.
He drew plenty of cards. Yeah, he can keep going.
5
That's
mana.
5.
Take 2.
1 colorless floating. Copy artifact.
Copy artifact. Draw 3 cards.
The point is, at this point, he can at any point just decide, you know what? Let's play the leyline again.
Right.
Just make sure it's just fully locked. But you should be trying to win at this point.
Transmute artifact. Yes.
Now it just goes off. And it goes, and it goes. Yep. Read the cards very carefully.
That's a
It-
Paradox Engine.
It'll be the end of you.
Oh boy, Paradox Engine is
Yep. You see the thing about mana? Oh,
pretty
I have
good.
a lot.
Yeah. Now we don't care about those Grim Monoliths not untapping. Don't worry about it. we got answers for that. We're gonna do the key, and we're gonna untap
Oh, yeah.
everything. And Yip's
Yeah,
like,
well,
hey.
goes to the bin. It's fine.
We're collecting mana with multiple dice now.
You have 12 mana.
Yup, no biggie.
Just
Six
Yeah,
blue,
but
6
he's
color.
just speeding it up. But
There's a 1 ring. We're gonna go down to 8. We're gonna
here's
draw a
the
card.
at this point,
Oh,
just
they untap. They tap again. Yup.
just
So
make make 2 black. Drop the ley line and he'll scoop. Drop the ley line. He'll scoop.
he knows. Oh, it's a big fish.
I don't think it's no. There's no way.
I don't
There's
think
no,
the fish is the determining factor here.
Artifact-ish thing.
there's no fish big enough anymore.
Copy. Yes.
Yeah, this is now we get to see another one, like an alteration of how the mono blue the mono blue jewel decks is trying to win.
Got it. Okay, you just
What
constantly
what
drawing
yeah.
cards.
You just draw cards, you make copies, you draw cards, and at some point you just play the Embercool and
Right.
should
Easily,
be-
like easily make 15 mana.
I mean, yeah.
The win condition is Emrakul.
You get 17 in just blue mana, 11 colorless. Got it. I see this deck now. I see what's going on. And he basically draws until he gets something to... Yeah, the Emrakul is the win condition. Take an extra turn. Attack
Yeah,
win.
it's all there is. There's nothing else.
The The Emrakul actually will gain.
Like that.
I mean, it will not kill him outright, and we'll put him on 1.
No.
with 0
It
points,
will
but-
kill him. It will kill him because he had the fish.
And
The fish
the fish!
literally made the difference. He's gonna take it down to 16 this turn. Take an extra turn, then attack for 16 with the Emrakul and the fish.
I hope he doesn't forget he has the fish. 'Cause he
You
can-
could
I
loop
think-
Emrakul, but we're gonna kill him with the fish, all right? Like, the fish has to be part of this.
The fish has to be part of it. Look at it, it's so pretty.
Yeah, because Metamorph can like copy Emrakul, you kill him, and then it loops. Yeah.
black.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Just play the 1. Just play the 1. Take your turn. Kill him.
Yeah,
for
he's like
17.
black. Here's the ley line.
There we go. There's the ley line. Yeah, it's back. He can hardcast it.
It's like okay.
I should have.
He just keeps drawing.
Yes.
He just has to make sure his 1 ring is dead before his turn. He waits on 10 counters. You never know.
Second ley
There you
line.
go. There. That's the second one for good measure.
Yeah.
He's just finding his Emrakul. The only thing he needs to do is pray for it's not the bottom card.
Right. Yeah, but technically, you haven't killed me yet. You have 5 turns, like, or you got 3 turns technically.
I mean, at this point, take your time.
Right.
Yeah.
So
Does the deck have a solution for if the Emrakul is the most bottom card?
3,
Yeah, they do. They just copy it.
15.
Ah, there it is.
Circle,
The big one.
then play copy artifact.
That card has been an absolute menace ever since it was
New
printed.
ring.
Yes.
That
Gets
one
from
is-
the other
Yeah,
ring.
just for safety.
Then
Yep, it's done.
Combat
You
for
can give
1.
up now.
Combat for 16.
Correction. Metamorph.
Oh, Metamorph. Yeah, copy that. Put that in there. Shuffle.
Shuffle it. Shuffle
Take
it.
a turn. No, it's not. There's not an extra turn from.
No,
the
but he still
Metamorph,
has one.
But
He still has
still
one.
has it. Yeah.
Out to my graveyard.
Still gets an extra turn. It's still
Yeah.
pretty
Yeah.
good.
It would be very unfortunate if you forgot another game-breaking trigger.
Eventually, get a second turn. And then
He's like eventually a winner.
You don't need a second one. There's a fish. Use the
The
fish.
fish, exactly right. The fish is literally lethal.
Fish attack for 1 now.
Yo,
and then
we
you
have
attack
to.
for 60.
Players are missing the most important lethal. It's the fish lethal.
it's the
Oh, there you
fish.
go. There's the handshake. Oh my god, the fish.
This is now the new ring, so I can copy it.
Yeah,
and
you're
I
gonna
cast it.
Honestly, I would do the same thing as Yip. I'd be like, yo, this seems cool. Can you just explain the combo to me? Like, go on. Like, combo off. Like,
Even if it is the last
I mean,
card,
if you're on, anyone is ever on screen on,
I have
doesn't matter which tournament, let them finish their combo for the first time.
yeah, especially. It's educational, you know?
It's very educational. This is a very cool deck. The Mono Blue Jewel deck is a very cool deck.
So I also will draw a Metamorph.
Yeah, especially because when you look at a deck list, like, it's so hard if you don't know what it does. If you see it, don't see it in action, it's hard to process what's going on with it sometimes.
Play anything
Yeah.
with chalice on 0.
Yeah, I have 2 LEDs in my hand.
Yeah, absolutely.
It was really explosive.
All right, well, I guess.
So
we're
you
gonna-
was really trying to find the way,
I was hoping you.
and he didn't gamble on the early dredge. He had a dredge. He
Right.
didn't gamble on it. He chose to wait for a little bit to have more value.
Yeah, that's why I put the.
And Arjan was just like, I'll get the 1 ring out, draw the cards, and hope he doesn't go crazy
Yep.
within the few 1 ring triggers I have. Yeah, that was a fun little game. Because Arjan had
Fish
to take
clearly MVP.
Clearly
Having a
MVP.
fish.
Now,
Well, I
after
guess
this match, the players will be on a 30-minute break.
Really fast enough.
So we'll be back in 30 minutes, and then we'll start watching the top tables, and you get to see
Chalice really helps
more of the mainstream decks.
protect the lane.
And
Yep.
we'll see if we find any creative decks that will be on the top to definitely give them a shining light. The top tables for this event will be playing for an ELM spot. And some nice prize money.
Yeah. So we'll see you in a bit. Get some food, get some water. Probably about 30 minutes, and we'll be back to streaming round 3.
All right, everyone. We are back with the Bazaar of Boxes Series 14 here in Tilburg, the Netherlands, the William II Stadium. Our caster, Michael, VolatileRig, had to take a quick break, so I'm stepping in for him. I'm still here with Robbin. Hi, Robbin.
Hello, you're still stuck with me for another match.
Well,
and
happy to
then
have
2
you.
more.
We're happy to have you here, so no worries, no worries. So, we got a nice little feature match here. On the right, we have Some Doms. Everyone may know him as Fenris Cloud, a player that is normally very much known for playing Infect, but in recent months has switched to Jeskai control. So, very interesting there. And his opponent, Zondor, is playing Necro Dominance. So, interesting matchup. What are your thoughts, Robin?
It'll be a very interesting matchup. It'll be a Narset Parter of Veils versus a deck that likes to draw cards.
Yeah, for main deck Narset, that's interesting. Like in general, like this is not a format where I would expect for Narset, to be honest.
No,
Maybe that's just me.
you see a few Narsets like as a one-off in some of the Azorius decks.
Yeah, like one or two.
There, but the 4-off, that's a rare one. On the other hand, the deck is a lot slower than most of the other decks. It is a classic control deck, so it takes its sweet ass time to be as annoying as possible and to deal with whatever threats you pull down. So that's why the combo deck has a bit more time to set his hand, see if he can go off.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Because like everything kind of hinges on the Necro Dominance resolving, but Sam is maybe not as scared of that card as most other decks would be.
Well, as long as Narset isn't there, he should be scared.
Yeah, no, of course. I mean, you're still forcing it if you can.
Yeah, absolutely. But right now we have like the Xander is just taking his sweet time. Checks first if it's safe, and see if he can just absolutely go off. I haven't seen his entire hand, so I don't know if he has access to all the mana required to start going. Or so I do see a Necrodominance in his hand.
Yeah, I think this is an unmask to see if the coast is clear.
Yeah, absolutely.
Sam might be aware. I mean, he saw the Sickening Shoal. That's maybe a bit of a giveaway.
I mean, the Sickening Shawl is the giveaway. That is a very specific version of the deck. This is a version with a Ancient Cellar Spawn. And if you think you've never seen the card before, it is a Dismount Commander card, if I'm not mistaken.
Is that? It might be Commander, yeah. Yeah,
No,
it is.
It's Commander. It's for sure.
Yeah, we'll see if we can get that up on screen, the Ancient Cellar Spawn. The important thing is it's a 3-mana 3/3 that causes you to burn your enemy if you play cards undercosted. There it is. And when you cast a spell, if the amount of mana spent to cast it was less than its mana value, target opponent loses life equal to the difference.
Yeah. Well, for a starter, there's an Unmask, which is 4 mana, and we paid nothing.
Yeah.
So what this deck does is creates an Ancient Cellar Spawn, draws a bunch of cards, and just tosses everything away to make things as cheap as possible, and murders you on the same one.
Well, even without the Cellar Spawn, right? You can just draw a bunch of cards off of Necro Dominance and then throw a bunch of Soul Spikes at someone.
Yeah, absolutely.
That
Soul
also works.
Spikes and the Soul Spike is the other one. The Soul Spike itself is just a little isn't enough, so you need a little extra.
Yeah, for sure.
But that's where Shieldred comes into play.
Yeah, Shieldred, another fantastic card, especially if you're looking to maybe draw like 20 cards in a turn.
Yeah, no, well, we got part 1. The Necro Dominance is out.
And this is going to resolve Unmask, definitely making sure of that. How much life are we going to pump into this bad boy?
Yeah, that will be the difficult one, because at this point the deck is incapable of generating additional mana, because it doesn't run Brewmasters or anything. So he's just stuck on free spells. We put the Necro Dominance on screen so you can see it. At the end of turn, you just pay an X amount of life, and that's how many cards you draw. You can't do it one by one, like Necropotence does, or Yarkon's Bargain does. It just pick a number, get that many cards, and see if you can cast spells from there. But he's probably just improving his hand, pass a turn, and wants to finish next turn.
Yeah, the card is not as good as Necropotence. Necropotence is just a little bit more flexible, doesn't have the blanket exile, doesn't reduce your hand size. But this is legal, and Necropotence isn't.
Very, very much so. Now he's deciding which cards to draw, toss away. It's probably going to be lands. They're not very, very relevant. The question is, what did his opponent hide with the brainstorm? And it appears to be a force.
Ik sta nog op 20.
Now there's a very limited amount of things he can do in this turn.
Looks like Xander went for a very reserved Necro.
Yeah, it's just fill up his hand and try again next turn.
Ik had gezegd dat ik zou vergeten en het is onmiddellijk...
There's no need to go all the way yet. He'll probably try to, because he's missing just the one piece.
Yeah. Ooh, and this is kind of the risk of Necro pass. Now you get a prismatic ending exiling the Necro.
Yeah, and he has to do it again. But now there's also a Force of Will waiting.
Yeah.
It'll be a fight. It definitely will be a fight for cards. It's very unlikely for Sam to do 4 damage to himself. So the 4 Soul Spikes will immediately finish it off. There we go.
Shoulder
There
is
you go.
definitely something that needs to be countered.
Here's a creature for you.
Deze in de wing.
Well, if we can bait 2 more forces, then the 4 Soul Spikes work.
For sure. I'm just looking for what Sam is looking for. Now I know what he's looking for. He's looking for an asset, but at some point he needs to find a threat. Something that will try to win the game. Until that time, Xander has all the time in the world. He can do whatever he wants.
Well, what would constitute a threat here? Would Tameo be enough?
No. Down here will probably take too long. It's nice for the additional cards for a long time.
I mean, we already lost the one of Days Undoing, so that's also not...
But before Tameo wins you the game, you're 6-7 turns away, right?
Yeah.
Until it gets to critical mass. So he pretty much only has... The Narset will just lock the deck down, and the One Ring Emperor will kill him down, or a big 4th Aerlingus. It doesn't even need to be big, it just needs to be a 4th Aerlingus. Start punching down the life total.
Yeah, we do still have 1 Aelingus left, and we also have 1 Mystic Sanctuary, so that definitely works.
Yeah, but right now, Xander has his second Necrodominance out. The main deck... The main deck of the blue-white control also has a lot of things that just deal with creatures, and Xander is like, well, sure, please go ahead. The force supply share will probably remain in to the boarding, but there's definitely some cards that will get removed.
Yeah, for sure. This
Another prismatic ending.
the Necro list doesn't have any... It has some exile. It has 2 Boggart Trawlers in the main, so we could, in theory, maybe exile some win conditions.
I guess I'm beating him down with a 3-1 if you really want to.
That too.
But at that point, you need to be really certain Sam's hand is pretty much out there.
Yeah.
Force. Well,
Interesting.
Xander's like, I mean, I like this matchup. I'm just chilling. I draw more cards than my opponent. I'll just wait until I find the next piece.
This feels very much like someone who knows their deck, because my first instinct would be to just draw a bunch of cards and start chucking them. But
No.
if Xander is playing this measured, then he probably knows something that I don't.
This is pretty much the combo matchup into control matchup. Combo has all the time in the world. They can just sculpt their hand, wait for it, play different things, just cause problems. He's like, yeah, sure. I mean, you counter some things. I have more cards available than you do. So he has a troll.
Like hardcast the troll, because why don't you?
And, I mean, your opponent has 2 cards in hand. You know, one of them is a forest, so the other one is high likely to be a blue card. I mean, he has plenty of mana, so it doesn't have to be a blue card. But it is. Sure, a hard cast. We're hard casting all the crazy things here. How often do you see this? The hard cast Lording Revealed, hard casted Troll.
This is why I do like these land cyclers, because they do actually have other text that isn't land cycling.
Well, Pro Reanimator always had. The Lording Revealed is indeed one of those slower cards. It's like, well, games sometimes do go grindy and long, and at that point, the 5 mana is really valuable.
Alright, getting it for 6.
Yeah, Sam has 2 problems. First of all, his opponent is still scoping his hand, can still combo out at any point, and there's a Troll.
Yeah, especially the troll.
And outside of the Troll, there we go, there's a Force. Wait. Force for Thoughtseize, what is he protecting?
Like, this is great. Like, you'd think Jeskai Control would be favored against the combo deck, but...
No, it wouldn't. It has never been. It's never been favored against a combo deck.
No combo deck ever?
No, just because the control decks have always been without pressure. So that's why the tempo decks have always been preying on combo decks, because they just drop the one Delver, and there's like, sure, here's a clock, and now I'm gonna fight you for everything.
Yeah, fair enough.
And as long as control lists don't have a clock, they aren't aggressive enough. So who's going to kill the combo deck? They just draw a card, sculpt their hand, and as you see, they have the 2-for-1 with forces. They have the 2-for-1 for a lot of cards. And now there's a Narset, and the big question is, will Xander go for it to kill the Narset? I'm very likely he will not. He will kill it. He will kill it on a different way, and he should just go face.
In this spot, do you even care about the Narset? It's like, it's
Yes.
too little too late, right?
Yes. Yeah. No. You just cast the March of Red Sorrows, which will kill the Narset, and then you just punch in the face.
If you want to, at this point, you could also just ignore it.
You can ignore it. You can just kill it.
Yeah, sure.
It still draws a card for your opponent. It's still very annoying. I'm surprised he actually went for the Narset here. I would have definitely. I'm pretty sure he has a March of Red Sorrows. He could have just hard casted it for X3, just spend 4 mana, kill it, swing for 6.
Yeah, it's an instant even.
Yeah, it has lethal. Well, you don't want your opponent to use his -2 again for an additional card.
Yeah, no, sure.
Because once again, your own life total barely matters. So he either has a different plan. If I'm pretty sure the troll has 6 power, so he would have put him on 5. So if he fetches or forces anything, you still have him within a Soul Spike's reach. So yeah, I'm a little bit surprised he went for the Narset there instead of just checking first if the Narset needs to be attacked by forcing more cards out of his hand while he's being out tapped. But that is still under the condition he has the March of Soul's Betrayal in his hand. Of Red Sorrow. Knights of Soul's Betrayal is an entirely different card, and we haven't seen that one in Legacy for over 10 years. Also a former control card.
Is that the 5 mana...
4.
Take a creature? 4 mana.
Gives everything -1/-1.
Oh, right, yeah. I was thinking of a different card. 4 mana, yeah. For 4 mana, that's not a very powerful effect.
No, during those days, decks weren't as fast as they are now, or as consistent. So if you landed it, it would just hose down elf decks, half of the Merfolk decks.
No.
There's the...
So we did find the second, fourth of recent printing. That is.
Yep. It won't kill him.
It's a very nice control finisher for sure.
It's very good. That's it. It's 10 power.
Yeah, and in some matchups, like the ones where you can't lose the monarch, it's just so devastating to just keep drawing 2 cards every turn.
Yeah, but he needs some very good hands. Because Sander might actually have lethal if he attack with everything. Don't get this attack.
He'd have lethal with a soul spike here, right?
Yes.
He does get to draw an extra card.
He has 2 soul spikes. One for now and one for later.
Does he have enough black cards for that?
If he draws one.
I'm not sure if that's a land or a black card. The second from the left.
Well, that's a good one.
If that's a black spell and he draws another black spell, then yeah, we just spike.
You can still hardcast things.
Oh right, we're at 7 mana.
I mean, yeah, it costs 7.
Ooh. Are we marching one of the tokens?
Yes. Tokens can only hit planeswalkers and creatures. So that's one of the things why I would have liked it. He would have used it on the Narset, because Sam would have been pretty much dead at this point.
Yeah.
Now he's just trying to survive.
I mean, it's also baiting out a force, right? Because if he soul spikes and then Sam has a force, then he's just dead.
Yeah, he tries to figure it out, but I think he lost it in a few turns earlier by trying to attack the Narset. All right. Dot seizing.
Oh, the double force.
Oh, there goes Lynch. Oh, that's brutal. Missed your chance, buddy.
Yeah. And it doesn't even matter which one you take, because you can cast them both at any point in the game.
Yep. You only have a few cards in hand. What else can he find which will make him survive? Another March won't do it.
Unmask is a sorcery, so that also doesn't
Oh,
work.
no. Yeah. He might be trying something, but it won't work.
If we draw another March, he maybe gains enough life to not die?
Yeah. I mean, there's definitely... his opponent is up for a mistake. If he spends his mana, or his blue mana before, there you go. Don't even look at the card. The point is, he has a force of negation, but I think this is definitely a miss on the Narset.
Yeah. I think there were a lot of options with that Narset, and I think that was the worst one.
Attacking it with the creature, yeah. He could have just killed it with the March of Red Sorrows. Put him in for 6. Forced the fourth Earling is earlier.
But that was a really close game, though. If it came down to just that,
yeah, it's just that.
That's very nice. It's a pretty impressive first game.
Yeah, I mean, Sam did everything he could do, and I think Xander played how these matches go. It's like, sculpt your hand, take your time. There's no pressure, and go for the win. The issue is, at some point there is you get to the end where your value stops, right? Your opponent is making value and your value stops. And at that point, you have to press with what you have.
Yeah.
And now you were missing 3 damage, which you put on overkill on the Narset. So you missed out on a bunch of damage. And
Yeah.
you
And again,
know,
like you
the
said,
troll is alive, so he didn't have a force. He needed a Swords of Plowshares or a Supreme Verdict or anything to get rid of the creature.
yeah. But again, like you said, he had the March of Wretched Sorrow, which he could use for the Narset,
Yeah.
and he ended up using it on one of the knights,
Yeah.
which he wouldn't have to do if he'd gotten rid of the Narset.
No, and at that point he had a 1-turn lethal on board, so which required Sam to must have an answer. Or
Yeah.
he played a 4th Aerolingus, but at that point he's at 6. And he still had the Soul Spikes in hand.
Yeah.
And at that point it's very hard for Sam to start attacking, because the troll requires 3 blockers.
Super Menace. Yeah. No, it's but then again, at that point Sam plays differently. He could have maybe like drawn a removal spell for the troll, and then it's a different game.
That's definitely the risk you will have to take.
Yeah.
He was like, I have the time, but in fairness, you don't really. If 4th Aerolingus for XS4 is available, how much longer are you going to wait?
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, in that position, if you're Xander, you are the beatdown, right?
Yeah. Yeah, at this point, it's very difficult for players to estimate on how much do they have, what does my opponent have, what are his outs.
Yeah.
How is he playing? Because the fact that the troll was available or allowed to attack on the Narset probably signals he didn't have removal at the moment, or he was very pleased with the fact, it's fine, let him have it.
Yeah, I mean, as the control player, if my opponent attacks the Narset in that situation, I'm cool with it.
Yeah, and at that point, I think you should have fished with the March of Soul's Betrayal, March of Wretched Sorrow. I'll do this wrong the entire day.
Yeah.
Fish it. If he has a counter, that means he doesn't have removal for your creature.
Yeah.
And he really needed that Narset to look for one.
Or
you
even
can fish it.
like pre-combat, right?
Yeah, pre-combat, yes.
Yeah.
And if he counters it, you're like, there's an issue here. So I'll get rid of the Narset at that point.
Yeah.
At that point, you can still gamble, but you give him a little too much of an out. You don't.
Yeah.
So I understand where he got from. I think he just missed the one step where we're trying to kill. Because I'm pretty sure he's very well aware that the March of Red Sorrows does target Planeswalkers.
All right. While our players are mulliganing here, let's quickly look at some sideboards. Is there anything you like from the mono black sideboard?
I'm also looking at the mono black one. I don't think much happens. Because there's not much in there. Because there aren't really, like, your Precision Agent isn't going to have a lot of targets. The Sickening Shawl isn't going to have targets. The Disruptive Flute, however, might be a thing, so you can just stop down either the Force of Will or the 4th Aerolingus, or even the Narset, if you wanted.
Yeah.
Force on the but there's nothing else, right? The Graveyard doesn't matter that much. I'm definitely not going to the ley line.
Well, I don't hate the Shieldred's Edict instead of the Sickening Shoal.
But the Sickening Shawl is for sure out.
No. And I don't hate just bringing a couple of Shieldred's Edicts just to get rid of Planeswalkers.
Yeah, it's a solution. You could do that's why I said you either make a choice to get the Disruptive Flutes in or the Edicts. I do not think you need both. You do not need both. I said you're a combo deck against a control deck, you'll be fine.
Yeah.
It's mostly when I'm looking at the Jeskai control deck, because they have to change things.
Yeah, there's a lot of options.
There's a lot of Supreme Verdicts that have to have no reason being in here if you really wanted it.
But also, Sam's sideboard is very much geared towards land hate, so there's not much.
there's not much going in.
I mean, I see a Triumph that probably helps. The
Sure.
Wrath of the Skies to maybe get rid of Necro Dominance, but then it's already been in play for a turn. But given how Game 1 played out, that's probably not even that bad.
No, but the point is, what is it going to replace? I said the Supreme Verdict you can keep or play. It depends on how scared you are and all the few creatures you have.
True.
But most of these things, it just don't do much. The back to basics, you're like, doesn't matter too much. You can take it out, it's free. Supreme Verdicts, you can take it out, it's close to free. Because they're 4 mana, but in this matchup they'll be 1-for-1s. You just kill whatever they play. The Rest in Peace doesn't have targets. So I think it's just a 1 card that gets out, and indeed, the Wrath of the Skies is maybe an option. The same, the Triumph of St. Catherine might be an option just because it's in there faster.
Yeah, it's not a lot. That's for sure.
No. So the way the game is being played will not change. Xander will take his time to sculpt, and it's up to Sam to not run out of interaction. And that's what we're likely to see. He does have a Necrodominance in hand, so maybe we will get to see a start next turn. Because I do see a 3rd land.
I think
I'm not sure if it's Necrodominance.
I'm not sure either. I think there's definitely an Unmask. I think I saw Soul Spike and a Felder Profane. And a Troll.
And a Troll. Right. Troll is out, that's for sure. It turns into a swamp.
Yeah.
At this point, Sander will have to be careful. Because at this point, Sam has a threat. It just takes 6 turns before it does a lot. But the way Sam plays, he'll be just fine paying 2 for the additional card every turn. It's just attack for 0, 2 mana, draw a card. That's what it does for a while.
I mean that's not the worst.
It's very good because Sander suddenly doesn't have the infinite time anymore.
Yeah.
Because your opponent is just cards and cards and cards, and now you have to fight against more cards than you have available pressure.
Yeah, so it's not a fast threat, but it's fast enough. It forces a play.
Yes, it forces anything. He does have a sweet time. I mean, he won't die anytime soon, but if you have to play against seven opposing cards every single turn, there's a different issue.
Yeah.
And we've seen from game 1, he has that time. All the time in the world.
Looks like he surveilled a One Ring to the top. He was thinking about that for a while.
Yeah, it's one way to fight the amount of cards. It needs to resolve, but he for sure needs it to fight the amount of cards that is there. Instead, his life total isn't in great danger. That's not how the game works.
Yeah, for sure.
You could also consider killing off the Tamio, buy more time.
Yeah, I mean, we do have some removal spells for the Tamio still in the deck.
No, I mean, he has one in hand. Sometimes they forget that the land also kills something.
True.
I mean, it still costs 4 mana, but it probably forces reaction from Sam. And if you do it in this turn, it'll allow you to have a turn of, well, let's get in there.
I mean, we'd also need to draw a mana source because we don't have another.
Yeah, sure. If you have 4 mana, you can do it. If you do not, you might have to flip it for the mana and start forcing a different issue.
I think the draw there was the Necro.
That might also be an option, but you have an unmask, so you can look for it. See if there's an issue.
Yeah.
What do you have? Add your cards. I think this is the turn. If you have 3 mana, just go unmask first. Get rid of something. See if the coast is clear, and then decide if you have to cast a 3 mana card or the 4 mana card.
Definitely nice to have the option here. The question
Well,
is, what are
you
we
do know
pitching?
if you have the option. The question is if you want to fish for one. There it is. I think this one pretty much was a clear one. Yeah, that's one souls out, but I don't think this deck will win on this one.
Ooh,
What do you pick? Neither
Maybe-
of these counter anything.
no,
you
but
know-
you could pay. You could take the prismatic ending. Make sure that the necro stays around
Yeah.
at least a little bit longer.
Yeah, for sure.
You'd have to be a bit careful with the 4th, because that would be a 4th Exis 2 next turn.
Yeah.
I don't hate that.
Well, it's an Axis for an Axis. No, you don't know if it's an Axis 2. He doesn't have a land.
No, he has the Lorien revealed, so he could cycle and step.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, sure. A response. Now we draw a card. See if we have something.
Oh,
You have
he
to-
draws the force! Oh,
Always there. Always available. I think this is alright play as well. You play the Necrodominance, make sure you keep the removal. And next turn you can always go for the one ring. Go back to sculpting again.
oh man, that force felt dirty. That felt like having a counterspell with Miracle.
I also don't think the what's it called, the prismatic ending is your biggest issue, because at that point you've already drawn 4 cards. If you're
Sure.
Necrodominance.
I mean, it's nice to have for an extra turn, right?
Yeah, but at that point it's like a 4-for-1. You're
Yeah,
like,
no,
yeah, sure, it did its thing. He needs to use it anyways, otherwise it's a bigger issue. So you take away the thing that will kill you, the 4th Earlingus. I think Xander is not even in that bad of a spot. It's still a struggle.
Yeah, for sure. But you have an idea of what Sam's hand looks like.
Yes. Now you just drop the one ring and start drawing some cards. You know he doesn't have much.
I think his draw was another unmask.
Yeah.
He was just cycling the dress down. Oh my god, he does it again!
I mean, at this point, it's no fun, right? He tried to play the game, and he just has it on top every single time.
Oh, that is rough.
I mean, he did as well as he could. Xander played the thing, so.
Okay, so we're casting an unmask. Ooh, I'm not sure what the other card is.
I don't know who plays with alternate arts. Ban alternate arts. Just get the classic arts so I know what's happening.
Maybe someone at the table could tell us what that is. There's definitely a prismatic ending and something. Looks like that something is going to the graveyard.
I don't think it's
Oh,
so
that's
broad.
it. Sorts the plowshares. Really? Oh, it's the bunny. Oh, now I recognize it.
Yeah, I don't. Still don't. It's too new.
Yeah, it's I think the latest printing. Yeah.
It's too new. I mean, I can pick out the Pro 2 one from Amsterdam. I can pick that one out. I can pick out the old one. The new one, nah, that's not happening.
But it's a mouse? Oh, it is a mouse.
Oh, it's an insert.
I
Right.
mean, it is a beautiful art. I'll give it that.
Fair enough.
Nee, zeker.
So there
Right,
is
so-
a cosmetic ending.
Yeah. Do we actually have a 4th color in the deck? I don't think we do.
Nope. Nope, it's
Nope.
can't touch this.
Alright, so that Shieldred's actually pretty scary now.
Oh, it's an issue. Yeah, that's for sure. The stamina drawing cards is suddenly no longer drawing cards. Oh, it is drawing cards.
Oh, let's go.
He's like, I need something fast.
And already this Shieldred is worth it. Like if
Oh,
the
yeah, now he's flipping for the planeswalker.
sure,
Or he
but if
can
we're
grab. Yeah, but he's grabbing a source supply shares.
Min 1 min 0.
Ja, dus als je aanvalt, krijg je...
oh yeah, for sure.
Minimum 0.
But I mean, at this point, we paid so much life for this
Oh,
that it's just worth it.
he's not grabbing a spell.
Oh, we
Interesting.
actually plussed. Huh. Wait, did he draw the answer already?
Hard to see. If he did, he probably would have taken it out already because there's no interaction from Sunder's side.
Oh. No, right. It's a -3, so he couldn't.
Oh, it flips it too. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, that Silver is definitely going to town on the Tamio.
I mean, you have to, right?
Yeah.
Unless you have a different answer.
Unless
but-
you have to, yeah, because you know you won't have another one.
Trek een kaart, dus ik ga naar 9.
But again, if you had something else, then you would have, or you should have used it pre-combat and then decide what to attack.
I wonder how long it will take for Sam to forget he has a prismatic ending there in his hand.
Wrath of the Skies works.
Yeah, that's I got rid of him, so we see the sideboard card going in. Yeah, what can he draw? What can he? Stop drawing the unmasked. It's not doing anything. Yeah, this is rough. This is where I would have preferred for Xander to have a nice little draw.
And we get the Nurse set.
Now we get the real Salt Shaker.
Oh wait, is it? No, wait, that's the Teferi. Never mind, it's the other bird.
It's not any better.
There's the Nurse set.
Yeah, at this point you're like, well, I mean,
Yeah, okay. When we're going all the planeswalkers, and you present Swords to Plowshares,
yeah, good luck.
and it's gonna take like 3 turns to get rid of all of this.
Yeah, well, it's not like he couldn't win. He still could, but he needs the Necrodominance.
Yeah, but
Like right now.
the Necrodominance doesn't work because he has a Nurse set.
Yeah, so you got nothing. Nothing. No, at this point it's locked up. Well, it was a very close game.
Yeah, it was real close. Right up until we drew Force exactly when we needed it twice in a row.
Twice in a row, indeed.
That was
And the game one was very close as well.
Eens een Celespel. Je moet
Ja.
het lezen. Iets speel je ook.
There you go. That's killing one off. Trying to kill one off.
Ja. Oké.
Why is it for access 2?
Je hebt hem.
What is it killing?
Suspect, target jou. Trigger Celespel. Deze staat pitchen. Dus dan verlies ik hoeveel leven?
oh
11.
wait, no, that's the Celespawn. Yeah,
7 van hem, omdat hij gratis is.
yeah, we're just going for lethal here.
En 4 damage van de Suspect.
Yep. Oh, I didn't see that it was the Celespawn. I thought it was the.
Yeah, I didn't recognize it in play, but
There it is.
and
You
he
found
just
it.
wins it. Okay.
Oh, that helps. That's something I didn't see.
Wow, this deck is incredible. I love this.
Yeah, the Celespawn was really good. And there's nothing Sam could have done. He had a Sword Supply Share in hand.
Yeah.
But it's just not how the game works. He doesn't get priority to react on the second spell. So unless he had another counter in hand, it was
Yeah,
done.
it needed to be exactly Force.
Either one. Either of the forces, yeah.
We hebben nog 10 minuten op de klok. Dus ik stel voor de...
He. Well, with the Force of Negation, he would have still gone to 2.
Yeah, that's plenty. If you don't die, you don't die.
Yeah, no, true. But I mean, with
He
Force
didn't
of
have a
Will, he
force
just
negation. He only has one in his deck. So we saw that one.
right. But if he had Force of Will, he could just counter the Cellar Spawn.
Yeah.
And
At this point, to be fair, the amount of force of wheels he had available was also very limited.
Yeah, we've seen plenty of forces. Like he's had no shortage of those things.
Oh, Xander found his way in. Very good.
Yeah, and we were almost ready to just call it there. It's just, oh yeah, you have super friends. There's nothing you can do, and then he just wins.
I mean, the lock was pretty much there. Alexander just needed his very specific outs. He kept them in hand. It's very hard to keep track of players' hands as well once in a while. So what happened?
Nee, maar dat hou je toch niet
What
meer
happened
meer
was
rondspelen.
Sam had a good control going on, and Xander whittled his life total down for a bit, slow by slow. And he found a combination of Ancient Celespawn and Soul Spike. Ancient Celespawn is a creature that if you cast something and you use less mana than its mana cost was, his actual mana value is, the Nightmare does that amount of damage due to its difference. But because you spend no mana on a Soul Spike, you do 7 damage. Because the Soul Spike's mana cost is 7. And then Soul Spike itself does an additional 4 damage, which is a total of 11 damage versus the total life total of Sam, which only had 9. And this is a lot of how this deck works.
Yeah. It's very easy to just go Cellar Spawn and then throw some things. Or maybe you already have the Necro Dominance in play, just draw as many cards as you can, and then doesn't matter what you cast as long as you keep casting it, because the Cellar Spawn will kill you anyway. If the Soul Spikes don't.
Yeah. And the good thing is, if it's only one spell, Sam never gets priority until the second one is on the stack.
Yeah.
So the first spell resolve, no priority, cast second spell, so that's 7 damage on the stack, and the second spell on the stack. So he can't Sword Supply Share in between.
Yeah, needed to be exactly a counterspell. Any counterspell would have kept Sam alive there, but yeah, he didn't have it. He had it the first 2 times and then didn't have it the third.
Yeah, now we get to see a nice slow pace start from both players. Not that much will happen at the start. Tamio will be there, trying to draw as many cards as possible. While both players are trying to either find the win, either through combo or slow grinding. And Sam is trying to defend against Xander's value until he can find a finishing move of his own, or either lock Xander out of his spells.
Yeah.
Until the time, it's just Dirtle.
Chad, this is it's not like the legacy Necrodominance lists that we saw when Modern Horizons 3 first came out, because those are just all index trying to combo with Tendrils. This is more like the modern version of the deck, where you're just a mid-range deck that also is able to draw a lot of cards and pitch them so you don't have to discard them to the Necro.
Yeah, this deck is less likely to go all in, but it can get on its own very far just because of things like that shoulder just nets you more life than you lose, trying to find indeed the Celespawn. It's mostly a Celespawn combo, but don't underestimate the 4 Soul Spikes. And Legacy is very often enough to kill someone. They do 4 damage to themselves, especially with the what is it called again? Ancient Tomb. That it's in a lot of decks. The fetches in a lot of decks. Forced that is in a lot of decks.
And also, we haven't really seen much of them this match because, well, creature removal isn't that good against Sam. But we have a bunch of free removal spells that also gain us life, which we can then turn into card draw more cards, and then keep the train going.
Yeah, there's an Edict, there's a Force. So Sam is at 15. And there's straight up 16 damage of Soul Spikes in the deck. So at this point, the Necrodominance itself can get very far on its own.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is more of a card draw engine than anything else.
This is very much a mid-range deck. I'm gonna kill your stuff, gain life, draw cards, and then through just sheer card advantage, try to win the game.
Soulspike, the Tamio.
Yeah, Soul Spike's Betrayal also goes to Planeswalkers, goes to any target. Get rid of it. Make sure the card amount is fair again. And now you see Sam having only 3 cards in hand. And there's a 4th-year Lingus on top. So now he's going to be like, right, I got nothing to do. Here's pressure. Good luck.
He made 2, right?
Yeah, you make 2.
Because I only see the. Oh yeah, there we
it
go.
is. Yeah, no, it's 2.
Yeah, no, just making sure.
Draw a card from the Monarch.
Yeah, and the Monarch here is really good because Xandor has no creatures
At this point, he
try and
doesn't.
steal it.
No.
No.
And it might take a while. He doesn't have any in hand.
I mean, he only plays the 11 that he has.
Yeah. 4th-year Lingus definitely did not need the Monarch attached to it.
No.
Yeah, but we'll see if it's good enough, right? It will definitely get some things, get some nice additional cards. But yeah, in the end, if it goes long, he will get there. He will draw forest. He will be able to use the forest.
Ik pak wel een kaartje. Dan mag jij een kaartje pakken.
Oh, Xander knows he has to play against the forest, but then again, the deck plays on Mask. We'll see.
Yeah, he did manage to get a 1 ring in, so that's a good start.
For sure. Gets 2 more cards.
It also relieves a little bit of pressure, at least for a turn.
Sure, he has removal. He can slowly take them down as well. Question is, he tried to force it? Yeah, that one is out of here.
I mean, we saw game 2 what that one does.
Yeah, well, the game is not over. We might still see what that one does. Yeah, that's 4 damage. That's another 2. Is he going to kill one? Could be. You could kill one.
Dark
Ritual, sure. Doesn't do much. It doesn't too much. There you go. There's a march. Try to kill one off for 2 life. He loses nothing this combat.
Ik moet even nadenken of ik iets wil pitchen, maar ik geloof dat kot 1 game 4.
Why is he pitching one?
Just to gain a little bit of extra life.
Damage is gedaan.
It doesn't kill the other knight, but
No, my issue is more like he has a second removal. He now pitches. Yes, it costs more mana, but he could have used that one to kill the second one, the second one off, or keep it to kill one of the planeswalkers. So I'm not sure I'm the biggest fan of that one.
maybe pitch it to another pitch spell. I wouldn't hate that, but
No.
like casting it is expensive. It is 4 mana.
Yeah, for sure. But at this point, the 4 mana isn't the main issue. It's always use your mana, they always say, but at this point, the things it targets is very important. That the planeswalkers are dangerous in long term. The creatures are dangerous in long term.
Please finish your turn, and there's 5 additional turns.
But he has a second one in hand, so maybe he just already had it and felt comfortable pitching it out for as you said, just the additional turn of staying alive.
Yeah, because again, he is drawing a bunch of cards, so just having an extra turn can be really valuable in this situation.
Yeah. So he has a second Cellar spawn. But the question is, can you allow yourself to play it before the unmask, or do you have to go unmask first?
It's tough. It's tough.
Deck ain't easy. Legacy ain't easy. Magic ain't easy. But yeah. He also has to consider extra turns at this point. Right?
Well, we have a little bit of extra time, but it is coming up, so yeah.
Spells onder gameplay inflation. Ja. Dan mag je een mask.
So at this point, he has to consider, right? Sam is going all in. He's trying to win.
Yeah.
He's like, I want to see if I can win. Sander is now looking for options if he can either combo out.
Doe maar de swords.
No, chat. He had the ring bounce, so he had to replay it. That's why it's a 2 again.
Draw. What do you want to see? Oh, this is something you want to see. That's for sure. So that's a fetch who gets the removal out. And now you have 2 counter spells in hand.
Yeah, I was like, that thing doesn't have haste.
not everything in Legacy has haste.
I mean, that
Barely
would be
in Legacy.
insane. If that thing had haste, it already has vigilance.
I mean, we already have 4th Aerolingus, so take it easy.
Oh yeah,
they have definitely comes into play tapped and attacking. So how is Sander going to pull through? Because there's either be a draw. Sander has 1 card, right? Which is the spawn.
I mean, you start with a draw 3.
Yeah, you start with crying. He doesn't know yet, but there's 2 counter spells in the opponent hand.
Yeah, but you
1 force of negation, 1 force of will.
You can only play one of them, right? Unless he draws a brew card.
You can only play, sure, but you can hardcast it.
Yeah, no, but that's still only one.
Yeah, there's a bunch of cards incoming.
I think the way Xander wins here is just going through it, just drawing enough cards to.
Yeah, I mean Xander can just buy time. He can just draw the game out.
Yeah, that too.
Because there's a lot of sustain in deck, but he needs help from the One Ring and the cards on top. He gets out a land of his deck, so even though the math is very small,
yeah,
it's one less land you can draw.
I think this is still really close.
I think he should have done the math. He probably has this one, if it was relevant at all. The 1 life.
Let's see. So we're at 12.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it doesn't.
Taking at most.
Yeah,
7?
but you also have the One Ring that costs you, takes you damage. He has a bunch of cards.
Yeah, I think he, even with the One Ring, I think he still has a turn.
Oh, he has for sure 1 turn. He has 1 turn, but he needs 2. Like for example, if he plays if he plays a new One Ring the next turn, he's good, right? He has his draw.
I mean, yeah, that too for sure. But I think he might be able to draw enough cards to actually just straight up win.
Yeah. Now we get into dangerous territory.
I mean, a lot of his free spells also just gain him life. So if he can resolve a Cellar Spawn here, and then just chuck anything.
Yeah, but now Sam has an issue.
Yeah,
Thoughtseize is rough.
Yeah,
he's got mana and hide your hand.
But can you?
Not really. I don't know what the 3rd card is. If the 3rd card is blue, you probably could.
Oh. Right, you mean cast the counter spell and hope for the best.
You can cast a Force of Negation.
I was thinking, like, does he have a Brainstorm or something? I was like, no.
Oh boy, I don't think I would have. He can take out the Force. He can take out the Force.
Yeah, the Force of Will, you mean?
Yes.
Yeah, I think you have to.
The point is, no. Now you're going to play the Spawn.
Yeah.
How many cards does he have in hand?
I think he has 2 left.
So that one he can counter. So that's why I posed the question: should you have used the Force of Negation here and cast mana for it? Because you have a Force.
I think that would have been the correct play. Yeah.
Because now he goes to 1. You're 1 damage short.
We're casting the Lorien Reveal, I assume. Yeah.
Sure. You still have plenty of mana available.
I see Triumph, Brainstorm. I think that's a.
Prismatic ending. Prismatic ending
Yeah.
would be good, very good at this point. Because
Well, it certainly helps.
No, I get rid of the Settle Spawn. It's only 3 mana.
Yeah. I mean, that's kind of important. Like, you have to get rid of that.
Yeah.
I think now that's lethal. Yeah. Well, no, actually,
Oh, no, he's on 1. He takes 6. He goes to 4.
no, he takes 7, right? Because the samurai got pumped 1. Yeah, he's at 3.
So yeah, now upkeep shenanigans happen.
So now
But
he has to
now-
respond to his ring and hopefully draw 2 ways of healing.
Well, he needs something that doesn't die to the force of negation. It's possible. That's a whole bunch of black cards. That's good news.
I think he drew something. It's kind of hard to tell. 'Cause he has to get rid of the force of negation.
I see a Shieldred, which is generally good news, but not for now.
No, that
He
shoulder's a
needs-
little bit
he needs
too
to,
late.
he needs to live now. He can get rid of the Thoughtseize. This 4 damage, gain 4 life. Yes, he will pact it.
Yeah.
And that's
And he
it.
calls
Out of
it.
gas. That's a close one. Very close.
Yeah, that was a really close game. Also, a really interesting game. It's a very interesting matchup.
Ik kan dit niet meer verlezen, maar dan die ene, dat creature dat ik dus nog nooit had gezien. Dat was wel verrassend.
The tough one with these matchups is that it's control. You don't often have enough gas or attacks, but in this case, the 4th ailing is for just 2 creatures. Is all you needed.
Yeah. But that was really close. There were so many draws there that could have still turned the game. That was pretty much the story of all 3 games, right?
Yeah. Now all of them were very close. The first one might have been just for a decision for a single attack, and a March of Red Sorrow. The second game, he picked it out. At the moment, you think Jeskai Control has it in the bag. He locked him out, but he had all the answers in hand for the final 11 points of damage, or for the 9 points of damage.
Ik kan niet winnen met weinig tijd. Jij wil, je kunt mij spreken 1 kaart en ik ben eraan.
Ja.
Dat is bij mij, ja.
Yeah, very nice round. Very nice round.
Het is altijd wel French, dus ik kan niet plots.
Looks like we are going straight into the next round.
Dat is waarom dat ik dat
So
I mean, this is the only one that went to time.
ik had nu het gevoel van
So
yeah.
fast and fast.
dat ik snel dat zo is, maar ja, ik heb al
So stick with us for a second. We'll try and find a new table for you.
spelen gewoon heel traag.
Find something spicy.
Ja, dat is absoluut niet persoonlijk hoor. Maar het was daar gewoon van.
Let's
ik wil
see.
winnen en ik voelde toen van ja, het gaat naar time gaan. Ik voelde aan alles. Maar ja, als we niet doorspelen, dan gaan we weer in hetzelfde straatje terechtkomen. Dus het was daarom. Ik heb ook geleerd van heel veel
I think I have a nice match.
ja, ik ook.
What table are you looking at?
Winnen, hè. En ik zag het nu ook gebeuren.
I'm looking at table 18.
Dan had ik weer
18 even.
eigenlijk in een demanding position weer verloren en dat wil ik echt vermijden. Dus dat snap ik. Het is eigenlijk daarom hoor. En nu beide, zeg maar, game 1
Alright, I can see it.
You're feeling me?
I was looking at table 4.
game 1 hard
Even.
als je niet 2 forces had.
Got the lands race
Het is wat het is.
with
Ja, ik dacht nu
but I'll take it. Yeah, I'll take it. It's definitely a very cool deck, and it does to be shown. 18 it is.
All right.
And
Well,
for those who are watching, what is on table 18? It will be an Abzan combo deck against Dimir Reanimator. And
Yep.
the Reanimator is more of the tempo type with all the smaller creatures, with the Regents, the Bowmasters, and less of the big fat ones. And the Abzan combo is a nice combo deck which goes, well, pretty much infinite with Devoted Druid, because that's what the card does.
Yeah, for those of you who may have played Modern in the past, there are several ways of getting infinite mana when you have a devoted druid. But what has recently picked up popularity is the card Hazel's Brewmaster, if we can get that on the screen for in a second.
Omdat ik was al een klein beetje verbaasd dat ik eerdere keren had ik ook...
Wait, this doesn't look like table 18. Hang on.
Ik had ook een Maverick met Chain of Smog main deck. En daar had ik de stream mee gehaald. En toen dacht ik later...
Well, we'll have to make sure we got the right table here.
Names haven't been changed yet.
Rudy's matje.
Oh no, this is table 18. Never mind.
Nou.
I'm psyching myself out.
Ik heb er niet zo zin in, want ik weet dat je een goed metadeck speelt.
But no, Hazel's Brewmaster. If I can get it up myself, because Melee is also not showing it right now. It is a 4 mana 3/4 with Menace. Well, that's not really important. But when it enters the battlefield or attacks, you exile up to one target card from a graveyard and make a food token. And then food tokens you control have all activated abilities of all creatures exiled with the Brewmaster. So, even if you have the Devoted Druid in the graveyard, you just play the Brewmaster makes a food, and the food then makes infinite green. And, well, with infinite green, there's a million ways of winning, so take your pick at that point.
No, there's not too many picks. There's some picks. I mean, they can go make infinite creatures with retrofit the foundry, a walking ballista, or just punch someone in the face with a very big sword. It's not in this version. Hold up. Ah, there it is. Luxury Giada's gift.
Yeah. So there's a couple of ways of winning once you have infinite mana. There's also the old classic of Duskwatch Recruiter, which is just able to get every creature out of your deck. You can also just bump infinite green into a green Sundial Nymph, and that probably finds something. So
as long as it's green, so the one green Sundial Nymph will probably find the Duskwatch Recruiter. Then at that point, you just draw your deck, find the final creatures, get your walking ballista, and just murder someone. But then again, we also have Fiend Artisan. That's just there for consistency reasons.
Yeah, Fiend Artisan, a card that has picked up some steam in the Cradle control decks. Just having access to a toolbox of creatures, as well as being a really good beater, means that you don't have to combo off. You can also just start kicking.
Yep.
Which might end up being really relevant against the Force of Will deck.
Definitely. And on the other side, we have the classic Dimir Reanimator of the way too many small creature type.
Yes.
Uh,
The 4 Trolls, the Brazen Borrowers, the Murktide Regent, and the Orcus Bowmasters, mostly as the small ones. There might be some surprising elements right there on the other side. And just get them on the board quickly and counter stuff.
It's pretty much the de facto best deck in the format right now. Like there might be some discussion about that, but I think it's still the best deck.
It's still up there, yeah, for sure. It's still up there.
Also being piloted by a very good player, Maarten van Tol has competed at least once in the European Legacy Masters, so definitely an accomplished player. Has also been around for a while. Is a known. Well, not a known tempo player. He played a lot of tempo in the past. In recent years, more combo than anything. But, I mean, if a deck is good, right?
Definitely, for sure. I mean, all the good players at some point will play combo. That's how you know. That's how you know you've guessed the format. At some point, you're like, I've played the good decks. I've won my tournaments. How I can make it challenging for myself? Let's pick up the combo decks.
Je ziet het resultaat hierop zitten. Dat is mooi.
We'll have to see how this match goes. I'm very interested. I think this might be a good matchup for the Abzan deck, but you know, you can say that all you want, but if the best deck is the best deck, then
I mean, you talk about Reanimator list that's a little more tempo force, a little bit more interaction than regular version, so it might actually have a way of fighting for the board against the combo deck.
yeah.
Especially things like the Brewmasters will at least slow Stein down for a bit with the Abzan combo deck. But hey man, he's on the play. He won a die roll.
Also worth
Now he can
mentioning,
go.
a lot of the Dimir Reanimator decks these days are either on 4 wastelands or on 0. Mart is playing 2, so just straight down the middle.
I needed all the consistency he could get in the deck. But yeah, 2 is a bit of an odd number. And he probably selected just 2 to be more consistent on his mana base, so he can just push in a little more of the creatures.
Yeah, no, for sure. Especially with how much land hate is going around right now, I very much like a more consistent mana base.
Yeah, for sure. And then talking about land hate, that Dried Arbor card should be banned permanently. That art should not be there. I know rules. I know rules got changed. He's not allowed to play with the lands anymore. But still,
Yeah.
get it out of here.
That one is rough for sure.
Ja, zo, als je hem zo laat.
If it looks like a tree, it's a tree.
Ja, maar dan kan ik net zo goed even...
Like personally, I'm a fan of the newest version where they have all the text written out, so it's obvious that it's not just a land.
I mean, the old version is fine as well.
Yeah, the future side version.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, welcome to Thoughts using a Reanimate deck and see all the big creatures like, well, how about I don't target these, and I'll look into anything else it can do. So he gets to keep the Entomb, but not the Animate Dead.
No, because he also had a troll. So if you take the Entomb, then you're still up.
And now you get to see what Reanimate does, and it does best. It always finds new Reanimate spells right on top of its deck. So if you think you got rid of one, then there's a second one. Why? So he chooses to go for Wasteland instead of setting up a creature.
So he had the Archon in hand, right?
Yes.
So...
But he has an Entomb in hand, so he's clearly either missing a second black for the Entomb Reanimate combo, which he clearly has.
I think he's missing a second black and is not just gonna settle for the Atraxa then.
I mean, at this point, you have to.
Well, or you could cycle the troll. That also works.
You can just cycle the troll and get the troll.
Yeah.
But he could have cycled and get the troll this turn. But I don't think the troll is...
We can also brainstorm and then upkeep troll. So we get the shuffle.
Yes.
Okay.
But now he's setting it up and tombing it up. See what his target of choice will be.
This...
It has to be a Atraxa. It's a one-off. He just wants cards.
This, I think... I didn't he have a Daze in hand? No, he didn't. For some reason, I thought he had a Daze.
Not this time. So now he's clearly setting up for the Atraxa. He has a second land, but he could have just rolled Atraxas.
Yeah, now we get the Atraxa, and now it's going to be a lot harder to combo off.
Yeah, the only good thing for the Reanimate deck, if he knows the opponent's list well enough, he can guess it well enough, he knows there's no counter spells. There's just no interaction. You can do whatever you want.
Oh, well, we have interaction now.
No, it's mostly from the Abzan side. Abzan doesn't play any blue spells.
Right.
It has a few Thought Seizes and, and anything else, he just doesn't care what you do. Well, he gets what you do, he just has to allow it.
It is worth mentioning that Stein has only shown 2 colors yet. Marta has no reason to assume that he is on white.
No. Absolutely not. But at this point, it doesn't really matter if he removes the Atraxa. At this point, it doesn't matter.
Actually, no. looking at Stein's list, I think not knowing that Stein is on white is actually helping Maarten. Because if Maarten saw the white, he would think that maybe he could be on Swords to Plowshares, but Stein isn't.
Deze jong. En
Oh, I'm missing something in the list. Oh, that's a devoted druid art. Hold up. What art is this?
It's
I don't know this art. It's way too new.
I forgot which art it is as well, but
It's the devoted druid art. Yeah.
I have seen it before.
Hartstikke. Ja.
I think it's
now-
double masters.
It is a master set. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's double masters. That's what it was.
Chris is out of here, but it's a 1/1 bug. Still a creature.
Je hebt 5 kaarten vast.
Zeker.
Ja, oké, dan is hij in de grafbak. Dan denk ik wel dat het tijd is om jou te laten.
Oh, this
Oh, yeah.
this looks so weird, but all Stein's mana is in creatures, so this is actually correct.
Ja, denk ik ook, hè? Ja.
Belebing.
Now, for Reanimate, if you resolve the first attraction, at that point it's like, well, good luck. You can discard all the fat ones you find. Here's a second creature. Here's your threads. I have all these interaction spells that I found on top of my deck.
Nou,
Yeah.
Yeah, at that point you just shut down everything.
het geloof ik. Ik kan niet van de mana maken. En dan...
Well, that's when you look at the sideboard ones, and then there is suddenly a lot to play for Stein.
Dat wordt hem niet.
Bring in 3 Fairy Macabres, getting a Ghost Vacuum as well.
Foundry even lezen.
Yeah.
There's,
Everyone's in
there's,
Ghost Vacuum. I'm
there's a
just not-
Keen-Eyed Curator in there.
Ja, dus als je infinite mana hebt, dan kan je zo...
Yeah, there's plenty of graveyard hate, so we at least are not gonna die to the reanimation plan.
Oh, there he goes. His opponent spoils his deck. He says, I'll go for infinite mana.
Cirkel krijg je een 400 totter. En van de 400 totter krijg je een 4-4.
Oh, I think it was pretty much obvious, right? You see Devoted Druid and a Retrofitted Foundry, that in and of itself is
Oh, for sure.
is the
It's
combo.
not, it's not for everyone. It's clear for everyone.
Dan kun je maak, untap,
No, sure. But again, like I think Maarten is a good enough player to know that Devoted Druid makes infinite mana. I think he's been around long enough for that.
for sure.
Ja, nee, dat... Ja, nee, ja.
Like if
But yeah,
If we're at one of the lower tables,
it
maybe.
makes infinite creatures and it makes infinite 4/4s or 1/1s
Yeah.
with flying. It doesn't matter. Pick one. You can even pick a mix.
van die twee
yeah, just make all the tokens.
Yeah, I want 500 of each of them.
Dit Stijn. Is dit?
At that point, you call the judge and says, "I want 500 of each of them." Make sure
Also-
they happen. Pile them up.
I also really like the Foundry in any deck playing Ornithopter,
Ik heb tot nu toe van niet
because you can just cheekily turn it into a 4/4.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely.
I know ninjas did that for a while.
Daarna met 2 en win. Dan
I think there's a list. There's a ninjas list during the event, which definitely had it in it.
Yeah,
The good thing is, it just. I mean, Ursa Saga is just a busted card. It just fetches it up if you want it. Right? It fetches it up. It fetches the Luxio up. It's there. They just make it happen. So we will have to see if how much disruption Stein is trying to bring in. Because the Fairy Macabre is not included. But there's a lot of cards that, like the Force of Vigor, for example, as well. You might want it.
Wait,
if you're
against
afraid of
Animate Dead?
something.
Or you're thinking like
not
sideboard
specific.
cards?
You could. Mostly sideboard cards. But if you look at the other side, it doesn't have it. It has 1 engineered explosives, which I for sure would definitely bring in.
Yeah, no, that for sure.
The Fatal Pushes are interesting. I would definitely bring those.
Yeah, for Maarten, for sure.
And I would consider the Fairy Macabres.
en dat ik de win vast had. En dat de tegenstander het gewoon niet
Or just start ferrying back. Yeah, well, that's the thing. The fairies make sense if you saw the Brewmaster. If not, then you assume that the Devoted Druid stays in play, right?
Yeah, that's fair.
mijn life
So yeah, but then again, the better pushes might definitely get in. Question is
Yeah,
what you take out. I don't think the Thoughtseize is too interesting.
Ja, maar dat was nog een live draw, hè?
And if you're on a draw,
Ja, je had kunnen...
the Dazes might come out as well.
Ook zat ik dan, had ik niet eigenlijk moeten thought season. Maar toen dacht ik, nou, die Archon 2... Nee, maar dat lag al op tafel. Daarom dacht ik van...
But you have to keep your blue count up for the forces, so it's a bit tricky.
yeah. I could definitely see like maybe 2 days is coming out.
Yeah, I just kick all of them out. The days on the draw against the combo deck is always like, well, you have to get something else. And this is why I think it's a shame that some of the decks aren't playing Iona anymore. Because against matchups, against combo matchups like this, Arch single-handedly shuts it down. And you just wish them good luck.
Yeah, even if it's just the one of in the side, right?
Yeah. Because Caracas is not everywhere anymore. So that answer doesn't count. So now they have to find something else. So that's why I like it. It would definitely be a very good option in sideboard, especially against decks where you have no idea what it really does. And those decks are very often just very one-dimensional, 1-2 color decks with either no removal or all removal and assets in just one color.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's a bunch of hate here that's coming in.
I mean, we're already kind of seeing that because a lot of the removal in the format already is in black.
Yeah.
Either black or white. So I think you might be correct on that. I think Iona is actually pretty sweet right now.
It is in a pretty good spot because Caracas has died down. And as I said, it's still one-off. It's never good enough to be your main, because at this point the Traxxas just wins differently. It just says, well, I have all these cards now. It already resolved once. How are you going to get the rest? How are you going to fight against the additional draw 5 that I just pulled? And it costs me nothing additional, like Grizzlebrand used to do.
Yeah. Yeah, Grizzlebrand is pretty much just... It has been power crept out of the format.
It's been power crept at the point the mono blacklists Grief got destroyed. At that point you just mono black and just... Oh, I got some birds.
All birds. Oops, all birds. Yeah, no, there's
birds, no goose, how dare you.
There's definitely a reason why these decks are playing one Archon, one Atraxa, because they're just the best thing to reanimate for different reasons.
Yeah, don't forget, this is the list that is more tempo based, so they don't mind relying on the Troll of Cast Doom and just interact differently.
Yeah.
But especially after sideboard, because at that point you can even cut out your entire Force and Days package for just straight up on the board removal. And just fight on the board. I would even consider bringing the Orcish Bowmasters. You know, there's a bunch of birds in there. Get the Bowmasters in there. Get rid of his mana. Get rid of his Arbor Dryad if you have to.
Yeah.
Your Brazen Borer is... I mean, definitely your Murktide regions are like, yeah, well, you don't need those.
I could even see a scenario where it just straight up pings a Devoted Druid because you end up in a situation where you need the mana, so you put a counter on it to untap it once, and then, oh yeah, now it suddenly dies the Bowmaster.
Yeah. I mean, Bowmaster is now right here. It will be just a killer. But it only takes out the birds and the Arbor and pretty much nothing else. It doesn't take out the Goose. It doesn't take the Brewmaster. It doesn't take out the Fiend Artisan. Maybe takes out a Fiend Artisan. The biggest issue is, the biggest question is, does Martin know how much of a reanimate, how much of a graveyard-based deck it is? Or at least can be.
Does Martin know how much of a graveyard deck Stein is playing? I don't think so. If he does, I'd be shocked.
So at that point, the Ferromacarbus are not here. But then again, Reanimator deck is strong enough for itself that it just causes the problems the other way. Just get something big, get it going.
Yeah, that's one of the strengths of playing a
There it is.
proactive deck.
That's the engineered explosives.
Like if your proactive plan is good, then
Yeah, that's a good old engineered explosives. It'll be on a number, and the number is probably 2.
I think we are getting rid of the Brazen Borer.
Yeah, it's the least interesting card.
Yeah. Oh, that's an interesting art for the Fiend Artisan, by the way.
Fiend Artisan.
When in doubt, the secret lair has to be.
Mag je daarmee Christ opzoeken uit je deck?
It's kind of a funny artwork. I don't hate it.
No, the card does whatever it needs to do.
Is een creature.
And a good question is, can you find Gris with it? Yes, it's a 1/1 creature. It says so on the tin. But yeah, for now it's just processing slowly. Both players are trying to set up their cards to either get their combos off. The issue is Reanimator needs a few turns to attack and needs less of a setup than Abzan does. But when Abzan goes off, it just wins straight up.
But Reanimator is also just way more disruptive, so
This version definitely is, yes.
it definitely does have some number of turns to sculpt, but at some point you do have to do something.
Donder, opgedonder.
Bijna. Joink.
But what does he have? What is he missing? Oh, he has a nice setup. So he has a Murktide for Thread, which you can start off next turn.
Die kunnen een forest of een plains zoeken. Ja, ik snap dat jij die kaart nog nooit gezien
nog
hebt.
nooit gezien,
Want die
nee.
zit niet in decks die jij speelt.
Nee, hè? Nee.
Ik heb er 20 of zo. Nee,
I love the little banner. It's like, yeah, look, here's a land. You've never seen it before.
So, for those of you who don't know, Martin for the past few years has been playing mostly depths variants.
I mean, to be fair, who plays green white?
Yeah, it's a rough color combination. It's
Even at that point, finding a version that's not green is just significantly better. No, that's something.
een basic.
Een beetje.
Versneter zoomf.
Als jij het zegt, ik
Ja.
geloof je.
Marais en EV.
Als jij het zegt,
yeah. I'm thinking of the two color combinations.
denk hoor.
Green white is probably the one that has the least amount of.
Ja, ja, dat is echt.
I mean, it's still
Things going for-
you can still see it in lands.
Anders leggen we hem
Unless
Yeah.
it's,
It's
When you
pretty
look
much
at
a
the-
lance and that's it.
It's
Or a
mostly
maverick.
when you look at the most powerful cards in Magic, they're blue. They're very often blue, or very
Yeah.
often black. So you
Oh.
use one of those.
In recent years, they've often been green, but not necessarily green white. That's more of a.
White has
these
always been
combinations.
a supporting color.
Dit
It's not that white doesn't have powerful cards. You're not allowed to play them.
Yeah.
Balance is not a card legal in Legacy.
Right. So we got a troll.
Yeah, we're going to fight for the troll. If you're Stein, you're fine with it. It's about as good as it gets. Let him waste his life total on a troll. Which means you still have an even amount of cards to fight for.
maakt heel zwart-wit voor mij.
een ploegje.
Een scrubby.
Scrubby.
Now we're going to see. Does he have a green shot Zenith to find the missing part or an additional missing part?
Dansje.
Wait,
Wat bedoel je daar nou?
what does the Zenith do here? No, wait. He just goes for the. He can just tap the Fiend Artisan, right? Assuming Marta has no removal
You
spell,
could.
which.
Yeah, but you have
of
to
course-
sacrifice something else. But yeah.
Yeah, no, but that's the point. You sacrifice the Devoted Druid to get the Brewmaster, assuming you have enough mana.
You don't. You
Yeah,
could. Yeah, you need one more, right?
I think you need 5 total
Yeah.
to.
No,
Yeah,
you
I
have
think
4.
he has exactly enough.
Where's the 5 mana? I see 4.
No, he tapped the Devoted Druid twice.
Oh, so yeah, of course, twice. Now you have 5. Now you get the Brewmaster incoming.
and because the devoted druid got sacrificed, it's just sitting there waiting.
Now it's happening. Now you get infinite mana. Now what?
Good question. Well, let's see if we can get infinite mana first. Well, it looks like.
Kan de camera naar zijn gezicht?
We have a reader.
Well, I assume that Maarten has no graveyard hate.
Ik wil graag...
Yeah.
ik ga dit niet doen. Ik wil graag de Engels.
Oh, apparently the Brewmaster is not the English version, and we're getting a judge real quick.
Die had ik...
What does it do? Even if it was in English, you pick up the card and read it. Okay, what the hell is it doing?
Gaarne een...
Well,
Yeah.
the important thing is we're making a food druid.
Ah, shit. Dan wilde
For those watching here not competing or want to compete, if a card is unreadable in any way, always ask a judge. They will allow you or show you the exact version of the card in the language you prefer.
Eigenlijk ga je food you control.
And then you can also ask questions about what the card does in specific situations, and the judge will answer with either yes or no. So be careful you ask the right questions.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Check.
I think Maarten is now realizing what's happening here.
He's like, well,
Summoning Sickness? Ja.
Nou, die heeft al zo'n sickness, maar die doet niks omdat het een creature
Omdat het een creature is? Ja, die heeft wel Summoning
Ja.
nee. En dan kan je zo...
the food token doesn't care too much about summoning sickness.
Nou, dan heb je zo...
No, not a creature.
En dan...
No, he's infinite mana. What does he have?
Een beetje floating.
Ja.
No days. No.
Weet ik nog niet.
The Duskwatch Recruiter.
Now we go find our deck.
Yeah, 3 cards at a time. We look at our entire deck.
But it's like I'll take a drink. I'll sit down.
Ja.
I mean, you're not allowed to put your feet on the table, but I would.
Gilded Goose? Ja.
Maybe get someone to read you a nice story.
F6.
Ja, ik zal eventjes de
Dream about better days.
filter find. Oh shit, het zijn er 4. Nou,
Ja, ga verder.
Oh, judge. Just 4 cards.
ik moet het technisch zo doen.
But at
Looking
this
at extra
point,
cards, but yeah, that doesn't
at this
matter.
point, it's like it's going through the motions, and we're very happy to do it. He'll just search for his deck. He will find his deck. He will try to find the Walking Ballista, and that will just murder him.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
Oh, he is showing the fairy. He could have opted not to show that.
Yeah, he shouldn't have, but what's that
And
one?
he's showing the Kenai Navigator.
The key, yeah.
The Curator, sorry.
Yeah, it's always filled to find on these kind of decks. These are very specific information. It's very important to keep it hidden as long as possible. If you don't use it, then show it.
Yeah.
There it is! The one creature you look for.
And also, if you're worried about maybe your combo being interrupted, at this point in response, you can just keep activating it again and put all those cards in your hand anyway. So.
En als ik meer mana zat, als je die birdie had geblokt, dan was die Hydra natuurlijk naar je toegekomen.
Oh yeah, that's also a thing that Stijn mentioned.
Just a tiny land.
Just make a 5 million green hydro creature land.
So yeah, there's like five
Serieus ons werk gaan doen.
Even anders naar sideboard.
5 cards that straight up can kill him. Once he found the Duskwatch Recruiter.
Is dit alles, vraag je je af.
Oh, once he has the infinite mana.
Er ook nog eens
There's 5 ways to find the kill. This is very good.
kind in huis en auto aan elkaar.
But now Marta is back on the play, so he gets the first land, he gets the first combo.
And
And at
I
this point-
assume he's bringing in some graveyard hate now, right? After having seen the Brewmaster.
Absolutely. At this point, I think the Daughty Voidwalker might be more interesting than the Fairy Makari, even.
Oh yeah, that is true.
Because it just kicks people. Get the little aggression in as well. I mean, there's some creatures in your main board you can definitely swap out. You don't need the Metamorphosis Fanatic. You don't need the Barrogoyf. You can leave those back at home. Orcish Bowmaster is still fine. As I said, you just kill the birds. It's not the worst.
It hasn't
It's not
gotten
very
worse.
much.
It hasn't gotten better.
So the Brazen Boar is I've come to realize that they might be fine. Because you can just bounce a token.
Ik had nog best veel keuzes. Die zal ik later wel.
Yeah, well, if you bounce the token, he still gets infinite mana.
Well, yeah, it's still at the same. Yeah, it's at the same time.
But you can bounce the Brewmaster after having selected the Devoted Druid as a target.
Yeah.
That works.
It's not great. It's not great, but it's something. It's for sure. It's a sure solution. It also buys you time, right? You can just take out a Feed Artisan before or the Devoted Druid before. Yeah, it buys you another turn.
Weet je wat het is? Ik zou dat een superleuk deck gevonden hebben. Alleen ik ben dan zo hipster dat juist omdat het zo meta is, dan vind ik het...
Yeah, very relevant here that the Brewmaster is not the only way of coming up with the Devoted Druid, but it is a very clean way, for sure.
It's the cleanest way, but it's very consistent as well. So we haven't seen a green set scene. It's in here. We got 8 tutors in here that can help find it.
Infect blijft nog wel leuk vinden, hoor.
But yeah, you can fight it before.
Je kunt iedereen in elkaar...
Yeah.
Iedereen is bang van je.
But yeah, for Reanimate, you have a lot of good cards that you have to swap in for different good cards.
Toen jij die play had gezien waar ik overheen keek.
But now you know it's a graveyard-based deck. You will definitely put some additional things in.
Yeah, again, you said the Voidwalkers. I like those.
I like the Voidwalker here because it fits your deck better, and you're on the play again, so your dazes are back in. Or should be back in.
If you're lucky, you can get 2 Voidwalkers and just combo off yourself. I don't know what you do with the infinite mana, but oh,
for sure.
You could get the Brewmaster and a payoff, right? Wait, the Brewmaster is any graveyard, right? Yes, from a graveyard. So if you use 1 Voidwalker to get the Brewmaster to exile your opponent's Devoted Druid,
I would just use I would just never tap the Voidwalker. I would just tap it for attacking.
Yeah, for sure.
There it is. There's a Ghost Vacuum. Very annoying. Very useful for a Stein's deck, by the way. Because he can always get his one or 2 creatures he needs to get back.
Dat is het geluid van een explosie.
Saai.
Yeah, that
One
one
complaining
of,
about engineered explosives. It's fair.
that one of Engineered Explosives putting in some work here.
I mean, it's a threat for now. But at this point, if you can find the Atraxa, I would eat it, discard it, eat it, and deal with it. But here's the brainstorm for protection. It's always unfortunate to see. Because now you're thinking like, my opponent protected his best cards. Which will it be? Yeah, meanwhile, there's me just ditching more lands on top and let him see all the good cards.
Ooh. I see the Fnatic, but we're not quite there yet. Well, no, actually, I don't hate just playing the Fnatic as just the 4/4 lifelinker. I mean, if we're going to be okay with putting a troll in play, then I think the Fnatic is also not the worst.
Sure. But yeah, what do you take here? I wouldn't care too much about the force. You could take out, because you haven't seen Fnatic, which will be rough.
You haven't seen the second. You haven't seen the second push. I think there was a second push.
Yeah, but the question is if it's on top. So you have to, if you know there's a Fnatic in this deck, then you have to realize, wait, there might be Fnatic on top. I cannot take one of his creatures. Because normally I would say it's very interesting to take one of his blue cards. That's not the force, and make sure he has to ditch 2 cards for countering something that's 2 mana of mine. But on the other hand, he can take out a creature because he can still eat it. So I probably would take one of his blue creatures. And then just exile it with Ghost Vacuum. Because I don't think the engineered explosives will be used anytime soon.
Yeah, it's a bit early for the explosives.
Yeah. So until that time, you need to spend that mana, so you have time. So I would not pick up the force here. Unless your hand is too vulnerable. Yeah.
And now it is kind of relevant that
Eat it!
it's oh you can do it in response, right? Yeah,
Eat it.
Op die borrel en dan kan ik heb ik nog tijd om op
which
te stellen.
you have to now. So that's a fun little interaction. Just it's really relevant that this removal spell is also a creature. Well, I mean, no, because it gets exiled, but in general, I mean.
Yeah. Just eat it. But yeah, there's a threat on the board. Now Stein has to find anything. Ooh, that's not even a bad hand. 2 Fairy Macabres. Ah! I see a problem. I see a very big problem. Problem is, where's my second mana?
Dan kan ik hem makkelijker broeien.
Yeah, you can think about brewing once you get to 4 mana.
Hoe heet die ook weer?
You have a lot of graveyard hate.
Oh ja, Discord. Ik probeer hem nog even uit mijn grijze
It's
massa.
also
En Fada
a
Macabre.
bit of an issue.
Thanks. Ja, die ken ik wel.
Yeah.
What do you take here?
6 zijn er. 2.
He took down the Devoted Druid.
Oh wait, he had a devoted druid.
Yeah. I can
Oh,
see
yeah.
the Devoted Druid.
Yeah, no, for sure, for sure.
You know he's stuck on mana. Take out the mana.
Bring it. Hey.
Yeah,
Yeah. There's a is that a goose? It's a goose.
yeah, that is a goose. So next turn we maybe have a fiend artisan, and then we still need mana to.
No. Here's the engineered explosives.
Oh yeah, no, of course.
His opponent's like, oh yeah, I forgot about something. It was right there on board, waiting all along. I mean, this will be brutal. If he doesn't find any mana, Martin doesn't need anything. He has a creature.
Van je eigen toxic.
He's punching down, and Stein is just struggling to find the land. He needs just straight up mana. There you go. A tree.
Gewoon untapped, gewoon. Hoeveel kaarten heb je vast? 6 nog steeds, hè? Ik heb er 6, ja. Dat weet ik nog steeds.
But yeah, I mean, it's a 3-turn clock, so he better not find fetch.
Eentje over daarvan. Dat mag.
Man, this fanatic. And I've been hearing people talk about how it's maybe not good enough for the deck, but people still play the one-off, and it's like, yeah, when it's good, it's good. Having a 2-mana 4/4 is sometimes all you need, right?
Sometimes, yeah, for sure. As I said, this is how these decks work. Like, these are the tempo-oriented Reanimator decks. They have cheap creatures, cheap threats, and they'll try to punch as much as possible. And this one is just another one as a one-off. You're able to find and maybe cast first Miracle Cast because you still have all the brainstorms. But even if you reanimate it, you get a second one.
Like, think of it as a life-linking Tarmogoyf that is sometimes better, sometimes worse.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Don't forget that at some point it's just 2 targets, right? At that point, a reanimate or an animate dead just suddenly becomes 2 targets.
Yeah.
So you get something free. But it's not a card you're seeing very often in Reanimate's list. But it's a very nice inclusion. There it is. Fit the push, get the creature out. 2 more turns.
Yeah. Or 1 if we end up drawing a fetch.
Yeah. Even if Stein loses this match, it'll be tough to get to the top tables. But I'm pretty sure it's always X and 2 should be enough. As long as we're under 128 people.
Hij pakt gewoon een nieuwe.
And another push.
Yeah. I mean, as the chat said, you can eat the food for 3 life, but it puts him off 5 to 8. It doesn't change the clock. It's still chunks of 4. At least allows him to fetch, that's for sure.
Want ik sta op 5, ja. Dus ik hou het nog wel even vol. Draw? Ja.
But I don't think the fetch is the biggest issue. At this right now, he's just struggling to even see it out.
Yeah, he has one more turn. And honestly, I don't know what he could draw here that would do it.
What can he draw that buys enough time?
He'd need like a Brewmaster, and then the payoff for the Infinite Mana as well.
mean,
Oh, no, never mind.
Nee, Very Macabre, alsjeblieft.
Wait. Oh, I was sure he was gonna go for the devoted druid,
you could get it.
but
Ja, ik snap het.
Ja.
Hey, je kan hem gewoon casten trouwens. Ja, daarom wil ik je nu pressuren om eventueel iets te doen.
huh.
Dan heb ik een 2-2 tegen jou.
What do you get? What do you do? What are you afraid of?
Ja, ik doe
I mean, Maat is not afraid of anything.
En dan ga ik bij jou nog een instant weghalen. Ja, prima. Dan is de beurt aan jou. Ja, zullen we eens even een goede draw doen?
He's on 1.
Interesting.
He prefers to have something that drops 2 bodies. But there's nothing in the deck that really drops 2 bodies.
Go. En jouw upkeep.
And this is unfortunately also the downside of the Abzan combo deck.
Kaart vast.
The amount of interaction it has is very, very small. It has 4 Swift configurations, which you see here. And that is pretty much the end of it.
Yeah, and the only reason that's there is because it's also a possible combo piece.
Yeah. It's a nice, it's a very nice 2-for-1.
Ga naar 32.
It's a very creative find for your deck, since it does
Yeah.
both the things.
Ja, ik heb te weinig om hier een...
Ja.
I mean, he has an animated creature, but I mean, at that point, you get nothing.
Yeah.
So yeah, unfortunately, it's over.
Ja, die push is...
You see the strength of the Dimir Reanimator, and if you try something creative or something new, this is what you're up to. So you have to be able to have a
Yeah.
fighting chance, and I would say there is definitely a fighting chance, and the surprise factor with this deck is very high.
Hoe noem jij
Yeah,
het?
for sure.
Moet het broed-
It's just that the Reanimator deck had just a little bit too much removal to reliably go through, because you have so many of your combo pieces are creatures.
is nog spice.
Like, and then having Engineered Explosive and Fatal Push just pick you apart it's a little bit rough.
Hexproof, dus dit is eigenlijk voor één groep.
But I wouldn't be surprised if this deck has a decent matchup against most of the rest of the format, actually.
Dus dan slaat een Bird of Paradise jou dood.
Ben je een Duits?
So very cool deck. Very cool deck. We're gonna see if we can get a B match going.
Ja, ik geef wel les, maar ik
Oh, nou, dan heb ik daar
So stick around for that for a moment.
een octrooigemachtigde.
Ja.
Dat schijnt echt best wel druk daarop te liggen, of niet? Dat jullie veel octrooien moeten verwerken, maar er weinig mensen zijn of zoiets.
Nee,
Yeah, there's a few surprising matches that go long. There's a storm matchup that's still going on.
de overheid de rechter zijn, dan zijn wij de advocaat.
It's a combo versus
We werken voor de klant en de overheid die zegt ja of nee.
versus the Faultlines deck.
Ja, super lachen.
Super lang.
There's the Dimir's Death Shadow versus Reanimator, which will means they fight for everything.
Je kunt winnen als je beurt 1 Saga legt.
It's a lot of fun.
En dan beurt 2 die Druid.
Ja.
En dan beurt 3 dan vind je het.
And then the Spater against
En dan kun je dat zwaard dus equippen op je Druid. En dan is hij ook
a Memlet combo.
wanneer je hem in één krijgt. Dus dan kun je ook
Let's see what the result one is of that one. That'll be a fun. That's a very creative deck as well.
je had hem al gezien, de retrofitter.
Yeah, we have a
it's
lot
not-
of interesting decks today.
It's also finished but not reported.
Dus Saga die vindt een payoff en die vindt een enabler.
Oké.
Yeah, we'll just have to see what's available at this point, and
I
if
mean, at
not,
this
we
point,
can just
there's only very few
hebben we nog?
matches still ongoing. There's 15 matches left. There's 8 minutes in the round. So we'll see if we can find something. Not, we'll be back in a little bit with round 4 of all the fun.
Yeah, I mean, we can just wait for a second.
Yeah, sure. So
Instead of going
Explain to
the
me,
floor.
if we're
Yes.
still talking, explain to me, what are they fighting for during this event?
Yeah, so
What?
Wie is die knappe jongen? Het is een,
aside from a very nice cash prize, I don't know the exact number, but I think it's somewhere around 1k at least. Get confirmation on that. But more importantly, the winner will also qualify for the European Legacy Masters, which will be August 10th in Hasselt this year. So not in Bologna, as it was in previous editions. It will be in Belgium.
And
So,
what can they win there? What's the prestige besides winning the tournament?
well, first of all, if you win the European Legacy Masters, you're just the best player in Europe by definition. That's just a given. Other than that,
Bragging rights, important. I'll take it.
good question. I know last time they had a couple playmats. And I think there was also a cash prize. I'm not exactly 100% sure, actually. That's,
Yeah, but European Legacy Masters is otherwise a closed tournament, which means
Yes.
you only get there through an invite. There's plenty to win during the year, but it's a very elite selection that gets to play at the European Legacy Masters. So just qualifying for that one is always a very big step for certain players' careers.
yeah, for sure. And if you aren't able to qualify this year, there is also a side event hosted by, I believe, Mjadi, who also are well-known tournament organizers at this point. They host great tournaments, so I definitely recommend maybe considering going there if it's something you're interested in doing. I think I'll probably go as well, even if I'm not qualified, because I want to play some more Legacy this year.
See, we have a new table. It's going to be Cephalid Breakfast against. What did I find? What was the second one? And Dimir Tempo. So we've seen the Dimir Tempo decklist again before.
Oh yeah, you and
At least
Michael saw
this
that.
is what. Yeah, at least this one.
Yeah.
This is what it's called. So it's a plague of a lot of formats. It's Nadu. Gets a Dimir decklist with a single Kaito and an Overlord.
Yeah, let's see if we can get that up screen real fast. Overlord of the Bilmerk. I've been hearing a lot of that card in Modern, where it's been getting some value in Blink Shells.
Yeah, Modern and Standard. It's these enchantment creatures, the Overlords, have been making quite a presence.
Yeah, for those of you who haven't seen the card, it's essentially just a 2-mana card selection that at some points becomes really threatening.
At one point, yeah, it takes its sweet time, but it's cheap.
Yeah. Oh, there are of course ways of maybe speeding things along, but I don't see those in this deck, so don't count on it. But it's 2 mana, find a creature, maybe put something in the graveyard to not reanimate, because we're not. Oh, we are playing 1 reanimate.
We're also playing a very sweet one-off Snapcaster Mage. Oh, that makes me happy.
The fun off.
The fun-off. Hey, you can say whatever you want, but fun-offs are the cool cards.
Oh no, for sure. I love toolbox decks, so I love one-offs.
Yeah, Snapcaster Mage used to be an absolute staple of the Legacy format, being extremely powerful with things like Swords of Plowshares, Path to Exiles, and certain counter spells.
Also, what Chad is reminding of us of is there's 4 actual factual counterspell in the tempo deck.
Okay, I'm gonna have to ask you a question. We haven't seen one thing, I think.
Yeah.
Which art will it be? Which version will the counterspell be?
Ooh. My money's on the OG one.
It has to be the OG, preferably black bordered. I don't care if it's foreign black bordered. Get the OG's one. I think there's a few very cool alterations from counterspell as well.
Yeah,
like very cool arts, but I do hope it's the OG.
Well, we're gonna see them in a moment, hopefully.
Sure. Meanwhile, I'm just looking at the different arts. Which one are there? Like, it has been reprinted 68 times. Dear Lord.
68 times?
68 versions. Yeah.
Wow,
I mean, that
that's
includes the gold boarded ones, the World
sure.
Championship ones.
Sure, that's not that much of a difference if you.
No. Sure. But the focus back on the match. There is a Dimir tempo deck that has all blue cards in his hand, and a Nadu deck that tries to resolve trying to resolve anything that resembles a Nadu or a different creature next to Encore.
I mean, right now the Nadu deck is just going on the Nomad beats. It says we have plenty of targeters, just no things to target with it. Well, we might
nothing to target, but it's still eating his ass for 2. It's
sure.
It's banging on the door. It's like, you better do something.
Speaking of things to target, it's the OG one. Ah,
we got him.
Yeah.
I mean, if you want to go for the OG, I'll also take the OG Judge files.
Oh yeah, for sure.
That's it. Time and around. Active player, please finish the turn. There's 5 additional turns.
Okay, so these players have a little bit of extra time, so they're gonna keep playing a little bit longer.
Yeah, they get a few additional minutes.
But that has to be favored for Bossy, right? Just having the option to present a combo and then going off.
Yeah, they have an additional few minutes, but any combo deck that can just win out of nowhere or in one turn, it's always favored in these additional turns. And for Michel, it suddenly has to change his entire playstyle because he needs to have a clock in.
Currently, they also have extra time after a judge call, so there's that as well.
So at least that's why there isn't a table available. There we go. That's something he needs. He needs the one thread. So right now, there we go. We have attacking power.
Yeah, that's a fast clock.
Best is still looking for a third land. He needs to find something. Suddenly he cannot attack, so his clock is done. But it's hard to see what he has in hand available. See if you can find an additional card.
A third land might also be not the worst. Just maybe try and start deploying some cards. Ooh, he hits the swords.
Yeah. Do we protect it? We should. That's for sure.
Oh yeah, no, if you can, you fight over this.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that we don't know how many minutes they have available before they go into extra turns. At some point we will see the big yellow dice. That's when we know. But it doesn't change much for how Michel has to play this matchup. He's very demanding on the threat. If you weren't in any time troubles, you could sit out, you can wait, make sure your opponent doesn't combo out, and get the threat in a little later. But at this point, he really needs something on board. And it's gone. At least the one thing he had going, it is gone for now.
Yeah, he had the daze, but Boss kept up 1 mana, so that's not going to work.
Even against someone in mana trouble, the daze isn't good enough. Rough.
Like missing 2 land drops and still can't daze him.
That's a Thoughtseize. There we go. That's a Thassa's Oracle.
So
and the Lavinia.
The Lavinia might be a thing. Yeah. Because getting the Thassa's Oracle doesn't really matter. Once you start comboing off, you go for a Dread Return anyway.
Yeah.
But we are going to pressure the mana a little.
Yeah, but still, you still get punted for 2 in the face now. So the Sister Pleasure was a big one.
Yeah.
The Wasteland taking out isn't mana, it's just dreadful.
But he did draw a Savannah, so that's a good thing.
Right. For 3 turn it is.
And I mean, he is clocking. There's 3 power in play right now.
Dan ben jij.
Oh, he's looking. He knows what his stop cards are because he didn't get to fetch on his previous brainstorm. So he's just waiting for the next step on his brainstorm. And
Men zegt wel dat het een goede...
he needs to see. He needs to look as deep as possible.
Sure.
I have no idea what that art is. Is it a brainstorm?
I think it's a brainstorm, yeah.
Dear Lord.
Also, this daze has just been the unluckiest thing ever.
Oh,
It's
it might still be. It's still very useful. And don't forget, a lot of legacy players have learned daze is the thing. Play around it. Save the 1 mana. You can skip a turn.
Oh yeah, it's a secret lair brainstorm. That makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many secret layers. Oh, it's this one.
But yeah, there's no guarantee that the daze isn't going to be useful, but every time where it would have been great so far, we've had mana to pay for it.
Yeah, now there's an Urza's Lands, but the Urza Lands is not picking up anything. It will find a second Shuka.
Yeah, which at this point is not the worst.
That's fine. We'll take it, but it's not the land you wanted. You prefer to have like the additional land stuck in your hand.
I mean, that's assuming we didn't board in any 1-mana artifacts, which
Yeah.
I don't see any I like, so I assume not.
Wel een Murktide-cast.
Ja.
Voor Grixis.
Another Murky?
Yeah, I wouldn't take the Ghost Vacuum for sure.
Even kijken. Nou, dat heb ik verkeerd
Yeah,
gedaan.
you bring
You
in Ghost Vacuum here?
En dan is hij...
No, I don't like it here.
No.
You can
Like, I know we're
consider-
looking at Murktide, but
You can consider Soul Guide Lantern.
Oké, dankjewel.
yeah, that maybe.
Because at some point you can just, like, when his graveyard gets to 5 or 6, or you can take it out, but at that point it doesn't do much. But it also doesn't cost too much if you find it with Saga.
Yeah, and I
Same,
mean,
same for the vacuum, but it's not doing anything, so it's very unlikely to be in. Just focus on your own combo and win from there.
yeah.
I mean, the
Who you
Lavinia
more-
is in, which is a better answer for.
Oh yeah, no, the Lavinia is absolutely what you want to be doing here.
Yeah,
But,
it stops the Overlord, stops the Murktide.
Speaking of the Lavinia, we almost had the Lavinia back, but finally the days comes through, countering the pre-war form of wear. Also a very fun card. How long ago was Fallout? I feel like it's very recent, but
It's from previous year still.
yeah,
Yeah, there's so many sets coming out. Like you used to have like 4 sets a year,
yeah.
but now it's like 6. At least this year it will be 6. And Fallout was just an additional one to those to the regular printings in a year.
Leven gemist bij...
Yeah, it's absolutely crazy.
Oh,
Dan ben jij.
also I'm thinking like the former wear wouldn't have brought back the Lavinia when you would just have a Cephalid Illusionist in the graveyard, right?
Yeah. I mean, you could take it, but the Murktide is already there, so.
Heb ik een brainstorm.
Yeah, no, for sure, but like
At
it
this
doesn't
point-
stop the Murktide as Jet's pointing out.
Pretty so. Breakfast has 2 more turns. He has this turn and next turn to do something. I don't think for tempo it's enough. They don't have enough to kill, that's for sure.
No, I think we're just looking at a combo finish, or it's gonna be a draw.
Yeah, it's a two result game at this point.
So
It's,
we get
it's either a draw or a win for Boss. Boss must be feeling
Yeah.
very good.
I do like this draw step brainstorm.
Colorless mana floater.
Then go search your library.
Yeah, I'm fine with it. If your hand is absolute doo doo, to say them the least. There's a Soul Guide on there.
Well, again, like at this point, you pretty much have the draw secured. All you're doing now is try to go for the win.
Yeah. So you get the search, so you get the hands out, and all you do is trying to find the one Nadu. Yeah, that's all you need. Find the Nadu, you win. Well, pretty much. Close enough.
Nadu,
you need to resolve it and have the mana for it.
Like, honestly, I think either or at this point. No, the Illusionist is probably a better find here than the Nadu. Like Nadu might get you to the Illusionist, but you need the Illusionist anyway.
Let the source supply series resolve. It's not changing the game.
No. We do get a redraw for the Soul Guide Lantern.
Yeah, that's what it does. Get a nice little card. All he needs is the 1 mana, and maybe he can find the win there.
Didn't catch what he got off the Lantern.
It was not the Nadu. We had the Nadu. All he needs is a land. I'm also not sure what Michelle is afraid of at this point.
Well, if he gets the land, that's 6. Okay, now it's 4 redraws. Now it's 2 redraws.
Yeah. That's good. That's all he could do, right? He could have done it in response to the Nadu. Doesn't matter. It doesn't change anything. He uses his mana then. Maybe he finds something now. Get the card off the board. Get it out. It's not a creature.
I think it has to be exactly.
It's a Snapcasting. It's tapped. It's not tapped. Yeah, it doesn't change. It will be a draw. There's no land. Get it out.
Yeah.
It's just a hard-earned draw.
Yeah. Well,
to be fair, I
think,
think, yeah. Oh, the Bat Skull. I'm not sure if I like that one. If it's necessary for this deck. But yeah, this is just an earned draw, and I think Michelle at this point is like, well, I think I got away with one.
Yeah, no. I mean, it's a draw here. It's fine. Well, anyway, we're gonna take a very quick break while we get things set up for round 5. Everyone, thank you for watching. We have 7 rounds total today, as well as a top 8, and we're playing for prizes, including a invite to the European Legacy Masters. So don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
All right, welcome back, everyone. We're at round 5. Yeah, of the Bazaar of Boxes invitation tournament for an ELM qualifier, for an ELM invitation, I believe. And we've got Jeskai Control versus Azorius Dreadnought. This is a bit of a slower match, probably. Well, it's going to be interesting whether a Dreadnought can get through all the counterspells that come in a control deck. And those quick and easy, what are they called? I always forget the name of the X and white for exile a thing with a number of colors. Basically, single mana sorcery, remove a
Prismatic Ending. Yeah.
Prismatic Ending. I don't know why I can never remember the name of that card.
This will be a very interesting matchup because this is a matchup where Supreme Verdict might actually be valuable.
Right.
It takes out some of the creatures. But I think the bigger game, the bigger card that will decide the matchup will be the Abhorrent Oculus, another Dustman card, which has been a very nuisance in several formats.
Abhorrent Oculus. I have not seen this yet.
It is such a great card.
That's some baller art, though. Like, wow.
It is an absolute value card.
Exile 6 cards from your graveyard, flying at the beginning of each opponent's upkeep, manifest Dread, right. And then you basically manifest cards from the top, which then could be Dreadnought.
Could be Dreadnought, could be Tamio, doesn't matter. It's still,
right.
Even if it isn't a creature, it's a 2/2.
Let's be more specific.
It makes multiple creatures, and that's where the Supreme Verdict comes in. Cannot be countered. We'll get rid of all of it at the same time.
Right.
Without the Supreme Verdict, It's there to absolutely wreck house. Jeskai control does not have a lot of not have a lot of ways to deal with multiple targets. It is just 2 supreme verdicts.
Well, there's not a terrible number of targets besides the Oculus, and the Oculus needs even six full cards in the graveyard. So get
but
like, maybe two
welcome to
fetches.
Legacy. You fetch, you ponder, you're halfway there.
Right, but there's no ponders in here. I'm trying to find ways that. Oh no, there's 4 ponders. I missed those. So yeah, I guess given the cantrips, that makes that a lot easier. But he's gonna have a hard time getting targets for like prismatic ending, even Source of Plowshares.
Yeah.
Right, I don't think that the control player is gonna play too many threats.
No. Control players have
literally 3 targets for creature removal. It's just 3 Tamios.
It's 3 Tamios, and the issue is the 4th Aerlingus, which will be the biggest danger in this matchup from Jeskai control. The good thing about the Dreadnought list is not just the Dreadnoughts. You know, the classic Dreadnoughts, dress downs. It doesn't play the Bat, which also does the same thing. The triggers cannot be played.
Right.
But instead of it, decided to also play a Curie. That means it becomes copies of exiled creatures.
So another non-token creature you control becomes a copy of the exiled creature. Right. So another combo piece for a Dreadnought.
For the Dreadnought. Yeah. So at that point, just for 3 mana, the next turn, you just absolutely wreck house. Here it comes for 12. Draw 12 cards. Have fun. If not, doesn't matter. Still draws you a card. And it's just a 2 mana. It's just for 2 mana. What do we call them in the end? It used to be the infiltrating.
Right, the infiltrator effect. Curiosity.
Oh,
yes. Shadow Mage Infiltrator. You're right.
Yeah. Now it's available for 2 mana. So for Legacy, it's strong. We've seen the frog. I mean, the chest has Psychic Frog at home, but this does entirely different things. Once it comes to 12/12, it'd be reasonable. But yeah, both sides will be fighting for the very limited amount of threats that are available. So a single Tamio will just draw the additional cards, which also means like the Narset and the Teferi, which draw additional cards, or the Wanderer that's more than a single thread. Will be very dangerous for either side.
We've already seen a Tamio exiled, and that's another reason I'm thinking like that Oculus is only going to come online late because these creatures are not going to hit. Not many things are going to hit the graveyard from the Dreadnought side, I think.
No, but it'll get there. There you go. Yeah. This is a dangerous card.
There's Security. Yep. So
control doesn't have a blocker, or very rarely has in the creature on the board. It needs to remove it. It needs to destroy it. Otherwise, it just either at least replaces itself, or even worse.
Right.
And then we don't talk about what he has in his hand. Just the fact it's a 1/3 that draws cards on damage.
Yeah, it's already good enough. At 2 mana, I mean, man.
I mean, the Tamio is enough, and you have to pay 2 mana each attack for it to draw an additional card, and that's more than good enough as a threat already.
For sure. Another thing that like Dreadnought hopes to interact with is like just having dress down effects, you know, like turning off creatures or turning off ETBs, but it doesn't look like that's ever going to affect his opponent. Sam is basically running, again, only 3 Tamios, so none of these things are going to have any incidental value. He's just going to have to be part of the combo of getting a Dreadnought in play.
Yeah, the fun thing is opponent also plays to dress downs, which will very likely to see either get absolutely removed the next turn, get sideboarded out. But for now, it's not important. For now, it's just fighting on for the additional cards. So there's now a Tamio being dropped, which will be in the way. So it's not unlikely that we can see an attempt for Dreadnought if he has it available. Or maybe something else. Because the Archive is an additional card in the graveyard. Now you're suddenly very close. Just another fetch.
Yes.
And a spell, and you're there. For the Oculus.
Once I do it a few times.
Right, that's true. Okay. Yeah, it's always hard for me to estimate on these decks how they're gonna play out, especially when I've always played like bug decks, and I run against bug decks that focus on graveyard. And so if somebody's playing white, I'm like, oh, I always need way more cards in my graveyard than I expect. Cast Murktides or anything like that.
Well, that's not a very interesting hand.
Force and
force and that's it.
Not too exciting.
Yeah.
Not able to attack.
But Sam is now able to attack and maybe drop another thread.
Sure.
So this will flip.
Yeah.
He's going for the flip.
I see a dress down, the alternate art, and a force of negation. This is looking very strong for Sam. This is exactly where he wants to be.
Sam is very safe because he also has shown a Supreme Verdict, which is absolutely of no danger. He can just use it because he just created a Planeswalker.
But even then, I think this Dreadnought deck is probably weak to just a ton of single target removal, which Sama's also packing.
Yes. Well, the good thing is this version might be a little bit stronger because the Curie in itself is, for control decks, it's a very dangerous matchup.
Mm-hmm.
It's a very dangerous card, just of the additional cards, but now you see it being stopped by a single Tamio.
Yes.
But he might be able to get an additional draw. It depends on the card's hand, but it shouldn't. This is why the Abhorrent Oculus is so powerful, because it's just more than one body.
Right.
It's all that single target removal suddenly gets negated, and you have to risk it.
There it is.
Oh, there's one.
Fourth negation.
Oh,
Fourth negation
boy.
is the only thing I see. Oh, is it happening? Is it happening?
Activate the ability.
Maybe.
Activate. Is it gonna resolve?
Yeah.
Oh no.
Unfortunately, Curie only works against players. So you can't just slap down the Planeswalker and still draw 12 cards.
Only 12 cards, like...
it's only 12 cards, it's only 12 damage. Suddenly Sam is at 6.
Ooh, actually, no, 11 cards because the Tamio active plus. So 11 cards, that's slightly good. That's a slightly good outcome.
Let's call it
Whoa.
And now, if you're Sam, you're like,
okay, yeah, this game changed.
This game changed. We've seen so many cards flip from the top that were game changing, but this is by far one of the biggest ones.
It's two separate creatures still, right?
It's still 12. It cares about base power. Is that true?
Showing that it has 12 power and trample.
Oh, that's true because the creature got -1/-0, and then it said it becomes a copy and with equal to the base power. Got it. So it set it to 12. Good point. So he did draw 12.
Base power. Thanks.
Yeah. So he does 11 damage, but gets to draw 12 cards.
Right.
So one more.
That's the difference. Still
playing that.
I'll take it. It's free card.
Prismatic ending for 1.
Yeah. Do you fight for this one? Well, you have to. Suddenly, it's not looking so hot.
And I'll get rid of a Curie.
Yeah. Easy number of extra cards to pitch. We're just gonna 3 for 1. I don't even care. 3 for 2.
I think the fun part is we always complain about Reanimator. He's like, they draw 5 cards with the Traxa and stuff, and they have to invest 2 cards. And you're like, here's 2 cards, we draw 12. I mean, fairness has gone out of the window.
Right.
That can go. So address down Stifle. Your turn.
Address down Stifle. Yeah. Well, let's keep all of our creatures' abilities on now. That sounds great.
But now you're a control deck. You can do this.
Is this
you saved the. This is the day.
That's the Supreme
Verdict. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
You saved it. You knew it was coming.
Ooh, but now that's cheeky because now it just discarded 2 potential combo pieces with Dreadnought. That's rough. Like,
I mean, you just drew 12 cards.
Yeah. Okay.
I think you'll be fine.
Maybe he'll still be fine.
At this point, it doesn't matter that he didn't have it on the board.
Someone's got 1 in hand. Okay. Yeah.
The big issue is
he's holding 7. Yeah, it's not gonna really matter. He
you hold 7. No, you hold your best 7.
Right.
At this point, it's more like, well, we probably can find another thread. We got mana. My opponent is on 1 card. And he has 1 clue. What are you gonna do?
Waste you for fun.
Yeah, and this is when a matchup is very interesting because you fight for every single piece of power.
Right.
on the board. Just a single card, just change the matchup.
Yep. That one strike is probably all it's
Yeah.
going to take. Another one. Got anything for that? Nope.
Yeah, probably Stifle somewhere. No, go one card. You got it? And there's the
There's a
Stifle.
Yep.
Consignment trigger.
Yep, that one's going to stay
Yeah.
too. Ooh,
Yeah,
actually,
we forgot about the consign as well.
the consign as well. Still hold on to the Stifle in case you want to get that fetch,
I
the next
mean-
fetch he's going to play.
We heard you like Stifle and never played Stifle anymore. How about a better Stifle?
Mm-hmm. Ooh,
Yep, that works.
fine. You can have that.
Yeah, it's
He'll
fine.
be back.
We don't care. There's still a Tamio who'll draw additional cards. I will kill you at some point.
Attack.
Yeah, for Sam, it's like he's using that 3 mana, so having a 4th Aerlingus isn't going to change anything for now.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Let's do that again.
you try to do the fair thing. Play control deck, and your opponent draws 12 cards. I mean,
Get that out of here again.
Correct my clue.
Ooh, Brainstorm. Is he going to try and get a force? This is like one of his few remaining
Sure.
threats, right?
Yeah, I mean, he still has the Abhorrent Oculus.
Sure. But this would be the third Dreadnought of 4,
Yeah.
so...
Yeah. You have to try to protect it at this point. Oh, he's
No,
like, well,
he's letting
sure.
it. He's letting it. You know, like, we're going to play the longer game. It's fine.
He can
I've
still
got
do
this
it.
on here.
He still has a clue. He draws plenty of cards.
He's still ahead. He's out controlling the control deck.
I mean, for now, control deck still has 2 cards in hand. It's not like it's done and
Mhm.
dusted, but he needs to find a new piece of pressure.
Right.
Was that an Oculus? I was going to flip this. Not sure what it's going to do. Well, it's an additional wink on at this point.
Yep.
Drawing another half side of your deck. I mean, it's not what it's needed. He's really looking for
Green
the
mana.
Abhorrent Oculus.
What you
No,
mean?
he's looking for the Oculus.
Yeah. I don't think he ended up shuffling, so he's just drawing through the Brainstorm.
So we dress downs. This time you don't need more consigns. You already have one. Get it out. There you go. There's the shuffle. I mean, well done for Sam being able to get rid of at least the things that kill him directly at this point.
Yeah.
Now it's just waiting for either one to stick something on the board and kill the other side. But the advantage the Dreadnought deck had found itself in after the Curie attack, the Curie Dreadnought, like it's very overwhelming, but fight is
Not insurmountable.
well, it should be insurmountable, but apparently it isn't. Because Sam just keeps
gonna
taking
keep
down
on-
at 1 for 1.
Yeah, one for ones will get there.
Yeah, I mean, you already see a 3 card different in the lands, so there's a little bit. Right, just straight up play 3 more lands.
Right? Because Dorian's got to, if he's been playing a Dreadnought's going to take 2 cards minimum most of the
Yeah.
time, and now Simon's just going to, okay, I'll top deck, I'll take that out, and so that 12
Yeah,
card
well,
advantage has really gone out the window mostly.
It's mostly diminished, but this is because a good part of it is lands, right? And the lands are good,
Yeah.
but
You need to turn those into
the
value.
Dreadnought deck doesn't do much with it, right? Outside of the 3 mana you need for the Oculus or for the combo, pretty much everything else is just nothing. But Sam is still struggling on 3 lands, which means his 4th Aerlingus in his hand only gets a singular creature, and which is definitely not enough
Not
to
exciting.
raise or pressure anything. And that's with the amount of drawing that happened with Dorian. He doesn't know how much removal or interaction he has to play through at this point to start winning.
Right. Landforce Brainstorm is what I saw.
He's in no danger of dying either. But he's
Right.
like, sure, I'll wait. Maybe I'll draw a few lands. Maybe I get the Aerlingus out for X3.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe I can start pressure from there.
Okay, just a natural shuffle.
Ooh, failed to find. Okay, that's...
Always good news.
That's where we're at.
Then I was like, ha! I'm not sure if this is good news. It is good. In the end, it's good news, but... Then now... Sam does the math. He could figure out he has a land in hand.
Right.
Playing fast and making mistakes.
Like, unless he's only playing 1 Tundra.
Yeah, but he probably assumes he maybe has more lands in hand because this deck only plays 2 Tundras.
Do you think it's an effect that drawing 12 cards has made Dorian a bit more loosey goosey on his plays? Because I feel like he's kind of like, it's fine, I'll just do this. I saw like putting back lands and then drawing it with the clue, like putting back a land and then immediately drawing it.
Yeah.
Where
I think
feel
he's
like
just
maybe
desperately. He's just digging.
Yeah.
He's all these cards. He's just digging for anything.
Right.
And now you see a massive fight over a single 2/2 token for Theolingus.
Right.
And now Dorian's like, well, I gotta get rid of my cards, and now we just stop
So many
that.
lands. He's got 2 more lands in hand, I think. No, 1. And
It's
a
a
prismatic.
whole bunch of do nothing.
Ooh, what is this? What is this card? This is that a Tamio?
Ponder.
Oh, it's a Ponder. Okay, that's fancy art I haven't seen before.
Tamio would have been very nice for Sam at this point.
Right.
This is also very nice.
That
No,
looks like a planeswalker.
it's not. It shouldn't happen.
That's Teferi.
Okay, we'll
Or is
take
it?
the Tamio. Yeah, I think it's the alt art series.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. It went down. He drew. I was like, it acts like Teferi. Quacks like a duck. You know.
It's very, it's very annoying. At this point, Tamio will draw some more cards. He's just desperately looking for additional gas.
Yeah, it's
Sam
bird Teferi.
Sam did a very good job defending as much as possible, but he is bound to draw some lands at some point. Yeah, he did.
Yeah,
But then again, the Fury is like, well, that's fine.
Right. I'm just worried that Dorian's potentially being like, I got 12 cards. I can be like, I can just pitch
There's
these.
a Narset. Oh, this is an issue.
Ooh, yep.
I mean, nothing is happening. So supply shares, sure.
This is starting to get out of control.
Yeah, I wonder how we got here.
Yeah, I think there was a handful of places where Dorian potentially lost value. It just like eked out, and Sam could again 2 for 1 over and over. Oh no!
Sam just 1 for 1, but Dorian just couldn't ever find his second thread.
It's the Days Undoing with Narset in play.
Yeah. So you're going to discard everything. I'm going to draw 7. Do you want to continue or do you want to concede for game 2? Because I'm going to have 7 cards and you're going to have 0.
Yeah. No, I
Right.
understand the situation.
You can play.
It's my decision to make. So
Yes,
if you let me.
Yep. Just remind him like.
Yeah. It is a very good question because
let's take a look at this. Like we do want to play with both control decks, you know.
I'm absolutely shocked. Sam had exactly enough cards to get rid of all of Dorian's threads.
Yeah.
And Dorian just couldn't find anything else.
Yeah, that's brutal.
But then again, the deck is very light on threads.
Right, yeah. And the reason I think to point out the reason that Dorian's scooping here is that they could play a more control-y deck, a control-y match, and so nobody wants to draw. Nobody wants to draw. You want to be able to play within the match. So Sam's just like, hey, do you want to like be able to play potentially 3 games? You know, you're down 1. It benefits Dorian to kind of concede if he doesn't really have an out. He's drawn 0 and Sam's drawn 7.
Now the challenge will be what you poured in, right? You know what happens.
True.
In normal cases, just the Curie punching out for 12, drawing 12 cards should be the end of it. Apparently he didn't, because he drew a lot of cards that wouldn't allow him to win the game.
Right.
Now he really has to think, it's like, what helps me win the game?
This control deck has some interesting sideboard cards. We got a Ruination. We got a Damping Matrix.
Yeah, but they don't do much.
Well, the Damping Matrix will turn off the Curie.
Sure.
And
I don't think this is the thing you're afraid of, because he only plays 2 Curies. I mean, it takes out the Tamio.
I think that's it. I think it's just Curie though. That's not exciting. I was looking if it turned off the Oculus as well.
Yeah, I don't think it's doing it. I mean, you could consider the Elemental Blast to arguably fight over the blue cards.
Red Blaster coming in for sure.
Yeah,
but I'm not sure. I'm not sure what else. Is this a situation where Triumph of St. Catherine's coming in just for getting?
Maybe.
Probably not. You're gonna want to stop the combo.
Just one of the things that I have my
I mean, the Dreadnoughts are questioning that they find they can stop like a combo, a Curie combo for one turn.
Even though I have the game stabilized,
Yeah.
he told me you should just
I think the back to basics is going
Well,
out.
well, the dress down won't really stop the Curie combo, right? Because it'll just enable you to just get a raw Dreadnought. I would never play the dress down against the Dreadnought deck, right?
No. It's more like if they go for the Curie combo, you can do it.
Yeah.
But yeah, the dress rounds are one of the cards where you're like,
Yeah,
it's
I'm
not really doing it.
for sure taking out the dress downs in this, and probably the
I
back
would
to
take out the
basics.
back to basics, yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
We have 3 cards you can put in, but I don't think you need all the blasts. So maybe you add your own St. Catherine to have a little more power to it.
Hmm.
And that's, I think, pretty much it.
Yeah.
after you drew 12 cards.
Yeah, but
So rest in peace is not it.
and you had all the answers you needed.
The verdict was good.
It stops down the enemy
It was also
graveyard.
the 3
So for the
prismatic
Oculus, but then you're like,
Right. And on
Fortunately, it's good enough. I think you have faith if you take out those 3 cards, or at least 2 of them. Get
Well,
2 elemental blasts in.
yeah, on Dorian's side, I'm looking at what he's probably bringing in a Harbinger of the Seas to just disrupt Tom's mana base.
I mean, you get a little bit of additional power.
Maybe Triumphs. I think Dorian's definitely bringing in Triumphs. He wants to be the aggressor here. But
Yeah, definitely on the play for sure.
Yeah.
You just lost while having nothing on the board, so you want something on the board.
Yeah, I need more threads.
You need something. But the question is, what do you take out? There's not much you want to take out.
Yes, that's the problem with like these kind of AB combos like Dreadnought is that it's a very tight list. There's not many pieces. Like you can't just casually take out a few stifles because now you're making your Dreadnoughts weaker.
I mean, you still have 3 consensus memory, but yeah, it's the same issue. And you could definitely consider using the stifle on for example, the first time the Fury goes off. I mean, the Fury doesn't work.
Or the first fetch. Just get the cheeky fetch.
Yeah, so you can get the cheeky fetch, but it takes a few other things out. You can take out the first one ring Emperor trigger.
Right.
You still have to pay for it. Or take the first Narset out so he doesn't get additional cards and trades cards. But
Look at that 5-lander Force and Catherine, I think is what he showed.
Okay, it might be good, but not that good.
yeah, if you lost with 12 extra cards, then you can riskly. I mean, Sam drew everything he needed, right? He ended with 4 lands while removing everything. And Dorian just drew in 12 cards a limited amount of gas, but he drew no protection for it, or very little.
Right.
Also had to draw all the additional lands, which you don't count. Normal, it should have been enough. He just drew the worst, I guess, the worst 12 possible.
But I think also like the effect of like having drawn 12 cards, like now that's gonna like affect your judgment on things. You're gonna be like, okay, yeah, I can just like throw this away, I can throw that away. He threw away like 2 full cards, and whether or not that mattered, hard to tell. Whoa, triple waste.
Yeah,
oh my goodness.
Some games it might be against
That's
Cloudpost,
brutal. Oh.
Oh, now he definitely needs everything available. I mean, every card matters. You have to get the combo out. Every card matters, and
right.
It'll be rough. With 2 cards down, it's nearly impossible to get the win out.
Going to Fear 4.
But yeah, previous game, Sam just drew everything he needed.
Right.
For a few turns until Dorian just didn't have it anymore.
Yeah, Sam didn't flood out or anything. He was just like, "Oh, remove your thing that costs you 2 cards. Next turn, remove your thing that costs you 2 cards."
Here's the forest.
Time issues.
And 4-0, but we'll see how that turns out with the hand of 4.
Hand of 4. Is he really going to 4 already? Damn.
I have to get rid of 3.
That's brutal.
Yeah. Question is what? He keeps a Dreadnought.
I get to start.
He also gets to start.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, now he gets to sculpt his hand for a little bit with the first brainstorm.
And turn fetch.
Yep, 19.
Just
Oh, he fetches first.
Okay.
Getting better.
I mean, at this point you could.
Oh, he's ender turning dress down. I think is there a dress down in his hand? That would explain that. Ender turn dress down, then get the
Mostly good matchups.
get the Dreadnought out my turn.
Like the tide was gonna turn.
That's not bad.
Yeah.
But I mean,
Yeah, I mean,
that's
if
not
you find your Catherines, do you still play the Dreadnought?
Right.
With all the myco spawns. So
If you don't have a third land,
dodge it.
I think he. Oh, he does.
Yeah, that's when you.
So you could do both.
That's when you can expect it, right?
And turn
Yep. There's that dress down. I'm gonna draw.
I mean, if you're Sam, you're like, sure,
Sure, fine.
fine, I could fight for this, but it's easier for me to fight over the one creature's trying to come out.
He's thinking about it though. It's like maybe
This
it's
is
not fine.
absolutely not the card I would ever fight over. Sure,
Because Marine is
Says,
gonna
sure, you go
untap.
ahead. Yeah, he has 2 cards in hand. One of them is a Dreadnought.
And he's gonna have 4 at the beginning of his next turn.
He has 3 cards you don't know.
Yeah.
Go to my turn.
That looked like a stifle. No, what is that? Oh, that's a consign.
Yeah. You have 6
the
cards
Ponder,
in
the
hand, so you
Ponder.
will fight everything else.
Right there's the ponder. Okay.
Play ponder.
Oh, I see a dreadnought.
Let's see. This is.
I see a prismatic.
Draw from the ponder.
You will play Dreadnought. He has a land, right?
Waste.
Put this.
Dreadnought. That's gonna be blasted.
Yeah.
I was afraid of that.
Yeah, I was debating if should I fight over this or
Yeah.
just if I can get a.
No, you fight over the Dreadnought.
That's true.
So
But
it's
you
still
lose a
1
creature.
for 1.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
true,
yeah.
but you
But you
lose
get
a
rid of a
creature.
threat versus an
That's-
enabler.
Exactly. So I'm gonna go to 19.
You do have non-basics. You have 2 non-basics. 19, 19.
You play the Tamio now.
Yeah, that's gone.
So you had it on top, right? The Tamio.
To itself. Tamio.
There we go.
Oh, it's the Tommy. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, Tamio is very good. It might give him a chance to draw more cards, but yeah,
Nope.
there you go. You see, now you
Nope.
just straight up see the 1-for-1 trades now.
Yep.
And now he's the cards he's behind. Absolutely, it's not possible.
Let's try it again.
Oh, another one.
Yeah, but you can force it. Yeah, unless you have a removal at hand, you can just force it.
And your upkeep.
And Dorian's got a prismatic on top.
True. Yeah.
Yeah, no, there's another removal. Just bounce it.
Island.
Also very good against dreadnoughts.
It's very good against dreadnoughts. He was clearly to clear point out.
Yeah.
Deck.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. It's I get it.
18.
Yeah, you fetched.
Fair results.
Yep.
I'm gonna bounce to Neo.
Bounce it, draw the card. Doesn't matter, just keep your value up.
Try it again. Your turn.
Try it again.
And at this point, it's just such a slog to have to play on the other side. You don't want to lose because you're at 4-0.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to lose, but then again, I got nothing better to do. Just waiting until Sam just puts something with power on the board, and then it's just over.
Yup.
At this point, there's too many cards. You have to fight against 4 cards and 2 dangerous cards on the board.
Yeah, those are 4.
I would like to target prismatic ending.
Fear's probably gonna bounce and draw again, or potentially just keep ticking up. Like it's a lot of value.
You can just keep it up.
Oh, there's
Oh,
another
there you
one.
go.
Get that out of there.
Okay, go ahead.
And here he's like, oh, I got my Dreadnought.
And
But
Yeah, get rid of your Tamio. Unless
Cards you have left.
2.
yeah, fight for it. You draw a new card. You have your removal. What's he gonna do?
I can do that.
Interesting.
You can play that game, my friend.
Interesting.
Play a wasteland. Yeah, 3 cards in hand.
Yeah.
yeah, that's what it's like. Oh, you could do this. This dreadnought list could potentially be red as well. Splash red for red blasts. Deals with a lot of threats in the format, like well,
Yeah.
the planeswalker that's sticking up, but
It
yeah.
deals with the Oculus. I mean, the blasts are really good. Yeah, it's been a long time since I've seen Dreadnought lists with red. But yeah, from Sam's side, taking out all the blue targets. The Tamio is very good.
Draw from the ponder.
Yeah, no, it's all we wait for. Just the one thing that kills the opponent. Is that a Curie?
That might be a Curie.
Yeah, well, that does nothing.
Yeah. Thorn's got such a uphill slog to go through.
It takes out the Narset.
Yeah.
We have an ending. Just end it. You could end it. You can bounce a turn later. There's so many cards.
Yep.
3, 4. You find a removal. It's gone.
Days undoing.
Oh, that's even. Yeah, I mean,
brutal.
So that's
I wouldn't. Do you cast it? You don't even cast
Ending.
it.
yeah, I believe it. This is all I got now.
Yeah.
I believe I got just a Dreadnought. Damn.
I got just
That's
a Dreadnought,
rough.
2 Planeswalkers. Cut down.
Aw, sad Dreadnought.
Yeah, that's hopeless. I mean, I was able to play a game. I was happy about
true,
that.
Actually, I really was afraid of the Curie trick because that's difficult. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
My hand was this, which is like the best 4-land hand you can get.
That is true. Best 4-land hand you can get out of there.
This
Yeah.
is,
Just
you gotta accept
control
it.
had 7 and all the cheap removal in the world.
Yeah, that's rough. Gotta hand to Dorian though. He did draw 12 cards in one game though. That's that's kind of crazy.
My sideboarding idea was just put in more threats. Maybe I can kind of...
Yeah, more threats.
Yeah.
Exactly what we're talking about.
And that's the problem as well. You have this too, which...
And this is it. I mean, I just bring in
The worm is now a tiny shrimp. Is this kind of
Yeah.
like a actually?
I mean, the worms were pretty big. The Dreadnoughts were pretty big.
No,
You just didn't get
that
there.
does not make a lot of sense.
Right. Turns out when you 2-for-1 yourself with just casting creatures is hard to come back from card disadvantage.
Yeah, but if you draw 12, normally that should end the game. It doesn't matter what you play against.
When did you know what I was playing? Or when did you realize?
So, with the Lorien revealed, I thought, okay, maybe...
But while we are looking for the players to finish up this match, putting the sideboards back, we will try to find another matchup to show you. Just in a few more moments. Yeah, find some new victims to be show their cool decks, the cool legacy decks on TV.
And yeah, I think...
Right, yeah, what do we got next?
That's clear, right?
Yeah.
I think we're looking at
There's one more. Yeah,
Botlash versus Delver.
You're gonna play around it, and you can take the
Which is
time.
interesting.
If we get those, yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, if the game is still going, that's just a combo deck against a Grixis deck. It's just fighting for your cards,
Then I just have to hope you don't.
and it's up to the Thoughtless deck to find the way for it to sneak in the win.
I don't care about Wasteland. I mean,
Some really interesting cards in there.
about Delver-based strategies.
Yeah, Cryptics. Oh no, wait. We're seeing. Not sure whether we'll get this, but Cryptics. What the 3-mana? Oh, sorry, 2-mana artifact. Tap and collect evidence 3. Add 1 mana of any color. Put an unlock counter on Cryptics. Man, we got a whole bunch of keywords going on here. Okay, to collect evidence 3, exile cards with total mana value 3 or greater from your graveyard. Oh, sure.
Yeah, I hope so.
And put an unlock counter on it. And when you sacrifice it, surveil 3, then draw 3 cards. Activate only to set 5 more unlock counters on it. Okay, sure. So you take 5 turns to basically get a mana. Oh, that's a really interesting card, actually.
Not the one we are getting in the end.
Oh, this isn't the deck we're not ending up getting.
It's one of the options. But we might be having Painter against lands.
Ooh. I'm definitely more familiar with that one.
Yeah, it has some cool cards as well, like a Legion Extruder.
Oh, this is the Pyrogoyf Painter.
It is indeed a Pyrogoth Painter.
Yes, we are doing Painter versus lands. All right, we've got 4 1-rings, 2 Pyrogoyf, and 2 Legion Extruder. I think we were talking about that earlier. That card is some crazy value, kind of like a Hammer of Perforos. Makes a 3/3 golem, but instead of sacking lands, you just sack any artifacts. Which, what do you know? Painter plays a decent number of.
Yeah, there might be a few out there. It's not like it's that many, but that's why it's just the 2 of. But yeah, if you got nothing, it gets rid of your 1 ring.
Right. The question is always asked, how many blasts are we playing? And the answer is 6 blasts. So relatively standard
They-
painter
yeah.
list, but has some extra stuff on the side. One ring is obviously on the higher end and can potentially go for longer games.
Yeah, I mean, you also got the fable of the mirror breaker.
Right.
It's,
Now, notably, this is lacking a few, because I've been playing Painter for about a year now, a little bit more than a year and a half, and this is lacking the graveyard recursion pieces, like, oh man, I am bad with card names, so I'm going to bring up my list, actually. But the Dragon Engine, right.
Right.
Dragon Engine comes in, draws some cards, is a double striking beater. It's missing like a control piece like Ensnaring Bridge, and even Agatha's Soul Cauldron. It's actually missing all the welders and engineers.
Yeah, the thing about this deck, it seems to be fighting more for either cards and just beat sticks, and
Right.
just threw in the Paint the Servant combo because it's like I have some cards left that I can put in the deck list.
Yeah, it's less graveyard focused. So any generally you bring in graveyard hate against Painter to try and knock off the engineers and welders, but that won't have any value here.
No, we see the Fury CB back. We see the Power Groves. There's like definitely some clear beat sticks.
Yep.
And it tries to control the board with a lot of potential. Like the Fable, just copying Furies and Power Groves will get rid of creatures until you find either your opponent at 0 or just get the combo anyways.
Right. I'm wondering how fast this deck can be.
It
Like
doesn't
beyond
look-
getting the raw combo.
I mean, if you find the absolute combo, it's fast, but otherwise
Yeah,
it
of course.
looks rather on the slowish side.
Yeah. Because like the proactive plays of like turn one welder or turn 2 engineer or just any kind of setup is kind of missing. So we're just gonna do land pass for a bit. Play
on the other side,
play
we have on the other side we have a lens deck with Force with Supply Shares and actually a good bunch of creatures with the Knights of the Reliquary and the Elvish Reclaimers.
Right.
So it's more a tempo deck than a full-on lands combo deck. But of course, you can still see the Dark Depths combo available in the deck, and it's just trying to have a little bit more options on the utility side to be able to beat it down.
Actually, this isn't really a lands deck. This is more Maverick.
Yeah, this
It's got way too many creatures to be a lands deck, but it's playing a lot of lands.
People take it as lands. I mean, it is what it is. They gave it a name. But yeah, it's more the Maverick a Maverick list, which means it has a little bit more fighting power against combo decks like Painter.
Right.
But yeah, then again, this isn't the full Painter deck. This is one.
It's depth. It's a depth list.
It's a Dark Depths list. Yeah. So it's definitely fighting more on the board, and which is very interesting because this Painter list actually likes to fight more on the board as well. So they play more with powers and toughness instead of just, well, let me find the quickest way to kill you.
Right.
And this is, of course, a game 3, so we will see the sideboards. I'm very sure the Blood Moons are available.
Yep, Blood Moons are definitely coming out. Well, how many we got on board? We've got 4 moons, 4 full-on regular moons, and 4 ley lines.
Yeah. There's also a Pithing Needle and Disruptive Flute on the paint side, which might be interesting against the Knights of the Reliquary, or even the Thespian Sage in itself. It doesn't stop the Echoing the Echoing Deeps.
Yeah, I think this Elvish Reclaimer is probably going to do some work second that Flagstones.
Yeah. It wouldn't surprise me if the Grav Digger's Cages are either being used.
Right.
Or the ley line is being used. Since these graveyard these lands decks, the Maverick decks, do use the graveyard a fair bit.
Oh, but not this one. Basically, I'm not really seeing much. There's 1 Loam, 4 Green Sun Zenith and 1 Loam.
But the entire most of the combo is still the Knights of the Crowley fetching for your missing pieces on board. So yeah, it's unlikely for the ley line to be in there, but it could have been a gamble. Depends on how you lost so far. I wouldn't do it. I would just play for the board and just have faith in your Furies and Pyrogoyfs to just kick the board out.
So I wonder if we've got a. I'm not sure if you saw a blast in hand, because that's going to make the difference between here. We're going to get a Dark Depths. We're going to get another basic planes.
Yeah,
Or
on
not a basic
the other side, 100% you have your Force of Vigor in. You need that force of vigor. So that blood moon will wreck you.
Yep.
Yeah, that's an early depth. It's now available.
Yeah, I'm thinking. He's holding open 2 mana. I wasn't actually watching the hand to see if he's got a blast.
Man, I'm just looking for the blood moon. It needs to have something. What's the card with the chip on it?
It's basically declaring blue for painter. Everything is blue. That's a painter's token.
It's creative to get the chips in.
Yep. It is a blue chip card, so.
That is one of the inventions, if I'm correct. There
Yes.
you go.
Now, it's interesting that, yeah, the crop rotation's happening, because crop rotation could have also been used defensively against a blast to just cycle to get another one of the lands.
I mean, at this point, we're looking at the Selesnya depths, or the Maverick list, looking for the 2020 Merit Lage. Let's see if we get an old or a new token.
So while that's on the stack, yeah, while we're trying to trigger and make a Merit Lage, we're gonna blast it.
Yeah, it's
Yep,
yeah,
everything's blue.
Everything's blue.
Yup.
Yes, sir.
He's like, I think he's got another crop rotation.
I have made an error in my judgment.
Yep, there's another crop rotation. Yep, okay, so that's why he did the proactive crop, because you can just do it again. I'm gonna at least save that land. Yep. Blast fizzles.
Sure.
Ooh.
I mean, you have to start again.
Now, is he thinking about blasting it again? We've got a crop on the stack. Is he blasting the crop? Oh, he's gonna say, all right, you're gonna start over. We're just gonna start this over.
Yeah, but at least, well, we have a 1/3 on the board, and we have an.
But that's kind of aggressive, because yeah, the Elvish Reclaimer is probably just gonna get there still.
It's a 3/4, yeah.
Kind of a big boy.
I mean, he had plenty of lands in hand still, so the Elvish Reclaimer is still there, but for now, Ghostface, absolutely.
Oh, get out of here, Peter, with the having a blast.
I mean, what else does his hand have? I think it's light on lands, right? It missed a land drop somewhere.
Yes, he did take a multi 5, I believe. There's another blast. All right, and he's definitely having a blast now.
I mean, there's a 6 in there. Yeah, let's go for 1.
Let's get in there.
Let the beating start.
Yup.
Yeah, but at this point, like, if you see like a Knight of the Reliquary, or just...
He can draw a lot of outs, but he doesn't have them. I see a lot of lands in hand.
Man.
I see a Galactique.
Just a land force of vigor if you had it. Just hardcast it, put it on the field. Fatigue. Wait. Fatigue?
Just started blasting it. He didn't stop, man.
Oh, there might be more incoming. I just need someone land. There's a Fable. Would have been nice.
Right.
I'm surprised that Galactique is still in there. Doesn't stop much.
Well, the Pyrogroids.
No, it doesn't.
No.
It doesn't stop the Pyrogoth. It says creatures are still out there.
Oh, it's non-creatures. Right. Sure.
Yeah. So
it stops the 1 ring.
I guess it stopped the 1 ring.
Which is kind of big. Ooh, there's our Blood Moon. Uh-oh.
Yeah, it doesn't stop the Blood Moon.
Danger. We're gonna have a
high voltage.
Yeah.
Yeah, the third land is a big one for Gaetan. He's now definitely in the game. And look, another mountain. Now he's just waiting to have 4 mana, a nice 3 mana for the Fable Breaker. He might be able to get 4 mana for next with the treasure token he gets later on. which means he can start. I think he had a Grave in hand, right? Because at that point he can start. He can cast the Fury or the Pyroglaive.
Right.
Fury is 5, but Pyroglaive is 4. Kill the T, he can start attacking. And now it's up to Dice to find probably a basic forest and get back into the game, or even better, he needs the endurance.
Like we'll get another blast. Ooh, holding up another blast.
Never enough blast. I mean, sometimes you run out.
I should have just attacked with both here. Could have got an extra damage in,
Oh.
but that's fine.
Fine.
For sure, he's gonna want to trade and get that out here. Yo, basic.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, another Fable. Okay,
we got creatures. So one of the players has a board. So what's going to happen on the other side? What do you do?
Yes, this is the power. People are understanding the power of why we're running 6 blasts in main. There's a reason for that. Turns out it can destroy target permanent or counter target spell for 1 mana.
I mean, 75% of the format is still blue.
Yup.
So it doesn't matter, but how do you get out of this, Dice? He definitely didn't find the answer.
Force of Vigor has to be it, but even Force of Vigor is getting, like, still doesn't quite get there with both Fables in play.
No, but you have to. You need to get the Blood Moon out.
Players, that's it. Timing around. Active player, please finish your turn. There's 5 additional turns. Legacy players, timing around.
Yep, he's like, how many in hand? Yeah, I'm just gonna blast that as well, actually. He just never stopped.
Another one.
Another one.
I mean, this is 4 out of...
Oh goodness. Response. Do it again. Now the first blast actually doesn't resolve, and now I get both Fables. This was actually clutch. He loses everything except the Goblin. We're at parity now.
The Goblin will get there.
The Goblin will get there. That's crazy. The double force, double green card. Yeah, exactly. Shout out to blasting. The blasting is over, though.
Are you sure about that one?
I think we're.
You never know when the 5th one is coming,
right?
But
Ooh,
yeah, for Dice, it's
Rome.
funny. He found his breathers.
Goodness. What a comeback that's happening here. Tice is pulling this out of the graveyard. He is gonna get that combo regardless. I don't care how many blasts you got. Here's a Dark Depths, and here's a stage.
We only needed 2 out of the 3 Force of Vigor, so sideboard paying off.
What a roller coaster. Okay.
Oh yeah, but this is for sure a roller coaster, but it's not like Gaiten is...
Tice right now, yeah.
He's out of it. I mean, it's rough, but he has 4 mana available. I mean, he can try to find, or maybe get lucky, find another Blood Moon. Because at that point, if he finds another Blood Moon, he didn't get one, so now this will definitely be a problem. I don't think he can come back from this one.
Right.
No more blasting.
Yep, no more fancy shenanigans.
So how do you get rid of this one? The answer is, well...
He's got many outs. I really don't think he's got outs.
There's a 1 ring.
There's a 1 ring, but like, that's not going to stop him from taking 20 in the air.
Yeah, it definitely stops him from taking 20 in the air for 1 turn.
True, yeah. Damn, there's the
doesn't stop it from anything else. So yeah, there's a lightning bolt and a fury.
This was just explosive. Each way was back and forth.
Yeah, Dice very much took his time with both his Force of Vigors. Waited for the optimal moment to get back into his combo pile for a big old Mirror. And now I'm just mad that I didn't get to see the token.
Saw that Mirror token?
Yeah, I always want to see which one they use, because there's a new one and an old one, and I only respect the old one.
It tells a lot about a person's character, you know?
Hey, man.
moest ik het gewoon proberen.
Je kwam nog goed terug op een gegeven moment, toen je inderdaad het landje kon blasten. Dat was...
I mean, this was a fun game to see.
It's super cool.
Gaiten had a very good moment with the blast, the first set of 3 blasts.
Mm-hmm.
And even when the fourth one was in stack, Thijs absolutely clutched it out with 2 Forces of Vigor. Made sure his abilities went through and he was able to play his lands again.
Holding the Force of Vigor with a green card to have another one on backup because he saw that Painter had a single red mana open the entire time, playing around it basically. That was brilliant, actually.
Very, very well played by both players. They play to
Yeah.
the best of their abilities, the best of their outs.
That's right. Well, I think we're gonna go on a short break. We will swap out casters.
Yeah. This was the last and final round for me. I hope you enjoyed me having on the cast.
Yeah.
And who knows who will be there next time?
Right. I'll hopefully be around next time as well.
Yes.
We'll see. But yeah, hopefully stick around for round 6 of the Bazaar Boxes.
Yeah, and we'll leave it up to Rob, the one you're used to, and Peter, who's been another legacy player legend of the community.
Right.
All right, we're back for round 6 of the Bazaar of Boxes Series 14 here in Tilburg, the Netherlands. Now, for the rest of the evening, I will be your host along with Peter, also known as PVDH Magic. Hi, Peter.
Good day, everyone.
I hear you're excited for your casting debut.
For sure. Looking to spew some format knowledge on you all, hopefully.
I'm actually kind of surprised that this is your first time. I would have expected you to have done it at least once.
Yeah, the same here. But it's been a while. Something that I wanted to do, but just haven't gotten around to it. So happy to get the opportunity here and see what nice matches we have here to comment on.
Fair enough. Well, what matches do we have? Because these are some pretty spicy decks, some things we haven't seen in quite a while, and they're doing pretty well.
Yeah, it was interesting to see. We have Eugen here on, well, it says Colors Combo. It's a very classic Affinity style deck. So we have good old Patchwork Automatons pairing up with Memnites and Ornithopters. So that's very exciting to see at 3 and 2.
And it's almost a modern deck.
Yeah, it's for Legacy, it's a real classic. But in Modern, it's all play a lot longer. And even there, it's kind of fallen out of favor. But here at 3 and 2, it's doing it's very solid.
Yeah.
And then we see Jasper on a Death Shadow deck. Death Shadow has been very popular these past couple of years, but also fallen out of favor a bit for a while. And now at 3 and 2, going strong. So exciting to see this match.
I think the meta has been a bit unfortunate for Death Shadow the past few years with all the things going on, but I can see it coming back here. A lot of Ancient Tomb decks. Tempo is a very good thing to do in the meta.
For sure. And here we see the Affinity player leading on a pair of... What are those? Those are the new Leyline Axes. Yeah.
Yes.
Very good.
I've heard a lot of good things about this card in Modern. That's in Hammer Time, because you don't have to pay the equip cost if you have... Oh, I forgot what that's called. The Paladin? Pure Steel Paladin.
Yeah, Pure Steel Paladin.
You don't have to pay the equip cost.
Definitely, and it's getting you towards your what's it called? The Affinity ability that you need 3 artifacts in play there very quickly. Here as well, Metalcraft.
Yeah.
Here as well, it's probably being used excellently to turn on Metalcraft here on the Mox Opals and things like that in Affinity, and just being something that really pushes over these small creatures over the top. So interesting how this plays out.
Yeah, and with Soul Lance, it's also a lot easier to actually pay for the equip cost.
For sure. We see a very interesting mana base here. I have this deck list of Divinity deck in front of me. It's 4 Urza Saga, 4 Gaia's Cradle, 4 Ancient Tombs, and 4 City of Traders. So actually a very condensed mana base, leaning very heavy on the 0 mana threats, and then getting Gaia's Cradle going, or one of the Soul Lands to power everything out.
Yeah, also worth mentioning, we have 4 Lotus Petal, 4 Mox Opal, so that also helps a lot.
sure,
But those
yeah.
those do double duty, right?
And here we just don't see, so we get a look at the hand, which is one of the aforementioned Geas Cradles, together with two of the Patchwork Automatons.
What's that card in the middle?
That's a good question.
Oh, that is a Masterwork of Ingenuity.
Yeah, so when you may have Masterwork Ingenuity enter the battlefield as a copy of an equipment on the battlefield for 1 mana. So it's for 1 mana, it can become a copy of a Leyline Axe or something else that they got into play.
Interesting. I guess we were keeping that to trigger the Patchwork Automaton.
Okay.
Yeah, I think so. Just getting it, having it have more artifacts come into play afterwards, because these Patchwork Automatons, if we have dumped our entire hand and then play them, they're only 1/1, so makes sense to keep on to that a bit. Meanwhile, on Jasper's side, leading off with the Tameo, getting the card advantage going, and then getting some selection out of the hand, and of course already down to 10. So we're with the street raids, the Thoughtseize, and the fetch lands into shocks. We're already able to deploy or namesake Dead Shadow. So definitely looking good for Jasper here.
Yeah, that life total going down real fast, but it kind of has to go down real fast because Affinity is also a deck that's historically known for being extremely fast.
For sure. And it's definitely risky in this matchup to have such a low life total. We already see these Leyline Axes making it very hard to block if they get something going.
Yeah.
But yeah, for now, both players without any power on the battlefield. But that's sure to change, hopefully, for either of them. So here we see the Masterwork of Ingenuity coming into play as another Leyline Axe. Now 3 Leyline Axes, but nothing to equip them to. And also that Geas Cradle looking a bit wanting here.
Yeah, we do have a Ginger Brew to find here, so at the very least we can go for the Automaton next turn, or maybe another 2-drop if we find it.
Yeah, for sure. We really need to get something going here to get some mana under us. Meanwhile, Jasper's just steaming ahead with this Dead Shadow getting into play after removing the 1 Mem Knight that was there. Yeah, Eugen now facing a 2-turn clock and really needs to develop this board.
Yeah. 7/7 Death Shadow is gonna apply a whole lot of pressure.
Yeah, and with that fetch land in play, we should imagine that Jasper is able to make it a 2-turn clock, making it into a 10/10 with a 3rd shock. That, of course, means that Eugen, well, is probably gonna be forced to into chump block mode pretty soon. So they really have to get multiple creatures on the battlefield here.
Interestingly, no dress down for Jasper here. That's something I remember seeing in the past, because you can just dress down your Death Shadows and they're all 13/13, but...
Yeah, looks like there's one in the sideboard, but that's it. So you can Eugen doesn't know this, but is probably very happy to hear that. Assuming he gets these Urza Sagas going in the later stages. So now we're floating 1 mana and searching with this Urza Saga. Like you said, probably something like a Ginger Brood or a maybe a High Wire Might, which can jump and then gain a couple of life.
Right, that's also an option. I don't think Hope of Gerfer is really where you want to be here. Unfortunately, the Bowman Courier gets blocked.
Unless you find a way to get multiple equips on this Hope of Gerper and actually get in with flying damage. Because, well, Jasper is at a very low life total. But at that point, probably the Ginger Brood is even doing better.
Yeah. Alright, so we're going for the Automaton and then a Volt Scourge. That's not the worst.
No, definitely. Lifelink and flying. So, like I said, something that might be able to get through here. Of course, the Tameo is flying as well, so might spoil this a bit. for now, we see Eugene still trying to survive. But if you can get that 1 or 2 good attacks through, we can definitely see this turning around.
And what's also interesting is if Jasper doesn't have a removal spell for a creature, then Vault Scourge can equip an axe, which would definitely help stabilize.
Yeah, the Death Shadow is of course very big, so it takes very big chunks. But +1/+1 and double strike, gaining 4 life with the attacks will definitely help out. 3 mana on each of the equips probably means we won't see a lot of them equipped to one creature at a time. But if we do get that going, that's definitely something to work towards. Jasper's considering his options here, probably also realizing that he probably needs to attack to get this game over with, since you can't really just have that flyer become equipped and get in. But attacking also isn't the best, since it can just be let through, and if that automaton then picks up an axe and gets a couple of counters, it can get very tricky.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like, the automaton's also there, and if you pick up, if you draw for the turn maybe 1 artifact, it might already be enough to start kicking in.
Yeah, even just a Memnite will mean that this guy's Cradle is tapping for additional mana. Now we're having a 3/3 automaton becoming a 4/4 with a ley line axe with double strike and trample getting in. So that will make it very tricky, and we really have to see what Jesper has in hand here, and probably has to, if he can, force a will, something like a Memnite, just to prevent that situation from happening.
To 3.
Looks like Jasper's going really low, cycling a Street Rave, going to 3.
8. Go to 8. Get draw card for the 3 rate.
Yeah, pushing through a lot of damage, but probably mostly just needing to get rid of that street raid to get something going to prevent this late line X play from happening. And we see a wasteland here.
I just fetched
It's definitely gonna help.
Yeah, I think they had to find a way to prevent these ley line access from equipping, and this looks like it's probably doing it.
3. Yeah.
Now we need both a land to get the mana, but also something to trigger the Patchwork Automaton to get this going. So
Thinking if you have a soul land here, would that be enough? I think it is.
So you could soul land and equip, so then you have a 3/3 double strike. If Jasper has nothing, that should actually do it.
I mean, you kind of have to try in this situation, right?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, you're not winning by holding back, so.
Yeah.
But it looks like we're not getting there on soul land, or at least not yet. Getting another 1/1 into play. It probably has to do some blocking duty, but this does mean the Patchwork can now attack into the Tamio effectively.
Oh, it makes sense to attack with the Courier and then block with the Vault Scourge. Does leave you open up to removal, but again, you're not playing around this. You have to try.
Yeah, you could actually play around removal, just get in with the Patchwork here, since that is lethal on its own and also can't really be has to be blocked.
That is true.
But you're probably also recognizing that Shadow is a deck that doesn't play that much removal. And your Vault Scourge is black, so even something like Snuff Out, if they do have it, doesn't work. We see in this Death Shadow list, by the way, 2 Snuff Outs, 2 Fatal Pushes, a Dismember, and a Brazen Borrower as the answer to permanents.
Yeah, we already used the Dismember.
Yeah, and 2 Snuff Outs are being cut out by the Vault Scourge being black, so really digging towards these Fatal Pushes and a Brazen Borrower to get through here. So with the Vault Scourge only being a 1/1, even an Orcish Bowmasters would take it out of the way.
That is true.
So that does put Jasper on quite a lot of outs, but it looks like he's just going to combat here and not finding one of the removal spells.
9.
So what do we see here?
Murktide. And then I think Eugen has one turn here. Looking at this.
Yeah, I think it's in the same spot as before. If they find a soul land, we get the Leyline Axe on the Bowman Courier and have 2 lethal threats. If we don't, well, it's going to be tricky. Of course, the Murktide isn't lethal on its own yet. And we will be doing some more jumping on the Dead Shadow in that case. But still a lot of outs on both sides here, and it's a very close game. Early on, it looked like Jasper was getting ahead, but yeah, the deck putting itself so low on life total always means that there's these little opportunities for our opponents to get back into the game or steal the game, if you want to put it like that.
Yeah, it's just everything is going so fast that there's so little opportunity to actually try and do anything. So every little decision, every little card you draw, it matters a lot.
Yeah, and here we see the double attack, with of course the Dead Shadow being a lethal threat, but the Murktide not being that right now. So we see the Dead Shadow being blocked, and then Murktide getting through for 6 damage, putting it to 3.
Damage, I get 6. Going to 3.
Looks like one of the cards that Eugen had in hand was a cranial plating, but he didn't have the mana for it.
Yeah, it's actually interesting here. We also see on Jasper's side, I believe a Orcish Bowmaster's in hand. That I believe could have cleared a blocker and made it Eugen's life a bit rough, but we now see a Ginger Brute entering the battlefield.
Yes. Bowmasters.
We have a
And
Bowmaster.
Yeah, so this was the Bowmaster, and Jasper choosing to keep that as a defensive option rather than an offensive one last turn, and getting in the way of this Special Orc Automaton, and that means that they can cleanly get in for the final attack.
Yeah.
And close out the game. Yeah.
Very
Interesting
nicely
game.
navigated. Yeah.
The triple Leyline Axe, of course, can power out some very nasty turns, but as it turns out, they didn't do much this game as they never got equipped. But
yeah, just a little too tight on mana.
Yeah, and Jasper digging for that one wasteland in the turn where they use Street Raid to go down to 2 life, and definitely being paid off there, getting the wasteland on that Gaius Cradle and preventing any shenanigans from happening. So now we see the both players going to sideboard. Checking here, the Dead Shadow player, Fork assigned to memory, of course, a very staple card in Legacy right now, and even with Affinity being as low to the ground as it is, probably still a good card to try and get in.
Yeah, it's just 1 mana counter everything in the deck almost.
Yeah, I mean the turns are probably very tight, so it will be interesting to find a spot where you can keep the 1 mana open. But yeah, you definitely want to bring that in. Then we have another Orcish Bowmasters with so many 1/1s in there, and Affinity trying to get in underground. Sometimes you probably want to bring that in. And as we discussed, we have a dress down to beat some of these potential Saga tokens. Definitely interested in that as well.
Yeah. How do you feel about engineered explosives?
You probably just want to bring it in, whether it's, I mean, you don't really want to put it in on 1 because you have so many ones yourself that are important, but having the option to clear a couple of creatures, but also being able to put it on 0 against Urza Saga and keeping some opals off of the field, I would definitely bring it in.
Yeah, agreed. And then, sorry?
Yeah, I was looking at what do you take out as a Dead Shadow player. Probably because Affinity has so many individual cards that are not very powerful but just synergize well. I'd be interested in taking out the Force of Wills or the Dazes, probably just playing to the board a bit more.
Definitely the Forces. I'd maybe keep in the Dazes over Tamio. I think Tamio might be just a bit too slow, even if it is a pretty good blocker.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Though a flip Tamio can really keep these 1/1s down, and then you only focused on what's being equipped. So Could be
Yeah.
an interesting. And then here from the Affinity side, I see a full playset of the Stone Brain, not really for this matchup. Some Surgicals, Revokers, some more Graveyard Hate. I don't really see a lot that I would be tempted to bring in here.
No, same. I don't think any of these cards are relevant in this matchup.
Yeah, I think here you're just opting to rely on the fact that you're a very fast, very proactive deck and go with that being on the play. Just try and get that shadow player down and punish them for paying that much life for all their cards. So
Yeah,
looks like
agreed.
that's what we're going with here, and opening on a solid one here with the automaton and some counters on it.
Yeah, see, this is what I expect an Affinity deck to do. Just turn one, play almost your entire hand, look really scary.
Yeah, especially with this automaton and the ward 2 it has. It's just very hard to interact with that. If it comes into play, it's now a 4/4. And the Death Shadow player, of course, they can get Death Shadow into play and try and block it with that. And that's definitely what they will be looking at doing.
Yeah, because removal spells aren't going to cut it this early in the game against an automaton.
No, of course you can work towards a sniff out. It only costs you 2 to play on the automaton. That might get you out of there, but it's still a lot of damage that we're taking.
Yeah, at that point, I think it's done its work.
Agreed.
All right, we have plenty of mana, and we have something to put it in. Looks like a retrofitted foundry.
It looks like we certainly do. This is definitely the card that Eugen is happy about here. Just having a ton of mana from that Gas Cradle plus the Ancient Tomb and getting to turn it into the Retrofit Foundry, or apparently in this case putting the Giganta into play that they revealed.
Or at least in hand.
In hand, yes, sorry.
Right. Giganta's another interesting one, which it's probably pretty good right now if you can afford to play it. I wouldn't cut certain cards to play it. Like if you're playing Force of Will, you're definitely playing that over Giganta. But if you can afford to, then it's definitely a nice card to have.
Yeah, it turns out that a free 5 mana 5/5, even in Legacy, can just bring the beats. So, yeah, strong card. No, not a lot of decks can play it, but if you can, definitely happily including it.
And that's not even mentioning what it does against Blood Moon, right?
Oh, for sure. Generating mana under Blood Moon is definitely something I could do, though. I must say, Affinity is probably not too interested in that part.
No, because you need actual colored pips to put it in. It's the only unfortunate thing.
Yeah, I guess you could activate your Bowman Courier with it. Or maybe pay for your Vault Scourge. But yeah, and not the most use for that. But a 5 mana 5/5 is still something that really brings the beats, especially on a board like this, where your opponent is already probably struggling to answer your first 5/5.
Yeah, plus sometimes it's just you have a Gaia's Cradle and a bunch of things on the field, and you just tap the Gaia's Cradle to cast it, and it's like almost 1 mana.
Yeah, that's definitely true. We see a Force of Will being cast, exiling a Daze, even though there was no mana in the pool, I believe. I guess this is because we just really can't afford taking a land back at this point.
Yeah, agreed.
I mean, we have to get through this ward of the Patchwork Automaton and get something going for ourselves. So, Force of Willing the 5/5 and now taking an additional 7, going to 3.
Yeah, but now if we have a Death Shadow, that would be pretty nice. Doesn't look like we do.
Definitely, and I was just checking the mana base of this Death Shadow list. Of course, they do have a second Underground Sea in there, so this fetch land is not locked out for getting an untap land yet.
That's very fair.
So
Though the difference between 3 and 2 might actually be pretty significant here.
With these 1/1s around, it certainly is. But down this build, it will be interesting to see how this gets navigated. A cranial plating, though, will probably help.
Yeah, that cranial plating might just seal the game here.
Yeah, we do probably need to get in through the air since there's, well, it's now 11-11 Death Shadow holding the ground, and that's definitely bigger than the Patchwork Automaton. But of course, now we have something to make this get this Vault Scourge also into the lethal range and get through this Tamio. Though it looks like Jasper has a response to that, and there we see the consign to memory that got in out from the sideboard.
Trigger. Still.
Very nice.
Cast trigger. It's countered.
But we will come in for at least one. Tamio will go down.
11-11.
Yes.
I suppose we lose the Patchwork Automaton here.
I mean, can you attack here? You get in 1 damage, you gain 1 life, and you lose the Patchwork. It's probably better to take this turn to make another 1/1, and as long as you keep making 1/1s, Jasper has to be putting more creatures onto the board to block.
Okay, I will block.
I get 1 life.
17.
Yeah. Because
So
I'm thinking, if you come in for 1, you still have the option for the Foundry, right?
You do, but you do lose 1 of your creatures. So, and the biggest one. So the question, I guess, is whether that's worth it.
Server, sorry.
Yeah.
I think in the end it doesn't matter much. So either you're getting in for 1 and losing 1 creature, or you're not getting in for 1 but having 1 more creature, which is another 1 damage on the following turn.
Yeah, and it's not as soft against removal spells, of course.
Yeah, it is a little bit less risky. Though, of course, in this spot, now we're basically in the same, except that now that we do have lethal if there's nothing going on.
Mana in the pool.
Yeah.
So now it's Eugene's turn to decide, do I go for lethal here, or do I want to play around? Basically, any removal spell that can get cast for free, which is not a lot in Jasper's deck.
We got a Leyline Axe, and we do have enough mana to equip it, so I think that should be enough.
It is an interesting play, though, because if we're basically winning if there's no removal, and now if we equip this, we're still winning if there's no removal, but we're also putting ourselves probably dead on the swing back if we're using these 2 Ancient Tombs.
I will pay 3 to equip Lena X2.
Since we're now going to 11, which is, well, if there's a removal on this Vault Scourge, we're also at 11 against 11 Death Shadow.
15.
If there's removal, so it's definitely a more risky line here.
And go to combat.
Also, with this, you don't only have to attack with the Scourge, right? Or am I miscounting here?
That would be the safe play. But that does mean that Jasper would get another turn, because then the Tamio just gets in the way, of course.
Right.
And here we see basically the bad scenario, though I will have to say, because this Vault Scourge is connecting, we're actually not facing lethal now.
Yeah, but also, this is actual lethal, right? Because it gets trample. So it's a 2/2 double strike trampler.
Yeah, you're totally correct. I think if this Brazen Borrower Petty Theft would have gone on the Vault Scourge, then we'd have a different game. But
wait,
are we missing something?
Do our players realize that?
Yeah, or we have the life totals incorrectly, of course. But let's check what's going on.
Okay, then I'm dead.
Yeah, okay, there's trample.
Yeah.
Thank you.
They forgot about the trample.
Yeah. So here, if the Vault Scourge got bounced by the Brazen Borrower before it blocks, I believe that Jasper would have won. As then there's no life gain, he goes to 1, and there's a lethal swing back. But definitely a very tight game.
Yeah, for sure. And this is great. We've had so many good games today. I love it.
Yeah, I've been watching along, of course, with all you folks, and I've been seeing a lot of good games, and also a lot of tight games like this, where small decisions definitely affect the outcome of the game, whether someone's getting lucky or just finding the one outer that they're really looking for, and it's been really tight.
Yeah, and I think that's part of why Legacy at the moment is still as popular as is, because it's not necessarily the most interesting metagame that it's ever been, but decisions still matter like this, and I think that helps a lot.
I thought it would still get 1 damage, but there was also 1 damage from the...
Yeah, it looks like a lot of the decks are moving a bit down in their mana value, trying to get the game over with quickly. But of course, we also saw someone like Sam sporting the Jeskai control decks and
Yeah.
showing us that that's also still around, and it's definitely a contender.
Yeah, and even a lot of the fast decks do have like a plan B in case the game goes longer, so that is also fun to see.
For sure. Now I wonder if Jasper was changing anything in the sideboarding. Of course, now we're on the draw. It might swing the decision from keeping a Daze or a Force Will a bit, but it looked like in the last game we had both of them still in.
Yeah, that's also interesting.
Or maybe I'm misremembering, but I don't think I saw any changes to sideboarding, so which one was in will still be on game tree. Definitely looking forward to see if you can again get out of the gate as quickly as they did in game 2, and looks like we're going to 6, probably looking for a faster hand, recognizing how much pressure they have to put on this Dead Shadow deck to not get run over.
Yeah, but also that's kind of a double-edged sword, because with Affinity you want a lot of cards because you can deploy them so fast. You don't have a value engine or any kind of card selection really outside of the one-off Bowmat Courier.
Yeah, and it turns out that if you're playing Mem Knights, you really want your synergies to get going and not to have a 0 mana 1/1 in your deck just fending by itself.
Yeah. But 6 should be fine still.
Yeah, for sure. If that gives you a more powerful hand and not have a number of dead cards or cards that are just not helping your opening hand, you definitely want to do that. And of course, with these 16 lands, even though we have Mox Opals and Lotus Petals going as well, you do have to get your mana under you. So either you want one of your Soul Dance or Urza Saga to really get your game going.
Yeah. Right, looks like we are keeping 6. I feel a Thoughtseize coming. Yeah.
There it is.
I've played against this deck so much, I could just read the hands like that.
It's usually the quicker the swamp comes into play, the more you know that there's a Thoughtseize coming, since they really want to get that information.
Yeah.
Now we see here, I talked about the mana, having an Urza Saga and an Ancient Tomb in the opening hand, definitely ideal, I think, for this Affinity deck. Other than that, a couple of zeros, a 2 and a 3, so definitely looks like a good keep. Losing this Patchwork is, of course, a bit of a dent in the pressure they can put on, since that was an easy one to run out with the Ancient Tomb and then have the zeros go in after that.
It's going to be interesting to see what the turn 1 is going to look like, because yeah, there's an argument to be made for just going Ursa Saga and then making a bunch of constructs. But I feel there might also be a world where you go Ancient Tomb Petal just to put the Nettle Cyst in play, but
yeah, for sure. I think that would be very interesting. You're losing quite a lot of value out of this Ursa Saga, of course, or at least delaying it a lot. I think it makes sense to do it like this.
Yeah, especially with the double 0 drops.
Yeah, and just take turn 2 to start pumping out these construct tokens, which will be up to 5/5 or 6/6 very very quickly. I think here as you just have to hope that you're not fetching any of the sideboard cards that we have seen available to the Death Shadow player, like Dress Down or the Engineered Explosives.
Yeah, for sure.
As we were quickly discussing, of course, during the sideboarding, the Engineered Explosives, well, this is one of the games that would be, of course, be the perfect card. Just 3 zeros in play, a couple of construct tokens to take out with it.
It would be so insane here.
Interesting. We see a response to this trigger from the Urza Saga, and this leads me to believe that this might be a consigned to memory just to slow down the Affinity player.
I like the consign here, but it's unfortunately not going to work out for Jasper here because of the Nettle Cyst, I think.
True, that does mean that that there's still something to do with this mana.
Yeah.
But yeah, it is keeping 2 constructs off of the board, so it's definitely not the most tempo positive play, but trading 1 consigned to memory for 2 constructs is definitely a play you're happy to make, an exchange, let's say.
Alright, so this cyst is going to be a 5/5, I believe.
Yeah, is it also counting the enchantment?
Yeah, it's also counting the enchantment.
Yeah, so that's a 5/5 right now.
Yeah, I still don't get why they count enchantments on that thing. It feels like an artifact only card.
Yeah, it probably made sense in the set or whatever it was designed in, but yeah.
Yeah.
Of course, saw for a while we had a couple of Saga sets that had some artifact teams in there, with Sagas also giving plus for each enchantment and artifact in play. So it's probably in that design space.
Right, during the last Phyrexian block.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right here we saw the Temio getting in and digging for some more interaction, I believe. And then we see a fetch and see what's happening here. A Tatsi seeing a cranial plating. Well, that's actually a good one to have out of the way.
Ooh. That would have been real nice next turn. Just equip it to the germ and then go swinging.
I do believe we see Jasper here with a snuff out in their hand. Definitely can be awkward against this germ token. But, is unfortunately for them black.
Yeah, and it's not like you're gonna throw it against a Mem Knight here. Unless you're hard casting it, but if you're hard casting it, you got other problems going on.
Yeah, for sure. And we see this Urza Saga floating a mana and then fetching, so did of course not have the ability to make a construct. So probably just seeing something that can get in here.
Thinking, I don't hate Shadow Spear here.
I'm actually thinking about this Masterwork of Ingenuity.
Oh, just get another Nettle Cyst.
Get another Nettle Cyst out of your Urza Saga. That's definitely why it's in here, and yeah, that's a very powerful play here.
Yeah, really interesting card. But I do like it.
Yeah, so now we see the Nettle Cyst up to a 6/6 with this new enchantment entering the battlefield after the previous Urza Saga left. And yeah, looking like we're having a lot of pressure here.
Yes, 16, and take Giganta to hand.
Yeah.
Picking up Gigantha while we still have the mana floating. Makes sense.
Certainly, and once again, like we saw in the past couple of games, Jasper really needing to get some Dead Shadows into play to make this a fair game. Getting in front of these big creatures and then also being able to apply some pressure back. Of course,
yeah,
in this game we also see this Ornithopter that might become very relevant.
It's crazy to think that a 1 mana 13/13 has been mostly blocking this match.
Yeah, for sure. But turns out that even very big creatures are just very effective at blocking.
Yeah.
Right, Demio coming in again, and we're going digging for some answers. Now this Demio will flip, so we'll make sure that these 1/1s that are alongside the bigger creatures aren't coming in for chip damage. But we do need to find some answers to these Nettle Cysts. Now the pair of them coming in, but looks like not.
Even with the +1 on the backside, both of these are still lethal, so that's not going to be enough. And Jasper knows it. So yeah, very interesting decks.
Yeah. And I love seeing this master work of ingenuity coming in as an analyst and just really solidifying this position here after the Urza Saga was kind of neutered by this memory, consigned to memory. Yeah.
Yeah. Looks like he did bring in the dress down, which we expected as much.
Yeah, that's just a very good card against these Urza Sagas, of course.
Yeah. All right, let's see if we can get a backup match going in the meantime.
It's very scary. It's very scary.
Let's see who's available.
I don't know what is going to do anything.
Let's see which matches are still going. Anything we had our eye on to get on camera? Of course, we saw this very spicy Affinity list, a blast from the past, and taking it down here.
Some combo, are you going to, I don't know, should I take it? Yeah, the Patrick Automaton is also
See.
always scary, so.
But it was right to not take it.
Yeah, in this case, yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Second game, I had a...
Did we get the Naya on camera yet?
No, I don't think we had initiative yet. So if we can get an initiative match, that might be interesting.
It looks like the Naya deck was in the first sheet and took a draw, so that's not.
We might have another one.
The table. Yeah, it looks like we had quite the initiative portion of our metagame here.
Yeah, 2 initiative decks, which surprises me because I feel like initiative has kind of disappeared all around.
Yeah, we actually have a match on table 22, Marduk Tokens versus Boros Initiative.
Ah, yes. The Marduk Tokens deck is a deck that we also haven't had on coverage yet, but it's kind of the new kid on the block. Also coming over from Modern, I think. It's you have all those cats and...
Yeah, it's the Guide of Souls, Oslo Upright, Ajani with Broadside Bombardiers package that's really bringing the beats and powered by some staff of the Storyteller to be able to have a long game as well. It's a very powerful deck that looks to put a lot of stuff on the table and beat down with it.
Yeah, it looks really cool. We'll see if we can get that up this round, and if not, maybe next round. Who knows? We'll have to see.
Looks like they just reported their their match finish.
Just barely too late. Yeah, I see it too. We'll see if we can get another one then. Oh, actually, maybe that's a good one. Is there any deck that you've seen today, whether on coverage or not, that you'd like to mention?
Well, there's a couple of very cool decks, but what I like to see is that since the last banning, we see Izzet Delver coming back into the format, mostly with the green splash. So I'm happy to see that showing up in small numbers, it looks like. But one of the top tables has Dimir against Izzet Delver on table 9. So good to see that they're making a run for it.
Yep. How do you feel about Delver? Do you prefer the red or do you prefer the black right now?
So a bit ago, there was actually the format I think was more heavy than now on Ancient Tomb, and in the Ancient Tomb field, you really want to be on the Delver beatdown plan. Now that we've seen blue-black stabilize a bit as the de facto best deck again, like it was before the Psychic Frog ban, I'm not sure that you really should be on there, but it depends a bit on what you expect the metagame to look like. I think in the past couple of months, blue-red got a bit less well-positioned than blue-black, took over a bit again. But it'll be interesting to see how that develops for sure.
Yeah. All right,
It's also, yeah, go ahead, sorry.
No, you go first.
It's also interesting to see that, of course, with blue-black incorporating Brewmasters again, that the more aggressive Delver decks have decided not to, and rather going for these questing druids and not incorporating the Grixis list that we saw earlier.
Yeah,
And while I do say that, I also see some Grixis Delver on the higher tables, so it's definitely not everyone going for the Questing Druid.
I don't know. This meta feels like you don't really need the grind unless you're like a combo deck that needs a backup plan. But
Yeah, I
Not
agree.
sure.
I think that there's just a lot of decks doing powerful things, but if you can stop the other deck from doing a powerful thing, you just don't need some very elaborate engine to get you through the end game. Just need something that attacks and gets the game over with.
yeah, agreed. All right, since we don't have a backup match, I think we're gonna take a quick break. Everyone, thank you for watching. In about 5 minutes, we'll start the last round of Swiss and then top 8. You're watching the Bazaar of Boxes Series 14, and we're playing for a European Legacy Master slot. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. All right, welcome back for the final round of Swiss here at the Bazaar of Boxes Series 14 in Tilburg, the Netherlands, the William II football stadium.
Me too. More exciting.
Let's start off with a correction, because I keep getting this wrong. We are playing not for one ELM slot, we are playing for 2 ELM slots. So we'll have to see how our top 8 goes. But before we get to that, Peter, what decks do we have here?
Well, we've got a spicy one here, an old one and a always classic one. We have Goblins here on the right side, facing off against Dorian, who we've seen on camera before on this Dreadnought list.
Yes, I also live in
But definitely interesting to see Goblins making a deep run here in the tournament.
Okay. Is that that's on the
I feel like I am seeing more Goblins. Like, somehow they've come back.
Maybe you don't know, but Goblins never left. It's just the Goblin players play Goblins, man. It's, but no, with actually with Sear Slicer Goblin from Foundations, they actually got something from the latest set, and it looks like here we see in this list as well 4 Sear Slicer Goblins. Just a creature that actually can put on some pressure while building out your board is definitely what they were looking for. And yeah, looks like that's what's pushing Goblins back into the forefront of the format here.
I remember seeing that card. We'll see if we can get it up on the screen. Was it the...
Yeah, so it's a 2-mana
Sear
2-1.
Slicer,
Yeah, Sear Slicer Goblin. So 2-mana 2-1, Goblin Warrior, and does raid. At the beginning of your end step, if you attacked, you get a 1-1 Goblin. But Goblin had usually a lot of high-end cards that were good at snowballing the game and getting card advantage, but they were quite slow to get going, and so you usually didn't have a big board going by then. And Sear Slicer getting you a 2-drop that might immediately get you a 1-1 and can get going from there is definitely very interesting, and something that these Goblin decks take a good advantage of.
Yeah, if you can keep it in play for at least one turn, it's just straight up better than Mog War Marshal, which is what that slot usually had, I believe.
Yeah, it's either the War Marshal or sometimes you saw some other variants there in the 2-drops. But yeah, Sear Slicer Goblin also providing some fuel for the Broadside Bombardiers, which is of course the other big card that Goblins gets to play these days.
I think I'm still
Also not a terrible body itself.
No, for sure. 2-1 2-1 is definitely above average for Goblins. So looking to get in there. Let's see if we see some other spicy things in this Goblins list. We see the pretty standard 4 Caverns, 4 Wastelands in the mana base with 1 Surveil Land. And the one-offs are the Sting Scourger, a Sling Gang Lieutenant, a Mog Fanatic, actually interesting, and a Battlecry Goblin.
Yeah, that's another somewhat recent addition, right?
Battlecry.
Yeah.
Yeah, it actually allows the deck to turn the corner sometimes a lot faster, either by hitting it from a Muxus or searching it out when you have quite a board state and then just pumping everything, dumping a lot of mana into it. So it's something it's actually seen play in a lot higher numbers in the past, but now we only see a 1-off here.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, we see Dorian starting here with a classic Island Ponder.
It's like a legacy staple at this point. Island Ponder Keep, right?
Yeah, I mean, nothing can go wrong. You get to look at so many cards. You basically get to sculpt your hand.
Although I have been hearing some murmurings about people saying that Ponders may be too slow. I mean, for now, everyone's still playing it. It took all this effort to get people to start playing it. And it's going to take a lot more effort to get people to stop playing it, I think.
Yeah, I mean, some versions of the meta lately have been very fast, but you're still a blue deck. You still want to be able to find your cards when you need them, and you can always pitch it to force your will if the game's really too fast. So yeah, I don't buy into it.
Yeah, I can see that for sure.
So we see a shuffle here on the ponder, and see what start we have on this goblin side. Of course, always looking to either start on a ether vial or a lucky, and we see the ether vial hitting the stack here.
As well as a Cavern of Souls, so at least the jig is up.
Yeah, and if you see a Cavern of Souls playing ether vial, you definitely want to try and counter it, since you know that the goblins are certainly not getting countered.
Yeah.
Good for Dorian here that he actually has a proactive play this time on the 1 mana. Getting a Tamio going, and there we see the one of Petrocry Goblin hitting the battlefield with double uncounterable.
I think we're gonna do that. Yeah.
So this is of course the vial providing a lot of tempo for the Goblin player when the game goes long, but getting it dazed also means that we're getting ahead on the play draw game.
Yeah, plus the dazes are only going to get worse as the game goes on, so being able to throw it on the ether file there is really important.
Yeah, for sure. You also don't want the Goblin deck to start messing with things in your turn with the ether files. So.
Yeah.
Of course, for this matchup, Goblins will try to ramp out to a big board state and then go over the top, but it will have a hard time dealing with these Dreadnoughts or Oculi if they do get onto the battlefield.
Yeah, because there's not like a main deck Crater Maker or anything to get rid of it.
Yeah, we see a one of Sting Scourger that can bounce it once. And other than that, yeah, a big munitions expert could actually get rid of the Oculus. And otherwise, we just have to go around the Dreadnoughts. Of course, this is what Goblins does very well, making a broad board state and then going around some big creature. But defensively, it's a lot worse off when it has to try and fend off a 12-12 trample. So Dorian definitely looking to get on board first and apply some pressure.
Well, right now the only pressure he has is the Tamio, because it's certainly not from his mana base.
No, certainly we see missing land drops here after using a wasteland against goblins, which of course great to slow them down. But if you start missing your own land drops, then you're running out of options. But now we see Zhao also having a hard think about what to do this turn. Of course, they're playing one spell a turn, and the goblins aren't all very impactful, so you really have to plan out a couple of turns ahead. What am I finding with these matrons? What am I digging for? And how am I closing out this game before this Tamio gets to the ultimate, or before Dorian gets the mana going?
Yeah, and while you're worried about Tamio, like it's not dying very fast because a lot of your creatures are just not that high on power. And while you're worried about that, Dorian has the chance to try and get back in this game, so not ideal.
All right, and here we see Dorian basically making the only play available, and that is using this consign to memory to slow down the damage being put on Tamio. And basically, here we're banking on Tamio buying time as much as possible, and so we can get something going.
Well, we've seen Dorian today already draw 12 cards at once, and those draws weren't fantastic, so surely drawing half your deck is going to make it better, right?
Yeah, that should do it, especially this early in the game. We still have about 50 cards left, so I'd say a good 20 should find something useful.
Question behind the question.
All right, right, what do we see here? The classic ringleader, getting us some more pressure and also finding goblins.
So matron bombardiers and
Ooh.
Muxus.
Yeah, correct. I'll keep
And now it's
Definitely a
starting to
bunch of
look,
goblins.
yeah, starting to look very tough for Dorian here with the Muxus and the bombardiers. We're suddenly seeing a lot of pressure, being able to get down on the next turns. Though we do have to note that there's only one red mana on this goblin side, so that Muxus might be a bit of a stretch to cast in the coming turns, depending on what we find.
Yeah, these lands have been kind of awkward. Like it's good that we have them, but double wasteland when all you see is 2 basics is not ideal. Especially when you're trying to maybe accelerate, put some things into play, actually start doing something.
Certainly, and of course, when you've got your Ether Vial going, you're very happy to get these wastelands to disrupt your opponent, but sometimes they can bite back a bit.
If Tamio plus ability is active and I attack with 6 power, do I get the Pack Tactics trigger?
I believe so.
I believe so as well.
Ooh, that's an interesting question.
It doesn't check again.
Yeah, so does it check before the Tamio makes it smaller? I believe the Tamio are triggers as well.
Yeah, and I think they hit the stack at the same time, which would mean that the Tamio resolves first because it's
Correct.
Joe's turn.
So they actually, before we get the check from the Skirk, so the question now is, does the Battlecry Goblin check on resolution?
I think it's fine because the card says if you attacked with 6 power or more.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure on that.
Non-active, mine resolves first. So
Exactly, yeah, that's how I got
Yeah,
it
but
right.
I think because it just says it's not if you're attacking with 6 or more power, but it says if you attacked with 6 or more power.
Yeah.
Yeah. I would guess so, but the judge is making the call here, probably.
No, actually attack you with 3.
all right.
So we might be incorrect here, but we're seeing a different line being taken here based on that information, and now we see broadside bombardiers hitting the battlefield.
And then I would like to throw the bomb by time.
I'm gonna stifle that.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's an interesting interaction.
Pass my turn.
It's actually a really important one here.
Certainly, and I believe for Goblins players everywhere that they've probably faced a lot of Tamios already.
And also just the absolute rub it in when you have 2 wastelands in play and then your opponent plays a prismatic vista.
Yeah,
Beautiful.
we're not planning on playing any non-basics here.
It's a bit cheating, right? To have creatures.
We have non-basics, right? Yeah, we have 3. Well, 7 if you include the wastelands, but that's not the best target either.
I love decks that can play on basics. So nice.
For sure. But of course, with the cantrips and everything, you get to pick and choose a bit what you're going with, and it'll be interesting to see here if Dorian can disrupt these beatdowns towards Demio a bit more. Actually, might be able to get to an ultimate as they took a turn off attacking the Demio, hoping that the bombardiers could finish the job.
Way better, but still.
Yeah.
Or 2-2
I think there's
Okay, so you did fetch?
Yeah.
there's enough going on now that this Temio is looking like it's gonna ult. And looking at Dorian's hand, he has the option to keep up Swords to Plowshares. He has 2 creatures he can deploy. Not sure what the other white card is. Maybe a second Swords?
Oh my god. Whenever Kiri deals combination to player, the
We see a Swords of Plowshares, and yeah, it's hard to see here right now. It looks like a different card, or at least a different art than that other swords, but
Yeah.
we'll have to see.
Very least we get Curie. We've seen
Curie.
this card earlier today. It's was it Shadowborn Infiltrator? Was the card they mentioned?
Yeah, so or thieving magpie if you want, whatever age of Magic you started playing at, you probably remember some small creature getting in for some additional cards. And
I mean,
curious the latest version of that.
If we're talking about remembering this effect, it's Psychic Frog without the pump effect. Oh, it has a different pump effect.
Well, it definitely does get bigger than Psychic Frog from time to time, jumping up to impressive 12/12.
Yeah, sure.
Go to combat.
It's an interesting little card for sure.
Response. Munitions expert.
Right, here we see an interaction that the aforementioned Source Closure is trying to get out the Bombardiers before it gets the attack going and it can get activated. But then we see another munition expert making sure that this Temio isn't going to ultimate.
You know, I completely forgot that card is Flash.
Oh yeah, it sure does.
Oh, that's crazy.
Good try. Yeah.
All right, now we see the Stemia at least getting away from the ultimate, but Dorian seems to be clawing back into a game a little bit. It really is going to come down to what these goblins in hand are going to be able to do when they do come down.
20 counters, and it was like 20 goblins.
Oh, right, the Battlecry Goblin is a 2/2. I thought it was a 2/1 because we were talking about the Sear Slicer Goblin, but no, it's 2 toughness. It doesn't die to the Curie.
No, sure doesn't. So it's just big enough to survive that, even though it gets shrink down to a 1/2. It's still got a butt that can survive the little robot.
I'd like to attack with.
It'll be interesting. We see Dorian have a prismatic ending, I believe, in hand, but that's not really taking out one of the bigger things here.
It was an ending. That's what it was.
Yeah.
No, at the very least, it should take out the lackey here, right? Because you don't want him to. Oh no! Wait, the lackey needs to actually deal damage. That's right.
Yeah, so this Temio's actually, if this Battlecry Goblin leaves the battlefield, is actually doing a very good job. But the question is, do we allow ourselves the time to deal with this first, knowing that the Muxus might be coming? And it seems like the answer is yes. We have to answer the immediate threats in order to stabilize here.
Oh,
and
we
here's
do
some bad
get
news.
we do get the mana for the Muxus.
On the battlefield, yeah, no haste. Okay, yes.
All right, let's see
Right.
what we get. 2.
All right,
2.
Just 2 of them, but very powerful ones. Another Bombardiers and the Sling Gang Lieutenant. So being able to put a lot of pressure on the life totals here. That being said, still a lot of 1/1s, and there's still a Temio there. So
Yeah, and notably, the Sling Gang Lieutenant cannot get rid of the Tamio.
it cannot. Though if this Bombardiers gets in, it now has a gigantic Muxus to throw at something. So if we want to kill the Muxus and are brave enough to do it into or do want to throw it and are brave enough to do it into a stifle, we definitely can get rid of something.
Yeah, honestly, I think you'd rather have the Muxus as an attacker in this board.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. You could throw this for 8 here.
Oh.
And we're
We
very
are?
close to Lito, I believe.
I will pass my
I think we're 1 short, right?
Yeah, I think this puts them to 7, and there's only 6 creatures, so it's not there yet. But we're deciding not to go for the Tamio and go for Lito over 2 turns instead.
Yeah, and next turn it is going to be lethal because you get a fling from the broadside bombardiers, and then it does work.
Yeah, so there's a little bit of risk here. What if the Bombardiers does get stifled next turn? Then we might be putting ourselves in some trouble. On the other hand, gotta get the game over with at some point, and this is definitely one of the cleanest ways to get that going.
Yeah, and given how long this game has already been going on, I wouldn't blame you for trying to finish it.
Yeah. And this matron might even be able to find another Bombardiers to get in with haste, and now we have 2 things that can throw goblins around. All right, first from Dorian, we're gonna look at some additional cards, try and find an answer to the situation. And
Yeah, and I was stuck on land for so long.
Yeah,
it was,
exactly.
looks like the answer is no.
Yeah.
He's not going to make him have it. He's just going to respect the fact that there is, in fact, lethal on board.
Yeah, and the
And go to game
caverns,
2.
Yeah, at some point, the time on the remaining in a round is more important than making your opponent commit to the line. So definitely respect that here.
Especially given that game 1 already lasted quite a while. And
For
if you're
sure.
Dorian, you're having to win 2 more games.
Right now, from Dorian's side, what are we bringing in here? I definitely see some blue elemental blast that looks like they're very good at killing some goblins.
Yeah. What's the goblin mana base like? Like, could you go for Harbinger? Is that worth doing?
In this case, we see 3 mountains, which is about typical 2 or 3 mountains and a bunch of fetches. So you could try to do it, but I don't think that's really the avenue you want to try and attack them on. You should also expect them to bring in some number of pyroblasts or cards like that deal with it.
Yeah.
So I probably wouldn't unless you really have some cards that you don't want in the matchup to take out. Looking at the sideboard here from the Dreadnought side, we have the 2 blue elemental blast, 2 triumphs of Sin Catherine,
Right.
Demon Priest potentially for the Muxus. That
Yep.
should all definitely get in. There's a cursed totem that's definitely not meant for this matchup. But if you're afraid of the broadside bombardiers, of the battle cry goblin and cards like that, you might consider bringing that in.
Yeah. I don't like it, but I don't hate it either.
Yeah, the same. It's not answering too many cards, but it's if it also answers Etavile, then yes, it will be a different story. But I think as is, probably bring in some more removal, and these triumphs are probably helping you a lot stabilize the more fair games that might happen.
Yeah, because they trade just so favorably with every single goblin, and then patch your life total and just extend the game. Yeah.
Another interesting one is these 2 Grafdigger's cages that are in the sideboard for the Dreadnought player. They do stop Muxus triggered ability, but these decks aren't really Turbo Muxus decks anymore. They're just trying to grind you out. So putting in Grafdigger's cage as well, just making the Muxus into a 5/5. Doing that really says I can beat your deck if you don't have Muxus, but the question is that really where you want to fight the matchup?
No, and it's only Muxus, so that's not where I would want to be, to be honest.
Yeah. So looking from the Goblin side, then where they have a couple of Pyroblasts that definitely look interesting and dealing with the Stemio problem. We see 2 Pyroblasts and 1 red Elemental Blast.
I also see a Trash Master I kind of like.
Yeah, the Trash Master can definitely get rid of the Curie and or a Dreadnought. It's a bit of an expensive way to go about it, but it definitely helps.
I was about to say, you see, because you always play it, right?
I think other than that, we might consider a one-off Chalice of the Void. Of course, we have seen Prismatic Ending already, so you might not want it, but it's really making this Phyrexian Dreadnought plan a lot harder to execute, and that's probably, if I were on the Goblin side, the part of the deck I'd be most afraid of.
Yeah, plus if they spend resources getting rid of the Chalice, that also gives you more room to just do your Goblin thing, so I agree. I think Chalice is a very good one here.
It's just a one-off, but it looks like it might be worth taking it in. And you're looking to take out, I believe, something like a Pyrokinesis. Some of the a bit more lackluster cards. Probably the Munition Expert. You just don't have a lot of targets for it outside of the Tamiyo.
Yeah, I include a few.
Yeah, I agree with that. And like we saw that even with Munitions Expert, you're not getting through the Tamiyo. You need an actual big Goblin to do that.
Yeah, and then this Morg Fanatic that's in the deck. It's there for a reason. It can really do things, but in this matchup, there's just nothing dying to it, so you probably want to take it out.
Yeah, agreed.
Players are figuring out their hands for game 2. I see Joe with some Ether Vials in their opening hands, and Dorian just not going for the Island Ponder this time. Starting on a non-basic and going from there. Ooh, powerful stuff here. We see Zhao starting on one of their 2 ancient tombs.
Sure.
Ooh.
And
Replicate. No,
And another one.
this is definitely what you want to see if you're on a double ether vial opener. Getting the first one, well, forced is of course the ideal world, but even just getting it consigned to memory and then immediately being able to follow up, this is definitely the spot you're looking for.
And even still, it's better to at least counter one than to counter none of them, because when there's 2 vials at that point, it just completely gets out of hand.
Yeah. You see an interesting debate or a decision point for Yao here. Either going with the Fetchland and keeping up a Power Blast that we see in their hand, or going with the Wasteland, taking out this Tundra early in the game. But it looks like they're not deciding not to go with Mana Denial and for the Wooded Foothills instead. Potentially, partially respecting the potential stifle here.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I mean, it's not like Dorian could just keep Stifle open for most of the game, because at some point, like, you're gonna have to do something to interact with the goblins. So,
for sure, we do see one of the risks with post-board goblins or decks like that is see a lot of sideboard cards and ether vials and interactive lands here in the hand, and not too many actual goblins.
thankfully, a lot of these sideboard cards are goblins in and of themselves. So
that's for sure true. That's for sure true.
Also, nice little fake out there, activating the ether vial to maybe get a stifle before fetching.
Yeah, always gotta make them respect it. What's if they don't have a removal and they do have the stifle and they fear that you might have the lackey, there's a chance that they have to stop it.
Yeah.
And every time you don't activate it, now they know that you don't have a 1-drop and can just go on. All right, but the Wasteland is interesting from Dorian's side, so deciding to play the mana battle here, and Joe is saying, all right, I have an ether vial, I still have this Wasteland in my hand, let's go. And this is the battle we're having.
Yeah, now the mana denial is actually really good, because Zhao has the ether vial going and can actually put things into play.
Yeah. Here we see the Sear Slicer Goblin from Foundations, the most recent addition to the deck. Zhao definitely looking to snowball the game with this if it gets going, but of course, this is the first creature hitting the battlefield, so it's pretty likely to catch some form of removal here, and it certainly does.
Again.
And we just have another one.
Yeah, should have done it before.
And we do get the token.
Yeah, this is very interesting. Dorian not stopping Zhao in their main phase and plowing the first Sear Slicer Goblin in combat, meaning that there is a trigger for the second Sear Slicer. This is often the little things that in the moment you're like, okay, I maybe didn't stop them in time, but it doesn't matter. I'll just plow it now instead of making them then go back. And then, well, sometimes you regret that decision.
Well, today's theme has been how fast can games be, how many little decisions matter, and if we're talking little decisions, then that can definitely be the difference. Though this is probably, so interestingly enough, this is one of the slower matchups we've seen today, I feel.
Yeah, certainly. Especially with the draws we've seen so far, Goblins is always one of the, well, they can have very explosive starts with the lackey, of course. But without that, they're not the fastest decks to get going. They're just very relentless. That's what they're good at. That's why they're good against control decks.
Yeah.
But Dreadnought, they can be very fast, of course. They're half a control deck, half a sort of combo deck, trying to close out the game all of a sudden. And in these two games, we haven't seen the more explosive side. We've seen a control side, which is Well, definitely also very powerful. So we'll have to see whether it's good enough to keep up with the goblins here.
Yeah, we haven't seen a single Dreadnought yet, have we?
Not a Dreadnought. And last game we saw an Oculus that was ready to get pitched to Force of Will, I believe.
Yeah.
But
We had a
historically, this is a game Goblins loves to play. This is just trading creatures for removal.
Yeah, we're just expanding the board.
Response?
Sure.
Did we forget a trigger?
You take 1, right? 17 from the fetch?
Yeah, thanks. That'll work.
I think we forgot about the Sear Slicer Goblin here.
You have 1 in hand?
I have 1 in hand, yes.
Alright.
We'll have to see
It's end of turn.
if they remember anyway.
Yes. Yeah, go ahead. Do your.
Okay.
There we
do
go.
remember.
Now it enters. Yeah.
Yeah.
Remember why the last time I played Goblins it went so much better.
Let's get a Surveil in here.
The graveyard. You haven't seen it yet, huh? Or,
Oh, that's the first Dreadnought of the match.
But I was playing Doorkeeper Thralls.
Yeah.
And I moved to the.
Yeah, just as we talked about it not showing up, now we see the Dreadnought appearing and the late Sear Slicer Goblin token as well. Of course, if you don't have the combo to enable this Dreadnought, then well, you gotta bin it and try to look for something better. And this looks like what Dorian's here. I believe I see another Dreadnought in their hand as well. So
Yeah, along with a Vista, and we drew a prismatic ending off of the Ponder, which feels like we're kind of trying to stem the tide here, but like this is more like a tsunami coming in pretty soon.
yeah, Goblins is historically great against control decks since it just keeps relentlessly putting 1/1s into play. And if you're playing a deck that's partly a control deck, partly a Dreadnought deck, then the control half of your deck is really not going to keep up with these Goblins. So you really have to try and find an answer and get something on the battlefield for yourself.
Oh, I think I might see an answer there.
Well, it looks like a Triumph St. Catherine on the top of the library, and that's definitely a very good way to get in the way of these 1/1s.
The bluff. Free to do.
You have to do it, right?
I do respect the constant viling, just in case.
Always have to do it. I've played many of these Goblins myself in the past, and then Texas, and always Ether Vile. It's just how you play.
That's pretty good. Yeah.
All right.
It's in.
Yeah.
Kathy coming in.
Does no work here.
Another moment too soon, because Dorian's health total is looking not too great.
Yeah, these unassuming 1/1s are definitely making that life total go down fast. And here we see one of those munitions experts to try and take out this Catherine. Of course, there's exactly 5 Goblins at the moment.
Judge.
Yeah, thanks. That helped.
And,
Wait, we are calling a judge right now.
It is.
Yeah, this is probably about when does it check about how many creatures are in play. And
Oh, right, because we have the Swords to Plowshares. We saw that.
It checks the number of goblins at resolution or when it's put on this deck.
Just making sure that we are saving the Triumph here.
Okay. Enters.
And as Yao, of course, you're not happy hearing this discussion because you know what's coming.
Yeah.
22.
Yeah, and it takes 4 damage.
Yep.
So
We
now
don't have-
there's,
Yeah. Wow.
We don't have the extra 1 damage.
Yeah.
My turn?
Oh, this was an end step. Yeah, your turn.
yeah, no Ether Fighting in an additional Goblin body here to make it 5. So now this definitely stops these attacks.
So my turn. My draw.
And it will be up to Yao to find something bigger to do.
No, 22. It was a matron that was exiled.
Yeah,
with,
1 power.
swords.
This is definitely something we've seen control decks do over the years, try and get some big body into play to stem the bleed, either by a Triumph or an Euro, or well, historically we also saw Mentor and Treat the Angels be the way to actually go over the top of this Goblin menace.
Yeah.
3 cards in hand.
Yeah, if there's one thing that Control does really well, it's make the most out of very little win conditions.
17 to 14.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I believe Yao is now primarily will be looking for something like broadside bombardiers that can actually get rid of this
So exile graveyard.
triumph.
That's fine.
Okay, my turn.
For now, looks like they're settling in on trying to deal more damage than 5 each turn.
If we
Which
get
is
a
definitely, yeah.
if we get a Bombardier, don't we just go face here?
And then I will
Is that not enough?
With this end step Goblin entering the fray, we might actually have been very close. Let's see, that would have added 5 damage, so I guess not yet, or at least not on this turn.
Won't attack. Your turn.
But yeah, here we see the Triumph staying back since it's not winning this race. It would be dropping down Yao's life total 5 at a time, but yeah, you're not looking to take these goblins on the chin on the way back. It looks like Yao has other ideas of his own.
Interesting.
Block munitions expert.
Before damage?
Sure.
What?
Violin for 4?
Yeah,
Oh,
this is the siege sling and lieutenant. So we are denying the life link.
yeah, very nice, very nice.
Right, because
The Bogger Trawler is a 3/1, right? Yeah, if I remember properly.
With the attack from last turn that wasn't updated in life totals, this is definitely enough to finish the game. So
Yeah. Yeah, very nicely played, because both games I could see it go either way, but managing to eke it out anyway. Very nice.
Sure.
yeah, this is definitely where we see, like I said, you really need to do something big to go over the top of these goblins. And if you're just trying to play a control game, it gets very hard, and it will end up not working at some point. So that's what we saw here.
So much of the Goblins deck.
I even boarded in Pyrokinesis
Right.
because of the troll.
No, I'm not good at
Helps with that.
the top 8 math. Does 5 and 2 give you a chance at top 8?
That's why I was also activating a lot.
That really depends on the cutoff. I believe we have quite a lot of rounds for this number of players, so I don't think there's a good chance that a 5 and 2 makes it in. Maybe 1. There's always a chance, of course, but
Yeah. Well, we'll have to see. Before we start thinking about top 8, though, we'll see if we can get a B match going.
Yeah, exactly. If you're pointing it at the chalice,
Yeah.
I mean,
Basically, I just removed all my daces and forces of will because
See what chat's saying.
even if you like
we could see if the monobrolag combo deck that we saw earlier is still going.
Yeah, so I mean, I figured it's just safer without, and this is more on the board.
Yeah.
Like preventing, so, but no, you got there.
Yeah, so I took out these, which are like ETB effects.
Yeah.
Actually, looking at it, I think you need to go at least 5 1-1 today,
Yeah, that makes sense.
based on what scores I see.
Did we see the two black Belcher deck on camera yet? It seems like it's not reported yet, but it's a very fast deck. So I believe it's unlikely to still be going, but it's not reported.
Looks like they are in game.
Well, I'm happy. Last series I played.
Well, we might still have a game in between in a couple of minutes. In the meantime, we could see if we can get standings up and get people an idea of who is in contention for top 8.
Started better.
Yeah, I started 3-0, and then I faced.
Let's see what we have here.
Yeah, so we see at the top of the table here a lot of people at the XN1 scores or even X01 already that took an ID last round. So I believe if we're looking at these scores, that most of the top tables are probably looking to ID into the top 8. Maybe some are playing it out of for a win. But
So I have the dead jokes are.
Yeah, it looks like the top 8 players currently all have ID'd.
Your name is Dorian, right?
Yeah.
Really nice to meet you, my friend.
So we see quite a high contingent of Dreadnoughts throughout the field, and we also see some of them floating up to the top of the standings here.
Maybe in a year or two.
Also, looking at some of the 4-1-1s, it seems Sam Dams won his match, so he's also 5-1-1. Looks like he has pretty good resistance, so we'll have to see.
Yeah, at the end of the day, I could have mulliganed harder
And
to
then
Dreadnought, but
the other 4-1-1 player that still has a chance would be
No special.
Thijs,
Sideboarded, which was maybe wrong now in hindsight.
but his resistance is a lot worse.
12 trample, right? So it is tricky. But I do have a Trashmaster, which answers it.
Yeah, so we see the four tables did ID, and then we see some dumps playing to get to the same score. And so did all of the top tables, were they all 5-1s and better? Yeah, it looks like it, right?
Yeah.
If no weird standing are going on, so that's at least 9 people or 10 people fighting to get to the 5-1-1 score or better. So there will be some tie-break games going on here, and seeing who gets in and who gets just on the outside.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see what our top 8 looks like. It would be really unfortunate if one of the ID players now ends up in 9th, but you know, that is magic sometimes. But yeah,
definitely. But you gotta take your chance, and usually with such a score, you're of course hoping that you are locked to get in. But yeah, with a couple of these extra one-on-one players on the outside, you might get in. All right, it looks like we've got a match going here.
all right. Let me get my deck list going. So we have Joost on the Epic Storm, also a deck that has been somewhat underrepresented the past year and is making a comeback. Against Maarten on Dimir Reanimator, who we have seen today already. And Maarten, as mentioned, was at the European Legacy Masters last year, so definitely a good player. I mean, they're both good players because they're in top 8.
Yeah, but Maarten's definitely one of the most top 8 frequent player we have here in Netherlands. We see him all the time, whether it's here at the Bazaar of Boxes or it's at one of the other tournaments. Maarten is definitely someone we see a lot on the top 8 photos.
Yeah, for sure. And he's also been around for quite some time. And while this Reanimator deck is maybe not in his forte of what he normally plays, it's still the best deck in the format. So
Yeah, from what it seems, though, it looks like this Dreadnought deck might have something to say about that, but it's the de facto go-to deck that people are playing. Interesting, by the way, Joost making his top 8 run here with the Epic Storm. We actually haven't seen a lot of Storm in the tournament as well, so it's good to see the Storm player that we do have making a deep run and playing here in the quarterfinals.
I think we had one other Storm player on Ruby Storm.
Yeah,
they ended up in
Ruby. Yeah,
they ended up in 23rd.
Yeah, Ezra Comans on Ruby Storm also making a decent run out of it.
I love Ruby Storm. Really fun deck.
This matchup, of course, has been one of the major linchpins of the development of the Epic Storm, how it's been built in the past year, because this was the main competition. So if Joost has repetitions and preparation against anything, it's for sure against Dimir Reanimator. That being said, it's definitely not the easiest matchup, not even with the preparation you want to have, since it's just a discard-based, force of will-based deck that also closes the game very fast.
Yeah, it's like all the worst parts of Delver, and then you also just sometimes get Archon, right?
Yeah, or just Atraxa or whatever it is.
Yeah.
It's they have all the interaction that the other decks have, but then also close the game even faster. That being said, their pressure is a bit less reliable than it is from other Delver decks, since those just play the 1 drops to go to get in.
Yeah, that is true. You are missing that, but the upside is potentially just going for an Atraxa. Looks like we aren't going for an Atraxa yet. I'm not sure if there is a Reanimate in Martin's hand.
I believe from what I quickly saw is that there isn't, and this is of course the thing. If you're playing this Reanimator plan, you can have your disruption, but you do need to find a way to close out the game, because the test deck will eventually get through your discard and counter wall.
Yeah.
And where a tempo deck can just play any creature and have that do the work for them, these Reanimator decks do have to put this A and B together and get that reanimation plan to fulfillment.
True, but as far as A plus B plans go, like one of the strengths of Reanimator is that it can just reanimate one of its quote unquote lands, so
For
you
sure, for sure.
you don't
It's
have to
very
commit as
good.
much.
It's a very consistent deck, which we've
Yeah.
all been able to recognize in the past year, of course. It's been the strong deck, the big enemy in Legacy.
Yeah, if you've been playing Legacy in the past 12 months, you know that this deck is good for a good reason.
On the other hand, we've seen these Epic Storm decks, and as we know, the people that play Storm are typically play it very affectionately and very intensely, and are always on top of the meta game. There's a couple of people working hard on it to make sure that whatever list is popular is tuned to make sure that they win against these blue-black decks. So
Yeah,
we'll
but you
see how
kind of
that
have
goes.
to as well, right? Because it's not an easy deck to play.
It's not an easy deck to play, but it's if you're good at it, it's definitely quite easy to win, since it's a very strong contender. We see Martin here digging a bit, getting their Seville going, not finding the Reanimator yet, but we'll see what the draw step gets them. And to me, that looks like the namesake card, Reanimate.
That's a Reanimate, and it's gonna hit.
So now the clock is on. Joost knows that there's only a couple of turns left in this game, and we'll have to see how much interaction they have to try and win through. With a careful selection out of 10 cards here. And let's see what we get. Some of Legacy's powerful instance, as well as Talsies, is probably one of the cards that Marta was looking most forward to seeing.
Yeah. Though unfortunately no force. The only counterspell we find is Daze, which is better than no counterspell, I guess, but the known Daze is a lot worse than the unknown Daze.
For sure, for sure. And I think the decision here is, do you go for Entomb plus Reanimate, getting an Archon alongside the Atraxa, or do you go for the Staltsies and, well, either the Days or one of these Brainstorms, but there's already a Brainstorm in hand, so I would not be surprised if Martin goes.
Yeah, and I don't think you even need the Entomb because you have a Troll in there.
For sure, for sure. And then there is, of course, the debate, do you take the Reanimate for even more pressure? But I think Talsies is just the safer way to go here.
Yeah.
We're looking at this. Yeah, go ahead.
Another Besiege being taken.
Yeah, so we see a handful of mana and the second Besiege, and then obviously we're taking the Besiege.
I think we drew a third Besiege.
I mean, it's not a bad card to have, but yeah, you definitely need something to get that going, and I think they're just short of being able to do something with it. The big thing is, of course, there's no protection here. So
I'm not sure actually, because no, I think we have enough I think if we play the Chromox, not imprint anything.
Yeah, we do have enough to go off here, but I don't believe Joost has any protection. So this is just saying, okay, I have to go for it and hope there's no force of will. I believe that's where we're at.
I mean, you don't have much choice otherwise, right?
No, definitely with this attraction play, you can just keep doing nothing and hoping you draw out of it.
So I think you can just go straight for the tendrils, because Martin is at 8.
Yeah, so the big thing here is Maarten has to respect that the tendrils was top decked. Because if that's the case, then you have to fight over mana since you're not countering all the tendrils copies. But if you, well, depending on what the storm is, I believe this is storm 4 now already.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you're not able to fight over the copy. So if you expect them to have tendrils, this is your worry. Like, can I get got by the top deck tendrils? And can I play around it? I think here Marta has decided that they cannot play around it being the one-off tendrils. And let's Joost proceed with their turn.
Yeah, and that's also kind of dangerous, right? Because that kind of telegraphs that you don't have much else going on, I feel.
Yeah, I mean, there's only one card left, so if this is not the tendrils, you counter that. If it is the tendrils, then you definitely want to. Then you don't win.
Fair enough. Looks like we did have a force pitching days.
Yeah, and that's the game. I did think Joost they saw the flip from the Traxxan not show any force of will, and with only 2 cards left in Marta's hand, they just had to hope that neither of those were the force of will.
Yeah.
Of course, from Martin's side, he has the force of will. He's only afraid of it being the tendrils, the one unknown, or there's always this interesting line. If you interact early and the last card is a Veil of Summer, and they manage to counter that into a win. But waiting for the one unknown card was definitely safe here, as long as if it's not the tendril.
Anyway, really, really close game again. We've had a lot of close games today, and looks like top 8 is going to be no different. So let's look at some sideboard, shall we?
For sure. Let's see here on this Dimir Reanimator sideboard. The Fatal Pushes are definitely not coming in, but we see some Consigned to Memories, which can be very impactful in the right spot.
Yeah, very dangerous card.
A couple of Dotty Voidwalkers that they might be wanting to bring in just as something that pressures the life total quite well. And then there's the debate of, do you bring in a Barrogoyf just to have a beater? And do you bring in engineered explosive because you want to respect a potential empty the warren?
Right, that is a card, of course.
Yeah, there's a couple of ways to go here. You can either say, okay, I'm going very light on the reanimation plan, and I'm just boarding in creatures. I have 2 Dotty Voidwalkers, a Barrogoyf, and Orcish Bowmasters as my way to pressure the opponent. Or do you say, okay, I have room to keep my reanimation package in and also bring in all the cards I want? So you're going to look at what you want to bring out. Well, I think in this kind of matchup, you definitely just cut the Archon and just say, okay, I only need Atraxa if I'm keeping in my reanimation plan. Then
I'm personally a fan of trying to just be consistent, know you have the interaction, and that your interaction is going to be good enough as long as you have some pressure, and it doesn't have to be the biggest threat, just anything will do.
Yeah. So if you believe that's the case, then of course you just take out your reanimation plan and lean on the borrowers together with the Voidwalkers and stuff like that, and then you still have your trolls for an early decent pressure without going over the top of Atraxa. The other way is, okay, you keep in my Atraxa and just keep that restock valve going and lean a bit more.
Yeah.
Then on the Epic Storm side, they're of course already built with this kind of matchup in mind. So we see the 4 Fate of Summers in the main deck, so those don't have to come in. And in the sideboard, we have a lot of space dedicated to the 4 Burning Wishes. So from that, we also expect not too much to get boarded in. I would expect here that there might be something like a couple of Thoughtseizes coming in just to be able to disrupt the Dimir player as well. And would probably put that in over a couple of gambles. But I'm not the Storm expert, so I'm not exactly sure how they've mapped it out.
Same, though I do like the swap with the gamble.
I think, aren't you're looking at our Chromox and Gamble as just cards that are worse into disruption.
Yeah, and I think between those two, the Chromox gives you a little bit of insulation against maybe some mana hate, whereas the Gamble makes your deck a little less consistent, where you really want the consistency to play through interaction.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's something I would look at. Of course, the other decision could be you don't need the dot season, just keep it as is. But I would certainly make that swap.
Yeah, no, same. I agree 100%.
But we'll see what Joost has done as we see this game play out and see what's in their deck and not. Both players going with a fetchland pass, of course. It usually meant I don't have a lot going on. These days, it at least represents a surveil land. Joost just trying to set up his hand. This is, of course, what you want from the Storm deck. You don't want to go all in against these blue decks. You just want to take your time, set up your hand, make sure you're protected, and then you just when you win, you win. You just need enough layers of insulation against their interaction.
Yeah, for sure. This is also where it would be really nice to know if Marta has a reanimation plan or not, because you're not worried about a Traxa, then you can kind of take it easy, make Marta just display some actual pressure.
Yeah. From a very quick shuffle through the deck, I don't believe I saw the reanimation package still in, but that we do see the Entomb in hand, so I might have just not caught that.
I think I saw the Atraxa in there, but I'm not 100% sure on that.
All right. Well, we could have a small reanimation package in as well, of course. But just trying to trim on some parts of it. Like I said, you're probably taking out the Archon for sure, since it's just not the most important one.
Yeah, for sure. It looks like we do have Entomb still, if I saw correctly.
Yeah, we see an Entomb in hand, and interesting here, Martin decided to keep the troll on top of the library, valuing getting the land into play for sure, more than the tempo loss of having to dig for it.
Also, interestingly enough, it looks like he brought in Fairy Macabre.
Yeah, this is interesting. Depending on how these decks are exactly configured, it might be good. The problem is you want to hit Echo of Eons with it.
Yeah.
But these Storm players should typically be able to maneuver the game such that you don't get priority before they cast it. Of course, that's the ideal case, so maybe just take all interaction you can get and use these Fairy Macabres to try and snipe, something like that.
Yeah, it's an interesting board for sure.
Yeah, I will say I'm typically not bringing them in, but maybe Martin is more experienced with this matchup than I am, and knows that the Echo of Eons is an issue that you run into. Because of course, if the game goes long, Joost can just cast an Echo, and then you have cast it again from the graveyard until they eventually resolve one.
True. I'm also wondering if there may be a chance that Martin might have misread the matchup, that he thinks it's a different deck. I'm wondering how big that chance is.
I mean, they saw all the mana and the besieges in game one. I guess there could be a different besiege build, but this deep in the tournament, I expect Martin to have a decent read on what they're playing against.
True. I would say it's a non-zero chance.
Oh,
at
for
the very
sure.
least.
For sure. This is interesting. We see one of the 3 main galvanic relays here going for a bit of card advantage.
Yeah, it's an interesting card to have added because once you look at the card and well, I'm building Storm so that next turn I can build Storm. So why not just use Storm? But it does work. People play it. People like it.
Yeah, it's as an opponent of the galvanic relays, I often love it when they play it because it gives me so much information. But it can also very easily win them games that you were expecting to very easily win. So there's something to be said for it for sure.
Yeah, it's an interesting card.
Yeah, as someone who's played a lot of tempo decks against Storm, yeah, the relays can just give you 1 turn too many and let you win. But especially against blue black, that usually has a bit slower overclock and might be looking to interact more before they eventually win. Then just getting a relay, getting the card advantage in, can definitely be the way to win this matchup.
Yeah.
One thing we'll see here, this relay, it does force your hand in what your plan is for the next turn. You can't really just accept that these cards are in exile and then do nothing. So as Martin, you know that Joost is gonna cast these cards, so it's definitely gonna go for these rituals, the chrome walks, and 1 or 2 besiege the mirrors. So you know what you have to play into.
So we have our answer, and Atraxa is still in the deck. Well, it's not in the deck anymore, but it's
now on the battlefield. But yeah, that definitely wasn't sideboarded out, which I think my guess would also just to go for the smaller reanimation package, keeping just the Atraxa in as a target. But and we definitely also see the Voidwalkers and Bowmasters in. But it's interesting here because you're trying to get as many interactive spells as you can, but you know that Joost is going to go very hard and makes you have it a lot of times probably over the next 2 turns. And this is of course a big one and one of the best feelings from Dimir against Storm is getting to look at their hand. So you see these relay cards, you now get to look at their hands if they don't have Surveil. And then you get almost full information. Now we see a Veil of Summer here, of course, one of the best cards against Thoughtseize, and Martin has to decide whether he wants to act on that. Decides against it.
Yeah, I think I'd be fine with that as well, because using the Veil of Summer now means that you can use your counter magic hopefully next turn.
Yeah, that's true. I would be kind of tempted to daze there, just because it's a very efficient trade. They can crack the LED to pay for it, but that means that they're down quite a number of cards. For now, though, Marta decides to hold on to the counter spells. He also knows that Joost is going to have a very mana-intensive turn, very likely, with these 2 besieges in the sideboard or in the exile that they will want to try and get out.
Yeah, that's also a thing. It's very nice to have them there, because now you can actually use your Lionside Diamond for mana. Maybe that's also part of the reason why Galvanic Relay is so popular. It unlocks your Lionside Diamonds.
For sure, and if there's something we know in Legacy is that cards that work well with Lionside Diamond are very good, because Lionside Diamond, when you get around that restriction, well, it's I've heard this Black Lotus card is quite the interesting one.
Yeah, it's quite popular, I hear.
Well, in the few formats where you're allowed to play it, but yeah.
I think it's like Vintage and Cube, and that's it.
There's probably some old school variant that allows it, but yeah.
Sure.
I don't know which one that would be, but people make up formats all the time. All right, we see the gamble here. Getting rid of a Burning Wish. I'm not sure what they got. Typically in these spots, you would see them get an Echo, and I do see a blue card in hand.
Yeah, I think the Echo is what they got. Also looks like another Veil of Summer in Jost's hand.
Well, that would be very good news for them indeed.
So we're forcing the ritual. I'm guessing we just Veil here and then go for an Echo. And then we still have a Beseech up.
Yeah, it would seem like the safe play indeed.
Double force.
I mean, you kind of have to. You see what they have in exile, and you know they have this LED for mana, and they have a lot of mana floating. So you have to. If they resolve this this Fate of Summer here, there's just no interacting anymore. So you have to do what you can.
Yeah. Which, if we're going for a Echo of Eons, does mean that it's not as protected as you'd want it to be, but at least you can guarantee that whatever the next thing is that you're going for resolves, which was Storm Count 5, we're not high enough to go straight for Tendrils. No, it looks like we are going for the Echo of Eons.
Yeah, so here we see what we shortly discussed. This very macabre, not really interacting with this Echo here. If they immediately go for it, and Joost decides to crack this LED and go for the Echo.
Yeah.
There was, of course, also a line available of using the mana here first to go for the Besieges. But yeah, Joost maybe recognizing there's a potential for some graveyard interaction and making sure this Echo goes onto the stack.
So our hands and graveyards are being shuffled into the library, and then we each get.
And now it gets interesting because what 7 are we going to draw? Can we convert this 6 Storm Count into something?
Yeah, do we know how much mana Joost still has floating? Is there any?
I think he's completely tapped out. So we'd need at least 1 mana rock, potentially 2 to even do anything. Hopefully then Marta doesn't have any interaction. If Marta has nothing, then maybe there's a line with Besiege.
Yeah, for sure. This is going to be a very good 7, and hope that Martins isn't too good. Since we're not protected, we don't have a lot. We do have more turns though if we need, but then we lose our Besieges and things like that.
Yeah, and then the Atraxa comes in, and Marta gains another 6 life.
I see a couple of petals, and we have indeed, as Chet also points out, we have this Chromox in exile that gives us 1 of the mana we need. Between that and the land drop, we definitely can get some things going. And for the storm count, we were definitely there. But do we get the mana? It's just the big thing here.
And from what I could see, I don't think Marta actually has the interaction. I think all his blue cards are cantrips.
Yeah, it looks like it. So the question here is now, can Joost find a way to get the lethal spell on the stack? And I think between this Chromox and the mana there and the storm already built up, you should be able to, but it's a matter of, do you play around days? Do you find a way to do that or not?
That seems to think that Marta's holding it days. It's like Galvanic relays the pitch to the Chromox.
Yeah, so this is interesting here. If you just besiege here and there's no interaction, you win. But I don't think you necessarily can go for that. So you have to try and see what else you can find. And of course, if you can get a relay around days here, which also won't get forced, or at least not more than 1 copy, then you should see so many cards that it's very likely that you get there.
Yeah, this would have been a good spot for a relay, I think.
I do
Or
believe
maybe
there's
we'll
one in
hold-
hand.
Yeah, they just have the other one in hand. Yeah.
There we go. So now it's 10 additional cards into exile.
So we're not casting those. And can't quite see what they are.
I believe it's another Besiege, a Dark Ritual, Preordain. There's another Dark Ritual. Yeah, they're just outside of view.
Yeah, we can probably get them to move it a little bit more into view.
All right, now Martin's gonna look and see if he can do anything about this pile of cards in exile. He definitely has to start with finding more interaction.
It looks like there is a force now.
There is a force, but we know that there's a Veil of Summer, Thoughtseize, multiple rituals, and I believe I see a Besiege the Mirror there. So
Double
there'll be,
echoes, maybe not ideal.
Yeah, I mean these echoes are probably not getting played this game from exile for 6 mana.
Also, is that tendrils? Yeah.
Yeah, the tendrils being there might actually be, well, sort of good for Martin. Of course, it's in exile, so it still works with the LED. And I think this looks very tough for Martin to survive the next turn. But, we'll see if he can find anything. Cards like Engineered Explosives and Consigned to Memory definitely come up as potential cards that could work.
A consign would be ideal. I think Engineered Explosives helps, but we'll have to see if it's actually good enough.
Yeah, it's probably not enough. So, but I think Consign is like the card you're hoping for here as Martin, as that gets around the Veil of Summer protection, because I believe the trigger is not protected. Yeah.
Yeah, and then in that situation, if you're Yoast, what do you do?
Well, you Thoughtseize. You basically see if they have it or not.
Sure.
So there's a couple of things, ways you can play it there. You can just say, okay, I just start with the Veil and go from there, or you say I start with the Thoughtseize and go from there. And it looks like they're deciding to start with Thoughtseize and just see what's going on.
Yeah, because this Thoughtseize might just bring out the counter war, and then if you use the Veil as a counter spell, it's suddenly a lot more interesting.
Yeah, this is basically asking the question: do you have 3 pieces of solid interaction?
Yeah.
Between Force of Wills and Consign. If you do, you have it. If you don't, yeah. And Martin, of course,
doesn't have it.
seeing all the cards, yeah. He knows he doesn't have to show any more information. There's a bunch of rituals, a Veil of Summer, and the tendrils to just win the game.
Yeah, so I was kind of talking down on the relay, but it was definitely the 2 relays that won this game.
Yeah, for sure. The first relay actually didn't do too much, as the 2 Besieges ended up in exile and it found only a Chromox and one other spell, but the second one definitely showed the power of relay, and basically after all the interaction Martin fired, that just gave them a full refill with all the cards they could hope for.
Yeah.
Yo's really making a lot of work, getting a lot of work done with these relays, and that second one just closing out the game.
You can hit me, but chances you'll kill me instantly are pretty small.
And also, the whole time playing very nicely through days.
Pretty safe.
For sure. They had a very quite a mana heavy hand, and that allowed them to play around it. And yeah, that's what you have to do. And this is, of course, there was a Traxa in play, but that was, I believe, turn 3 or something like that. and it's just not a lot of pressure on your life total. So you get some time to play around and also have some time to play more relays, since a single attack is certainly not getting you dead. So
Yeah. Well, while we're waiting for Game 3 to start, I do have a quick update on every other match. Actually, no, I don't. I know they're finished. I don't actually know how those matches ended, because apparently the software isn't updated, but let's see if we can get that for you guys to know.
yeah, it seems like those haven't been noted down in Melee yet. So let's see if we can get that information. See who's battling it out in the semifinals for the ELM slot.
From Catacombs?
Since let's be honest, it's nice to win, but if you look up the semifinals, you look up that ELM slot, which a lot of these players are definitely looking to do.
I mean, if everyone's playing, then I assume that they're all playing for the slot.
For sure. So let's see who can take it down, and the semifinals will be very interesting. But of course, first we have this game tree between the Epic Storm and Dimir Reanimator. Dimir taking quite the convincing game 1, and the Epic Storm on the back of the relays taking a very convincing game 2. So back and forth on very convincing games.
Looks like a brainstorm in response to the Thoughtseize. Try and protect our interaction. Looks like consigned to memory for Maarten, which he should be very happy to protect. As well as a reanimate.
Yeah, so here's of course the question: like, can you protect your interaction while still presenting a threat? If you can, you love to protect your interaction. If you can't protect your threat, then you probably have to do. If you can't protect that, or can't allow them to take it, then you probably have to hide that, since you're not winning the game if you don't have anything to win. So I think that's the debate for Maarten here. Like, do I just shuffle away whatever I go on top? If I have bad cards, I can use the troll for that. And it looks like they're going for a reanimate as the top card, which is interesting since you do have the troll here.
Yeah,
Final
if you go for the reanimate, then you ship the consign here, which is a little unfortunate.
That is true, and I think Maarten's realizing the same thing and showing this now.
Oh, we even had an entomb as well.
So this is saying to Joost, do you trust that I don't win or don't have something to do with this entomb? It's of course for Joost to decide how dangerous is this hand. Do I take the brainstorm? Can I just beat whatever else is there? Or do I just want to get the game to go long? Answer this reanimation plan. Of course, that depends on what Maarten puts on top, but seeing an entomb remaining and as well as a troll means that you can't really fully cut them off of that. You can make it less impactful, of course, if you take out the entomb, but yeah, that looks like what they decide to do. They say, okay, I can beat your fair creatures, and show me what you have.
That's a hard Thoughtseize though. There's so much that can go wrong with that. So many things to consider.
I of course don't have the information that Joost has, but I would be very tempted to take that brainstorm because there were so many threats in that hand that I'd be kind of okay with going like, okay, you'll have something that's a clock, and I will just have to beat what the cards I see.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, we do have an update from the back tables. I see that we got
Yes.
confirmed that Naya Initiative took down Jeskai Control. So that's Ruben Smeets moving on to the semifinals.
Yes, beating some dumps.
Yeah, and we have the other Sam winning. That's Sam van Simpson on Dreadnought, beating Frank Roelofs on Grixis Delver. So that's a Dreadnought player to the semis. And we have Ruben, who...
No, that's Storm, who beats Ravi.
All right, yeah. So that's that was Dreadnought getting beaten by Eldrazi. So we have Eldrazi, one of the Dreadnought players, and Initiative Stompy in the semis, waiting for the winner of the...
Yes.
At the end of your turn still?
Definitely an interesting field to head into for these players, but let's see what they can do in this quarterfinals.
And then the winner of this match will play. I was so bad at this.
I believe they will play the winner of the table 1.
Which would then be Initiative.
Yeah, but don't hold me to that.
Yeah, I'm also always looking.
Meanwhile, we do see this Atraxa hitting the battlefield, and the match we are currently watching in the quarterfinals.
Yeah.
Finding a lot of Force of Wills.
Oh, and a consign.
That does mean for Joost that he knows that there aren't a lot of Force of Wills in hand. Since there's 3 of them right there.
Yeah, it also shows that Maarten is playing consign. Even
which he hadn't seen confirmed before. Of course, he might have expected it, but this is the first confirmation that there's actually a consign in the deck, and that's something to keep into account.
Yeah, but at the very least, hitting 3 forces and a consign is not ideal for Maarten.
No, you're very happy seeing those go to the bottom of the deck, as Joost. Then again, it's still a Force of Will and the Tansies hitting the hand while presenting a clock, so Maarten's definitely making the right moves here.
Or maybe we can flip it around. Maybe it's like a sign of weakness, and it may lead Joost to believe that Maarten is weaker than he actually is. Because he saw a bunch of counter magic go to the bottom.
Yeah, that could be. That could certainly be.
It might lead into... might lead into take some risks.
See the Veil of Summer in response to the Tansies, which got dazed. So this Tansies is resolving, and Maarten's just going straight after the protection that Joost has. I think for Maarten, this is the ideal situation. You get to trade your days for a Veil of Summer, which is the card you're most afraid of.
Yeah.
And I think for Joost, he's now in the spot with a lot of mana and not a lot to do with it. So you know that there's at least a Force of Will in the opponent's hand. You're looking for those relays again.
Yeah, and you're now incentivized to try something, because not only is there pressure, there's also the possibility that Maarten doesn't have much else.
So you get 2 solid turns, and then the game is probably over. So you have to hope you find something. I
think there was a Lotus
Petal
Petal.
already gone.
Yeah.
Lotus Petal could be a great card, but a Thoughtseize is definitely not. You don't have time for that here. You need a piece of action, and Thoughtseize is cutting off a turn off the clock. So having that head to the bin and hoping to find something better. Now, I believe we did see Maarten draw a Orcish Bowmasters. Yeah, we do.
Yep.
So in that case, that means there's only 1 turn left for Joost, and they might not realize that, since the Orcish Bowmasters is not face up.
No, he should still remember there's a force of will that we saw of the Atraxa, so I think even Joost knows that it's kind of coming to a close at this point.
Yeah, basically what we need here is this should be a relay, and you hope they don't have the pressure to win the game before you get to use your relay cards.
Yeah. And if it's indeed relay that's about to hit the stack, then I think this consign of memory is going to close it up.
That sounds very plausible. So we'll see what happens here. So here we see Chromox without any imprints. And see another Lotus Petal hitting the battlefield.
And the relay.
Yeah, so here we see the relay, which was basically Joost's best out, and we'll get to see if it's good enough.
Yes. Makes sense. 1 card.
So we get 1. And that's not where you want that echo.
Enough turn. Brewmaster. Sure. You're at 9.
And there's the Brewmaster to show a 9-point life swing or 10 even, and closing out the game for Maarten.
Close ones.
Yeah.
Always.
No,
So
that was
definitely showing that blue-black Reanimator is still the deck that's been feared all this time long, even without the frog. So
yeah. Even though I think a part of this is also that maybe Tez has some overlap with other decks in the format. Like Consign to Memory is very much Eldrazi focus card now, but it's also just really good against Storm.
yeah, there's a bunch of decks that are definitely taking some stray bullets from Consign being so good against Eldrazi.
Yeah.
And I think when after people started playing a big set of Consigned to Memory against Eldrazi, they also started figuring out how many matchups the card is actually good in. And I don't think we see this card going away from sideboards anytime soon.
No, definitely.
Whether it's Storm or Tassa's Oracle triggers or anything like that, it's shown to be a very versatile card.
But also any artifact based deck, and sometimes just Dreadnought is a playable deck. Like we saw 3 Dreadnought players doing really well today, and if they can just play it main deck, then why not, right?
Yeah, it's definitely one of the big reasons for the resurgence of Dreadnought, as well as some of the other enablers like Curie, of course. But getting to main deck a card as powerful as Consign that just happens to win some matchups is definitely very good.
Yeah, for sure. All right, since all the quarterfinal matches are now finished, we should be able to go straight into the semis, which might end up being the last round. I don't know if the players split. I can definitely ask. Oh, sounds like there was indeed a split. I hear some of the players talking about them playing for purely the ELM ticket. So I think we're about to go into our last match of the day.
All right, and we'll see 2 matches being played, one on camera, one off camera for the precious ELM slot. So it'll be interesting to see. Like I said, I think this is Initiative versus Blue-Black, but I'm not sure, so we'll see what we get.
Yeah, because we have Reanimator, we have Eldrazi Stompy, we have Dreadnought, and we have Initiative. Those are the 4 options. So
yeah,
2 of these players.
Yeah.
2 of these players will be going to the European Legacy Masters in Hasselt on August 10th.
Yeah, definitely looking forward to see how they can do there, representing the Netherlands. Of course, the ELM has people from all over Europe traveling for this tournament to see who of these invitees from all the tournament series will win the European Master title. So it will be interesting to see how if the Netherlands can make a deep run with one of our very own people here at Bazaar of Boxes. But first we will see which of these four players will make it to the ELM.
Yeah. And as a caster, I am, of course, impartial. Except that a little bit hoping that Marta wins, because then I have a free ride to Hasselt in August. So if you'll allow me that little indulgence.
All right, and then I'll be rooting for whoever Martin's playing against.
No, if he loses, he's still going, but then he has to pay like the rest of us, like a peasant.
And at least maybe then he's not playing for the ELM slot at the other tournaments, so might make it easier for you.
Yeah, then I have to find a tournament with an ELM slot that I'm not casting, but we'll get there.
Fair
We'll
enough.
get there.
Fair enough.
The ELM will be this year, August 10th, in Hasselt, Belgium. If you want more information, if you want more information, I would definitely check out the Bazaar of Boxes website. They should have a link to the information page.
Yeah, and there you'll see a link to the EuropeanLegacyMasters.com website as well, which should show all the information you need about this event. And like I said, we see people from various tournament series around Europe winning invites and heading to this yearly event to battle it out. Quite this prestigious little event they set up, and all these different series really getting promoted. I believe this initiative has been very healthy for the European legacy scene. A lot of smaller tournament series getting propped up a bit, getting put into the spotlight, but getting these slots.
Yeah, I think especially for the countries where the scene was maybe a little smaller, it's been a huge help. Here in the Netherlands, the scene was already kind of big, so the effect is maybe not as noticeable, but I think it's still definitely there.
For sure, and it definitely helped. I believe we see more people from across the border also making the trip down to the Bazaar box and to play for these ELM slots. And it just make everything feel a bit less regional and a bit more international to play for these slots, to get invited for the European tournament as well. And it feels like a bigger community to be part of, and definitely has seemed very good.
Yeah, for sure. Looks like we have our players. We get the return of Maarten. And he's going to be playing against Storm. Playing Eldrazi Stompy, which is actually the first Eldrazi Stompy we've seen on coverage today.
All right, finally time for Eldrazi to make their presence known. As we saw, one of the only two Eldrazi players in attendance here today in this quite large tournament. So it was good to see one of them making a deep run. And,
which is still really shocking to me, because the deck is so good. I think it's more popular than what we've seen here, at the very least.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, it's not like people don't have half the deck, since in previous editions we saw a lot of Eldrazi. But I think people moved on to other shinier things. And but we see Storm here playing with Eldrazi and making it work. It's definitely one of the more powerful decks we have available in the format. And well, Sowing Microspawn is one hell of a card.
Yeah, I have opinions on that card, but I'll save you the lecture. It's a powerful card for sure.
I mean, all I can say is that I love casting it.
Casting it's great. Playing against it is awful. Like, I think if the exile effect was non-basic land, it would have been fine. But it being able to hit basics makes it so much worse to play against.
Yeah, I can't really tell too much from that experience. I've mostly been casting them myself, and it was fine.
Yeah, Well, it also doesn't help that you're potentially hitting 2 lands in a turn, right? So you're actually getting ahead in lands because of it.
For sure, yeah, it's just an awesome card, and we see it definitely doing a lot of work. And but we'll see. It's of course one of the slower cards. I mean, the Eldrazi mana base does make it appear very cheap, but 6 mana is still 6 mana, even for Eldrazi, where it's almost 3 mana. But,
I mean, I always say Thought Not Seer is a 2-drop. So
it is, and this is a 2-drop that sometimes gets kicked to 3 mana, but
yeah.
The green mana does make it a little bit less easy to play from just 2 lands, but yeah.
Imagine if the kicker cost was 1 and a green instead of 1 and a colorless.
I mean, yeah, that would made it would have made it harder. But why would you do that to such a lovely little Eldrazi?
Well,
there's no reason for this.
Look at it this way: if it was 1 and a green to kick it, it would be less likely to get hit with the banhammer. So I'm looking out for you.
All right. Well, we'll see what Marta's plan here for this matchup is. We saw in the last round, of course, that from the board there will be coming in a bunch of consigns, but I believe in the main board for Dimir Reanimator, we're mostly just trying to do more broken things faster. That's the name of the game here.
Yeah, it's just who can do the most broken thing the fastest, I think.
Yeah, you can't really play a fair game with Eldrazi unless you're just happen to have a very disruptive hand. Where, I mean, these Reanimator lists, they're only playing a couple of Wastelands, some number of Thought Seizes as the cards that are really good at interacting with Eldrazi. Other than that, you have to just get bigger creatures on the battlefield and attack with them.
Yeah, and then we get into Kozilek's command, which can take care of these smaller creatures, but once we get to Atraxa and Archon, then the Kozilek's command is more of a reactive removal than a proactive removal, and that can be kind of scary.
Sure. Here is the Flesh Raker, one of the more interesting, powerful new Eldrazi. Getting Force of Will. There was a mana floating there, so we might see another one if they do have it. So we do see some thought here about what to play. A Lotus Petal. So we get to see your favorite card here.
And there it is, kicked, right?
Unkicked. There was 1 mana floating. We had 1 mana from the Petal and then 2 from the Eye of Ugin.
On turn freaking 2.
I mean, you have to do something after they Force of Will your Flesh Raker, right?
Was it kicked though?
No,
because Marta only have 1 land.
No, it got a Wasteland, and that Wasteland got used on the Underground Sea.
Oh right, we just needed the green mana of the Petal. That was the issue, right?
Yeah.
So we just had 1 floating and we left it.
No, we did use the 1 floating because it costs 4 and it's 1 green, 1 floating, and then 2 from the Eye.
So there's 2 from the Eye, but we didn't kick it. So there's 1 green off the Petal and then 1 colorless off of the Temple.
Yeah, for sure.
Right.
All right, here we see Thoughtseize, one of the better cards against Eldrazi from Blue-Black. Took out the Kozilek's command, leaving the 7-drop in hand, the Devourer of Destiny.
Yeah.
But Storm doing a good job at top decking a Thought Not Seer here to play some disruption of their own.
Yeah, so now we have double Entomb and what was it?
So they took a Animated Dead, which of course would have combined nicely with those Entombs, leaving them with 2 Entombs, and I don't know what the last card is.
I think it was a Thoughtseize, but not 100%. It wasn't good. That much I'm sure.
Yeah. So Marta here is really just hoping to find the reanimation card, and then they have this board stabilized quite fast, even though they do know that there is a Devourer waiting to answer the Atraxa. I am honestly kind of surprised we're going for Atraxa here. Does that mean that the Archon is in hand, maybe? Was that the final card? Since there's a Devourer in the hand, and you know that Atraxa will get mopped up by this Devourer, and you're not really stabilizing the board.
No, I think I saw the Archon in play in the deck. I think he was thinking about entombing it and then went for the Atraxa instead. But lucky enough, we found an animate dead, so we're still playing.
For sure, and now we're looking at what this Atraxa can do. We're of course now hoping that we can disrupt this Devourer of Destiny from exiling the Atraxa. And it looks like we're getting to do that, at least with this Wasteland. Then that would put Storm 4 mana away from the Devourer, so that's definitely enough to have this Atraxa stabilize the board. Other than that, it looks like we're getting a big creature in Murktide, Animate Dead for some follow-up, and I believe the last card then is a Ponder and a Brainstorm, but I'm not sure. There's something up.
Not sure either.
No, it's Duke. There's probably a sorcery and an instant down there, but it was a Force of Will and a Ponder. All right.
Right. That also helps a lot.
Yeah.
Want even wachten. Eldrazi spells en deze is ook Eldrazi spells, right? Color is Eldrazi spell. Activate abilities. Yeah, sure. This one, please. Go ahead. Draw.
All right.
Interesting.
So now, yeah, with just the Devourer in hand, Storm is now quite far away from from impacting the board here, and with 3 mana, it's hard to top deck something that immediately takes care of this Atraxa.
Well, the Ancient Tomb definitely helps. If we can do that again, we might actually be in a good spot.
For sure. But this did of course give Martin the time to get their life total up a bit and not be at risk of dying immediately. And between the Entomb they already had in hand and the Animate Dead they found of the Atraxa, they might be able to go again.
Yeah.
Instead, I believe because they don't have the 3rd mana, they go for Thoughtseize and taking care of the Devourer.
I mean, we could also just keep 1 mana open for the Entomb, right? There's no reason to. Or we can trip in. Oh no, we're cycling for the 3rd land.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
Making our land drop, and then we have the opportunity to Entomb if we need it.
Yeah. And I think now Martin might actually be able to pull back the game here.
Yeah, I think he's very far ahead right now.
Yeah.
And I don't think Storm has a single card that answers this board state. And we're looking at Entomb, Reanimate again next turn. She'll probably be enough to lock up this game.
I think Storm would need Ghostlex Command to stem the bleeding, take another hit, and then something. Wastecape Battle Mage.
Yeah, maybe you could get something done if you have some unique targets with the Microspawn and you find that, but yeah, they do have a Maze of It in the list, so that would stabilize the attack against the Atraxa. But of course, now we see the Entomb coming down. They know there's an Animate Dead in hand for Marta, and that's the game.
Yeah. So for a second there, it looked like Marta was gonna lose, but he managed to pull it back. Atraxa is still a very powerful card.
That does not see her taking the Animate Dead, but from hand, but not managing to Thoughtseize the top of the library. So that definitely getting that Atraxa into play, turning it around, and then hitting Wasteland with that was enough to close it out. All right, now for the sideboards. For Marta and the Dimir Reanimator deck list here, we see 3 Consigned to Memories, something he's of course happy to bring in. And I would expect the Barrogoyf to come in as just a very solid blocker, and you have some room because you don't want your main deck Bowmasters.
Yeah, fair enough.
And the consideration is how many fatal pushes do you bring in? You typically want a couple just to be able to deal with an early Flash Raker and maybe deal with Totnots here. And they're just a bit more effective than having to rely on dazes. We see some number of dazes coming out here as well.
Yeah, and also fatal push is okay against like a micro spawn after it already resolved to at least get rid of the body.
I mean, if you have it in hand, you sometimes use it on that, but that's definitely not what you're hoping to do.
No, absolutely not. But if you have it, you might as well use it, right?
Yeah, for sure. And well, interesting from this sideboard of Martin, there's only one permanent answer to Chalice of the Void in the Engineered Explosives. So he already has to either bounce it with Brazen Borrower or consign it if he wants to resolve his 1-drops.
He does have 3 Brazen Borrowers, so that is a good thing.
There's a lot of those indeed. And then from the Eldrazi side, there's always the debate: do you bring in the ley lines? I do believe that the current blue-black Reanimator is not, without frogs, is quite soft to not getting their plan going. And with only Totnotseer and Devourer as reasonable reanimation targets, I believe you can bring in your ley lines to just shut off that part of the deck.
Yeah. I mean, that might be an argument to just board them out, but I don't think it's quite there, because like you do really want some big body against all those big Eldrazi. So it's kind of on the edge on both sides, I feel.
Yeah, no, I think you just need it and hope you can answer the ley line of the void, or they don't have it, and then you can go for that plan. And otherwise, if they do have it, you have your brainstorms to select for a more less disrupted plan.
Yeah.
What I do think is interesting from Eldrazi, depending on how much blue sources you have in your deck, you might want to bring in Battle Mage in this matchup.
Really?
In my list, I used to bring it in because it can answer an enemy dead, but also just bouncing one of the bigger creatures can be a game-winning play. And I had quite a couple of cards that I don't necessarily need it. But I believe that if you bring in all these ley lines, then you don't really have room for cards like Dismember and Battle Mage. But we'll see what Storm decides to do.
Yeah, it's interesting because at that point you're playing Wastegate Battle Mage as sort of a Brazen Borrower replacement, right?
Yeah, that's certainly true. I must say it was more important in the days of Frog, where you just had to get Frog player to dump a bunch of cards in it and then bounce it. That's not there, of course, anymore. So
yeah, I mean we'll also have to see how this game plays out.
For sure, and I believe the cards that these players see from each other in this game will also dictate what they do for game 3. How much is the Reanimator player still leaning on reanimation? How much graveyard interaction or other removal is in the Eldrazi deck? Since they could go up to the 4 ley lines and licensors, or just keep them all out on the play.
Speaking of that, Chalice of the Void, there it is.
Yeah, very good way to disrupt the graveyard plan as well, since it's very hard to get something going if you can't cast your 1-drops.
Yeah, it makes it way more unlikely for you to actually go for a fast reanimate, which is probably still the number one way that Storm loses this.
Yeah, for sure. It's the one aspect of the deck that if they get to do it, you just don't have the power to really deal with it. The other cards you can deal with. You have your Maze of It to stem the bleed to some attackers. You have your Devourer of Destinies to exile something. You can fight their mana, maybe Kuzlek's Command, one of the Barrel Guys. But these Archons and Atraxas are just too big to deal with in most games. So getting to stop that is definitely key.
Oh, looks like we have another Brazen Borer from Maarten, so he does have answers for this chalice.
Yeah, so
At least-
now it's really up to Storm to do something else. This one challenge is of course powerful. It forces Maarten to interact before they do other things. But yeah, you need to follow up with something.
Yeah.
Don't just get it bounced and then sit there doing nothing.
That's a good something.
It's definitely a good way to try and control what Maarten can do after your chalice leaves the battlefield, since there's 2 Brazen Borrowers now.
So yeah, double Brazen Borer, double Fatal Push, and then Tomb and a Thought Seize.
Yeah.
So you just take one of the castables, right?
Yeah, so the question here is, do you take one of the Brazen Borrowers, so you rely on replaying your chalice and locking out the rest with that? Or is your hand strong enough that you just take the Thought Seeds and do something more powerful? I think that's,
There is one possibility. If Maarten draws a 3rd mana source, then he could bounce into Thoughtseize and get rid of it altogether. That's not a guarantee, but
you could do that anyway. That's of course true. If you leave them with the Thoughtseize, they can bounce it end of turn and then Thoughtseize.
Yeah, right. Yeah. I'm being silly.
Yeah, the question is your hand powerful enough that matters enough for your hand that they take that? And do you have a different plan? If you're just beating what's in this hand without the chalice, you take the Entomb. If you need one specific card of your hand, you might consider Thoughtseize. It's definitely interesting. Brazen Borrower is the most immediately interesting card.
Okay, he is taking a Brazen Borrower.
Yeah. So this is basically saying, okay, I have to have you miss on a reanimation spell for like a turn or 2. And
if the draws reanimate, then this is a completely different game. Looks like the draw was Barrogoyf, I think. Yeah.
Yeah. So Storm would be very happy to know that, but they don't, of course. Here's his Thoughtseize. Might take the chalice, might take something more impactful.
Looks like Cavern of Souls, Glaring Fleshraker, Chalice, Kozilek's Command, and a Thought-Knot Seer.
Yeah, definitely a powerful hand, and it's interesting. If you take the chalice here, you are basically in the waiting room for 1 fetch land to unlock your entire hand. Since then you get to Thought-Knot Seer, kill the Thought-Knot Seer, draw more cards, and go from there.
We're taking the Thought-Knot Seer.
So here we're saying we get to resolve our Entomb before that, before the chalice resolves. And between Barrogoyf or finding an enemy dead, we can beat the chalice.
Yeah.
I think that's putting a lot of pressure on the top of your deck.
It's a risky play, but if it pays off, I think it pays off in a really big way.
Yeah, it is definitely interesting, and we'll see what happens here. Storm has to take a turn off, of course, from casting other things if they do replay this chalice. And it kind of sense that Maarten is not worried about it if they leave it there. So what do you do? It's of course
like that's a dubious bluff, right? Because you know most of his hand.
Yeah. I think we hear Storm debating exactly what we said. So what are you telegraphing with taking this Thought-Knot Seer? Because it kind of tells the story of I found an enemy dead.
Yeah, I would buy that. So I don't think you can actually. Well, you could play around the enemy dead if you really wanted to. Because we saw the Kozilek's command.
I guess you could, or Chalice too, if you really want to. But I don't think those are, or I don't think that Chalice on 2 is a reasonable option here. I think you have to just, have a lot of information. You know that this Chalice locks out at least two fatal pushes from the hand. And with the cards you have in play, with the amount of pressure, you're also not dead to the Atraxa hitting the battlefield, even though it's bad for you.
Oh, and he draws the enemy dead.
Finds the enemy dead. Well, either he told one hell of a story and Storm is like, see, you did have it. Or,
Nee, maar dat vind ik, dat is team mindset. Ja, sorry, maar dit is gewoon, daar kan je niks tegen doen.
yeah, sometimes the deck does what it does.
Like, I'm seriously considering, was it maybe correct to keep up the Kozilek's command?
I don't think so. Because Kozilek's command becomes so much more powerful if you get this Flash Raker into play first, and it's only 2 blank draws. I do think that there's still a good chance that Storm wins this, by the way, just by merit of that Kozilek's command. They do need to find something. I think if they find a temple here, they're in good shape.
I think the draw was second Chalice.
Yeah, that's not the temple they were looking for. So now you're probably having to go Kozilek's command, try and find a Devourer. That would be the line I would be looking at. Or find another Kozilek's command. Something like that. Starts the turn by playing a Chalice on 0, dealing 1 damage and getting more mana.
That's potentially dangerous, because now it turns off your Lotus Petals.
Yeah, but this turns on a bigger Kozilek's command. I am
That is
surprised by passing the turn here. You know that there's a consign in hand, and once you pass the turn, you know that they can cast it through your Chalice. I think I wonder what the thought is there.
Je gaint 6.
Ja, ik ga een 7, jij van 11. Sorry.
Nee, je stond op 11. Ik stond op 18. Je gaint nu 6.
Yeah, some risky plays, but it's paying off for Maarten. Let's see if it pays off for Storm.
Yeah, I mean, interesting what happens here. Maarten knows he has the any first big spell that comes off the top locked up with his consign.
Yeah.
And really not a lot of other things going on except for this Murktide, but that's probably not happening.
He still has the Barrowgoyf, but he can't play it because of the consign. You really want the consign.
Yeah. Right. The Wasteland. That was a Kozilek's command, right? That we see. Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
I forget what the other card was, but
I believe it's whoa. I knew what it was.
yeah, we did see it.
What was it? No, they took the Dreadnoughts here. Was it the Once Upon a Time, maybe?
No, I don't think I've seen that one. Is it a random card, maybe? I feel like all the other cards we've seen have been played.
Yeah, they drew the Chalice of the Void last turn, so it's one of the cards that they revealed.
Yeah. Second Dreadnought here was discarded. There was a Flash Raker, there was a Kozilek's command. I think the third Cavern of Souls? Okay, yeah, no, you're right. It was Once Upon a Time.
Right.
But Maarten doesn't know about it.
A small Kozilek's command. Seeing if the sign is going to interact with that.
Doesn't fully commit for it because he knows it's going to get countered. Or most likely going to get countered.
Yeah. Which, of course, because this consign is now happening through the chalice, he knows that will happen. But this is basically saying, hey, do you want to counter this? If not, I have mana for Devourer. Do you bet on me not finding a Devourer? Is, I think, the what we're saying here.
Yeah.
And Martin says, all right, I'm at a high enough life total now. I only care about Devourer, basically. So, have at it.
And also, we didn't fully commit for the K command, so we didn't sack any of the spawns.
Yeah.
We were not scrying all the way.
So this is interesting, but by not really heavily committing on any of this, it allows Martin to not react to it. Which means that the first important play that we do have will run into this consign. But it does mean that we have enough mana to fire off whatever we find.
And we do still have the Cavern of Souls, so there are some things we can find and cast.
So this is a non-kicked microspawn, probably wanting to find a Maze of It. Or going for something like I really want to go on.
Interestingly enough, Stifle would have been better here because you could have stifled the Maze of It.
Actually interesting. I see, Storm is considering a Wasteland. Because if you Wasteland here and go to the second main phase, then they cannot consign anymore.
Yeah.
This is actually working out very well.
Yeah. Even though
the second main,
Storm is still at 6, so we do need an answer for the Atraxa. And we do have the answer.
Wait. They're not playing that correctly. Yes, the Storm is not pointing out I think the Chalice trigger or not waiting for the next main phase.
Oh, he want... Wait. Did he want to attack still that turn?
Ik kan niet trollcyclen, want anders ga je ze XSC. Dat was juist. Maar dat kon wel, want je had helemaal geen goed maken.
Yeah, I think that...
I think he wanted to attack that turn.
Either Marta still has mana floating, and the Storm was going main phase 1 to get an attack in. Or, I didn't hear them go to main phase 2, so that's probably what happened.
No, so chat, what happened is Marta floated a mana off of the Underground Sea that got wastelanded, and instead of going to main phase 2, Storm wanted to play the Devourer pre-combat to get in for a swing. But that allowed Marta enough mana to replicate the consign to memory, which means that the copy still goes through the chalice.
That's what we believe, at least.
That's what it looks like. So the chalice trigger counters the original, and then there's still the copy to keep the Atraxa in play. And at that point, you're just dead on board because the Atraxa hits next turn and you're just done.
Yeah, and the chalice doesn't trigger for the copy since it's not being cast. So.
Yeah.
All right, some interesting match for sure.
That is definitely a way to end the day. I'm not sure if the other match is already finished, but at the very least, congratulations to Maarten for qualifying for the European Legacy Masters 2 years in a row.
Yeah, I was rooting against him, but he still won.
He's too strong for you, man.
Yeah, I knew that. He's beaten me plenty of times. So. But congratulations to Maarten at least for the ELM slot, and we'll get an update on the other semifinals, what's going on there.
Yeah, because the other semifinals was Ruben on Naya Initiative against, was it Sam on Azorius Dreadnought?
En ik had dus vrijgevraagd voor mijn werk, want ik zit in
So-
zorg, altijd een half jaar van tevoren vrijvragen. En ik zeg,
Let's see if they're already done.
want ik moet naar
Or maybe we get a game 3, that'd be cool.
En zei ze
We have 162 people watching right now, so everyone, thank you for watching.
zei ze, kan je wisselen?
Hope you're having a good time.
Ik zeg, prima, maar dat weekend wil ik vrij.
We for sure are. We've had a lot of tight matches today with small
yeah.
decisions swinging it one way and the other.
I think this is probably the best Bob I've casted so far. Like, all these matches have been just absolute gas. I love it.
Yeah, haven't been able to cast all of them from what I saw, and the ones I did cast, small decisions, swinging the game one way or the other, and very intricate, small gameplay decisions, making very big impact. So that's always good to see. That's the legacy I love. You have to play perfectly to get there, and where you make mistakes, you might get out of the tournament early. So good to see.
Yeah, for sure. So again, maybe we still have a game 2 or game 3 off of the other semifinals. While we check that, everyone, thank you for watching. If there's any matches that you may have missed, they should be up on the Bazaar of Boxes YouTube channel in a week. So definitely check them out, because there were a lot of good matches. And
All right, looks like we have an update of the other semifinals. That was the match is already finished, and the other semifinals was won by Ruben.
Money has been exchanged for goods.
And
Ruben's
Ruben
mates
was on Naya Initiative.
Yeah. So Initiative got one of the ELM slots.
Yeah, so we have Naya Initiative by Ruben's mates snagging one of the ELM slots, and we see Martin here with Dimir Reanimator snagging the other, as well as some well-earned cash for their nice finish.
Yeah, from what I hear, the top 4 split prizes, so at least the money was split 4 ways. So we won't have a finals, and that was our last match. So everyone, thank you for watching. Peter, thank you for joining me on this fine evening.
Thanks for having me, and thanks everyone for watching. Hope you had a great time, and we'll have to do this again sometime.
Yeah, for sure.
Watching Great Legacy. So.
And another thank you for our other 2 casters, Michael and Robbin. I hope they had a wonderful time as well. Thanks to Bazaar of Boxes for once again hosting what is, in my opinion, the best Legacy tournament of the Netherlands.
For sure.
And I think Marvin usually has a couple words. If not, then I think we're looking at maybe a raid. So if you want to stick around for that, feel free to do so. Everyone, thank you for watching, and I'll give it back to the Bob crew.